bit worried about my voice, but other than that.
everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Clash Royale League monthly finals. It is a weekend of too many stars as we've got multiple world champions, tons of world finalists, and some upcoming stars in Clash Royale. All for you today on this Sunday here for our May monthly finals. I'm Rich Slayton, joined by my buddy Joshua A.C. Sharon. Josh, we have some of the all-time greats here in this one. We have some upstarts. We have some guys who've come close and fallen just a little bit short. A little bit of everything today in this Clash Royale League.
Yeah, I mean, you're making my heart race. This action is going to be so good today. It was amazing yesterday. I mean, everybody was talking about it before the monthly final even started. We can even take a look from yesterday's action. It's already a World Finals competition level with just the players in the lower bracket. This is so exciting, and I'm so ready for today.
It's going to be a blast from bell to bell, and of course you can follow along with the action here on stream and on many content creator streams all throughout the Clash Royale universe, and you can play along with us starting in our next round of the lower bracket, so starting with match number 21, as predictions will be live at event.supercell.com/Clash Royale, starting with match number 21, our next round in the lower bracket. So pick alongside us, go ahead and try to make your best picks and win some rewards. Josh, talk us through how we're moving our way to our champion this month.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I love the change. It's now 1,500 players advancing to the monthly qualifiers. You love to see that. You want as many players to be competing. Then you move on to the monthly qualifiers. It's going to be a 9-round Swiss stage, 64-player group stage. And here we are, the monthly finals. You get to the final 16. That's when the money is on the line. You want to get paid. You want to make it to the next round. Every single round you advance, that's more money in your pocket. And, you know, same as it ever was. We got the golden ticket winner making it to the World Finals if you win here today.
Of course, no silver tickets, just golden tickets, but alongside that gold and what would have been silver, prize pool for every single month. $51,400 for every single monthly season across those 5 months. Over $250,000 awarded to our pros playing here today. Just by making it to our monthly final weekend, each of these pros earned $500. But now we're up in that top 12, $1,000 or more for everybody who's left. And the champion of the month, whether you have a golden ticket already or not, $14,000 for our number one finisher on this weekend. Of course, Josh, the bigger money gets to that world final side of things, and we already have some points and standings from our first month in April.
Yeah, that's right. It is not updated from yesterday's games or this month, but we do see Muhammad Light on top, just like always. Sandbox had a phenomenal month last month, and then we take a look at more of the players that we're used to seeing. We got Adriel, we got Zopsam, we got Vitor 75 in that 16 range, trying to push himself all the way up. Just a lot of really solid players and a lot of repeats. We're seeing a lot of these players on this top 16 list still competing today and still trying to get more and more points.
And that's what it's all about, not just getting your points for getting directly to that monthly finals as the top 8 in the points leaderboard will qualify, but also the person who's just outside of that top 8, number 9, will be that last chance qualifier person. So people are getting points to try to make it to the last chance qualifier and win that one as well. 16 tickets for World Finals, but only one given out for sure today. And speaking of that, let's take a look at the path to that golden ticket, our bracket. On the upper side of things, we have the Frenchman, Viper, making a deep run into the upper bracket, facing off against one of the most World Finals attended players on the planet, Morton. On the other side of the upper bracket, Assaf and Pedro. Drill versus a multiple-time world finalist, a guy who's gotten right to the precipice many times and who might have a good look at it this year as well. Josh, as we go down to the lower bracket where we're starting our day today, the elimination side of things, we've already had a few people go to the wayside. Vitor, Droy, Erbache, and Wallace all knocked out. But look at these knockout matchups we have. Riley versus Mugi. Loser leaves town. Ian versus Mo. One of these two is gone. Ta and Sub. And then as we kick off our day today with Nuzi and Furkan, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath on the bottom of top-tier talent.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible to really get some true predictions on who's actually going to win this sub. Obviously, King of Consistency was able to finish second at last year's Worlds, but he's just such a consistent player himself, such a wonderful player. Ian, Mo, Riley, Mugi, I mean, these are crazy. We're getting blessed to be able to witness this Clash Royale today. I mean, the lower bracket should not be that stacked. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh, we're stacked on both side of things, both lower and upper bracket, as we get ourselves there. Of course, some of these players, we've seen some lower bracket runs before, but with the talent on the upper bracket, it feels like even someone as good at lower bracket runs as Mohamed Light might have some difficulty, because we saw what's in front of him on that bracket, right? We have a Mo Light matchup coming up here against Ian, who's absolutely top world-class talent, and then the winner of that goes on to play the winner of Mugi Riley. Right? So just it's a gauntlet on the lower bracket side. And we'll get to our upper bracket a little bit later, folks, but right now, I thought our next match was going to be, let me just double check the production here on what our next match is going to be. I'm seeing that they're giving us Riley versus Mugi as our opening matchup, and awesome. There we go. Riley Mugi to kick things off today. Josh, familiar with both of these two. Both, kind of coming up a little bit more in the latter era. Mugi did, of course, play with Ponos during World Finals quite a while ago. But talk to me about your thoughts on these two going head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players, Riley, probably a top 3 bait player in the world. Mugi, it feels like he's a top 10 player with any deck in the world. So both of these guys have their true talents. I mean, these guys are both just insane. Yeah, I can't tell you. I'm so happy we're just starting with these guys already.
All right, here we go. Mugi top of your screen, Riley at the bottom. And Mugi opening up with some Furnace behind King Tower. An easy poison call for Riley to get value. Josh, thinking about where the meta is right now, now both of these players certainly skilled in faster archetypes, skilled all over the board, but known specifically for faster archetypes as they built their careers. Do you feel like the current meta has any impact on the way these two guys face off?
I think it absolutely does. The fact that you can actually run, any sort of Mega Knight deck is usually going to do pretty well against Riley, so that's going to be something he has to watch out for, make sure that his decks are prepared for. On the other side, when you look at Mugi, the only thing you're asking is whether or not he's been practicing and he's just ready to compete. And with all these Evos and these champions and, making sure that you're able to track everything, you need the practice. You can no longer just say, I'm one of the best players in the world, I'll figure it out as I compete. You have to be ready for every single situation. But I know Mugi, he's going to be competing, he's going to be practicing, and I expect greatness from both of these guys.
Complexity of the game has risen dramatically. Speaking of the Mega Knight, Evo Mega Knight dropping to clean up the bridge fight here for Riley as the first couple of minutes tick away, getting closer and closer to double elixir time.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, really good Ice Spirit right there, protecting Furnace, allowing it to finish off the Mega Knight, and already getting aggressive. Mugi, double elixir starts, and so do his graveyard pushes.
Tesla behind for the graveyard defense does stop the majority of it. 27-87 on that right-hand tower. Currently, Riley with the lead. Poison and Miner doing their work. We saw a nice little Magic Archer lineup earlier as well. It's interesting to see, obviously this is a more aggressive version of Miner control with some of these spammy cards with the Mega Knight, with the ability to get some extra, secondary win condition damage from the Magic Archer at the bridge. But Josh, it's interesting to see variations of Miner control kind of making a comeback this year.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love it. At the end of the day, yes, I get frustrated when I lose against these Miner players on ladder, but they deserve it. You have to make so many tough decisions every single time. Do I cycle the poison at the bridge, or do I cycle it on the graveyard? There are just 8,000 decisions a game that they have to. And how does Riley already have an Evo Tesla? I saw him put it down it felt like 20 seconds ago. He's just such a master of cycling and getting to the right cards. But Mugi on the other side, he finally gets the chip damage that he was looking for with these graveyards and these ice spirits at the bridge. Takes the lead for a little bit, but Riley already taking it himself.
Mega Knight shutting down the tank he pushes at the bridge, holding against the Tesla for the Magic Archer. And it survives nicely to support this push on the left-hand side, and the Berserker covering for the Magic Archer as it gets both the Tesla and the Furnace.
Yeah, Tesla able to stay alive just long enough to take out the Magic Archer. And this is a close game right now. I would have assumed Riley would have a pretty massive deck advantage, but so far I feel like Mugi is just playing this perfectly. Again, getting just another prediction.
Graveyard in, triple elixir flowing. And Mugi once again takes the lead, and this is a significant one.
Yeah, right there. Just one Fire Spirit reaching the tower can be the difference between winning and losing. Riley had done such a beautiful job of protecting it up until that exact moment.
Mugi 2-0 with this deck coming into today. Good chance to go 3-0 right now. Riley has a lot of ground to make up in a short amount of time, and now playing into the graveyard lane.
Riley is going to be able to block at the bridge, poison on offense with the graveyard. All he needs is just one skeleton to make its way through, and it does. It does get that chip shot. 10 seconds left. Poison's coming down on offense from Riley.
And that's a great bar barrel from Mugi, trying to prevent any sort of Magic Archer lineup. And he takes game number one, 10-29 to 962. And the insurance bar barrel at the end, just making sure that Riley couldn't steal it in the final seconds. And now Mugi 3-0 with that graveyard deck.
They know that, like, this is game one, right? We're just waking up. We're just starting. They do not have to do this. Just an incredible game from both players. It was all the little things. Can you stop the Ice Spirit from getting that chip damage? Can you stop the Fire Spirit? Had Riley done the perfect defense one more time, he would have walked away with the victory. But Mugi, just constant pressure, and was able to chip it out.
Looking through Riley's decks from the last couple of weeks, including the group stage, you know, played a lot of minor variations. I'm thinking this is the first time. I'm trying to see if he got this exact variation built in. But a lot of his decks, he's been playing a whole lot of MK Hog in a ton of his stuff, going a little bit heavy. Has some lava in his deck pool for this weekend or for this competition. Some E-Giant in there. And, you know, when you talk about Riley, you mostly think, of course, being one of the best bait players of all time. You think about that fast cycle stuff. It's interesting to see, obviously, everyone's kind of changing tempo up and down, going faster, going bigger, going lighter, going heavier, going slower. But he's been so dominant with the faster decks, with the minor decks. I always wonder, in a situation like this from Riley, the expectation of Game 2, did he continue to go with something that has that theory of outplay potential, or does he go to something heavier in Game 2, or does he wait to hold on to that for a prospective Game 3 in a situation like this where his back's against the wall?
Yeah, when two players are so evenly matched and so talented, I really don't mind going to comfort, because at the end of the day, when you're that top 0.001%, you think you're better than your opponent no matter what. It doesn't matter if Mugi was playing Riley or Mo or Ian, he thinks he's better, and the same goes for Riley. So I want to see them just play their best decks and think to themselves, I'm going to win this. It doesn't matter what matchup I'm going against.
Royal Hogs with the Hero Ice Golem. And a solid chunk of damage early, even against the double splash damage of the Dark Prince and the Princess.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Mugi does not have a building. We see this pretty often. Instead of maybe the Rascals using the Dark Prince, this is a not necessarily the deck that we see all the time, but definitely the makeup of a very popular deck.
Second barrel in. Cannon cart goes off the wheels. Josh, you know, how much do you, as a Clash Royale player, like going up against someone playing your archetype?
I love it, honestly. I consider it a challenge for both players. I just gotta say, I don't face a lot of Three Musketeers players. That actually might be the reason why I love it. I'm so thankful that somebody's willing to take a chance. But yeah, once every 3 months, it's really fun.
Bandit dashes to nothing as the Princess Tower does its job. Here we go, making our way into double elixir. 22-38 to 25-42. All the damage in the left-hand lane in the opening portions, and Rocket Cycle gets going on those Musketeers. Speak of the devil here, Josh.
Yeah. Yep, I definitely rooting for Riley to bring this to a game 3 right now. And I just love this deck choice, and I just love this deck overall. It's so easy to defend with the Three Musketeers and the Zappies, and the way he's cycling everything, it's just the proper way to do things. And here we go, we have our first hero Dark Prince ability, and that is a lot of damage on the left side.
Keys for Riley in these later stages.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can never give up the two Musketeers on the left side, but even then, it feels like Mugi's very content with just using the rocket on the two Musketeers every time. I don't know if he should try and outcycle or what, but this is just brutal for him. Mugi has controlled the pace of this game.
Fireball does not get the cannon cart, only gets onto the Rascal Girls as trouble begins to mount.
And we saw 10 seconds ago, when Mugi was defending the Lumberjack on his tower, he let it get a swing before the Bandit locked onto that. It's just all the little things these pros are doing, and it's just such beautiful interaction work. That's exactly how you wanted to approach it.
Riley switching to high on the 3M to avoid the tower damage.
Let's go.
How does this change? Obviously, you don't have as much time for Elixir to build up. Any other method, any other things that it changes about how you play 3M once you start having to move those Musketeers from behind King Tower to in front of King Tower?
Yeah, it's really just the timing. You want to make sure that you have X amount of Elixir for this push, and when you're forced to put them higher, you no longer get that opportunity. Right here, though, the opportunity is just, can you place the Royal Hogs down on the map? Like, that's how you win this. And right here, Fireball is going to miss the Dark Prince, and I don't know if he's going to be able to stop this. This is a lot to be missing.
Snowball in, Heal Spirit jumping onto the push at the bridge, holding on for a moment. Bandit dashes the opposite direction. Damage in on both sides, and Mugi's going to do it. That's it. 2-0, and Mugi sends Riley home in the top 12 from CRL Monthly Finals in May.
Wow. I mean, that was spectacular. The Three Musketeers never got any value. The rocket was always coming down very quickly. And, I mean, you have to go quick. You need to make sure that he doesn't outcycle you. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but no building at all whatsoever on Mugi's side. You need cards on the map. I thought he recognized early that he had to place the Princess whenever he had it in hand. And that's what he did, and that's how he was able to control it.
Mugi moving on, and now he will be awaiting the victor of our next matchup in Ian and Mohammed Light. So no matter what happens between those two, we are going to get a banger of a third-round matchup, and that is going to be the first matchup for predictions, everybody, at event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. So bet you'll be getting your predictions in fairly quickly once we get this next one solved. And we might have a chance for Ian to get some revenge for his longtime friend and content partner, Riley, or we might get a matchup of the 5 world champions that we've had in our solo era, the 3 Mo's and the 2 Mugis.
Yeah, that's just such a funny run for Ian if he's going to be doing that. But then you could just say that for anybody. The fact that Mugi has to play, and then now he's going up against one of these two. It's yeah, it's just a classic in the makings.
Coming up later in the day, Assaf and Pedro, Viper and Morton, our 4 currently undefeated players in the upper bracket. Of course, only one of them can be the upper bracket champion and make their way to our grand final. We'll be seeing that after we get through a bunch of our lower bracket. We have 3 more in the second round, plus our 2 third-round lower bracket matchups before we get to these upper bracket semifinals between Assaf, Pedro, Viper, and Morton. Turning our attention now, though, Josh, into our next matchup, Ian and Mohamed Light. Obviously, we've said enough about Mohamed Light over the years. 3 world championships. The guy's an absolute monster. Let's focus on Ian, right? A number of years where people were clamoring for Ian to really have that breakout year in CRL. Finally had it last year. Had one of the best moments that we've seen in CRL in front of the live crowd, where that last-second win against Lucas with the Rocket, Lucas almost reflecting it with the Monk, getting the dub there. Huge pop from the crowd in Atlanta for Ian. It was, one of the coolest. The only ones I can think of that were louder than that were, of course, the 1 HP game, and then the Japanese crowd going wild for Expo Masters Lava Bats clone play in our first World Finals. When you think about Ian and the development he's had from a guy who wasn't quite hitting that World Finals caliber level to where he is now, where we're now expecting him to go as a back-to-back World Finalist, what do you think changed in Ian's game?
I really think it's just discipline. You see it overall in his life in general, his YouTube, his consistency at the gym. I know that if I'm opening up any sort of social media, he's posting, whether it's one of his lifts or one of his videos. It is so impressive. Night in, night out, day in, day out. He is putting in the work. He is making sure that he's the best version of himself every single day. And I really think that's just the singular reason. It has nothing to do with, it has everything to do with God-given talent. These, esport players are brilliant and all of that. But Ian, he works so hard. And I love saying all that. And then he's tucked in and cozy in bed.
Where do you think you put Ian on the athleticism factor amongst Clash Royale players, right? There's often been a soccer game that happens during World Finals or some other things. Ian, known for, I think he's done Ironmans. I think he's done the 100-mile. Like, the guy is an absolute monster when it comes to running. So on the athlete scale for Clash Royale players, where do you rank Ian?
Yeah, I'm really happy you reminded me about the Iron Man thing, because that changes my answer. He might be number 1. I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know if it translates to basketball or anything like that. So yeah, that's a good question. I feel like he's probably top 10 and probably somewhere around 6, but that's only because I haven't seen him post any sort of sports on his social media pages. What do you think he would be?
I'm trying to think it's changed so much over the years who's actually in the mix as our Clash Royale players. We got some height, but I don't even know if the height is really what defines the best athletes in the group.
Yeah, and right there, quite a bit of damage from Mohamed Light. Just did not have enough of a response. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's like 6'2" or something like that, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's pretty tall. Not quite as tall as the SK's German duo, but
yeah,
certainly a bit of a skyscraper there. So far, Mohamed Light pitching an absolute shutout through 2 minutes, has not sniffed tower damage.
And right there, Mohamed Light shows a little bit of a grimace. Not exactly sure what the play was with the Dark Prince at the bridge, but maybe the play was just trying to get the tower down to 6-1-6, because if that was the case, that was a great play. Ian finally gets the golem, double elixir, you know what to do. Put it behind King Tower and see if it can go to work.
Ian's played some golem through this tournament with mixed success. Has gone 1-2 with golem overall through last weekend and this one.
And right there, just a beautiful defense. The Evo Snowball pushing everything back, allowing the Demolisher to pop on top of the Baby Dragon. Just exactly what you're supposed to be doing.
Are you at all surprised Josh, with both Ian and Riley going up against Mo and Mugi, respectively, and going for these really super heavy, the 3M Royal Hogs deck, now this Golem deck? Or do you think they're kind of doing what we've talked about as casters for a long time and trying to go for a matchup?
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit surprised, but at the end of the day, I love it. I think it's a great play. Sometimes you just, even if it doesn't work, you gave yourself a chance. Right there, though, Mo just completely dominated. I watched some of his YouTube highlights the other day, and he is phenomenal with his Goblin Hut Graveyard. He just controls the map. He knows what he's doing. The Dark Prince and Double Elixir at the bridge, nobody else is making that play. They're cycling behind the King Tower. It doesn't get any value. The Golem will catch everything. Instead, he knows what he has to do in every single scenario.
Yesterday, in the round that he lost against Novak Djokovic in our first matchup, I'll never find that getting old. He ran the Hero Dark Prince in a Royal Hogs deck and like a double lane deck, and then he ran some minor MK control in that same one and took the L's both times. When we talk about the Hero Dark Prince, you know, there's a lot of places that it's showing up right now. It's this new ability for it is definitely exciting, definitely adds an extra layer, adds an extra win condition, adds multiple layers of defense you have to now play both up high and down low for the same card. Is there a deck or a archetype that you like the Hero Dark Prince in the most right now?
Bridge spam is always going to be one of the fun ones. I don't necessarily think it's ever going to be probably the best. It feels like bridge spam is always in that high tier A or high tier B, low tier A kind of deck play style. I definitely like it with Royal Hogs. Anything where you can just have that second pressure. And so the Royal Hogs are obviously great as a first pressure, but let's say you don't have, you know, your Tesla to defend, and now you only have these couple troops. That's when the Hero Dark Prince ability really shines. So I like it as a second form of pressure.
Well, Ian does still have a lot of openings. He did play the Royal Hogs Hero Dark Prince yesterday in his win against Droy. Also some of that more MK minor control. The same version of it pretty much that we just saw out of Riley in the previous matchup. And then struggled with that same kind of concept against Morton yesterday, and why he finds himself down here in this spot. 0-1, you took the big swing here with this Golem NATO deck against Mohamed Light. You know, Ian's been playing a lot of Hog, obviously being one of the all-time Hog players, leaning on those Royal Hogs. Do you like him? You talked about liking Riley going kind of in a comfort direction, which is not what he did in our last game. Do you like him going that direction here against Mohamed Light, or do you want to again see him do something more off-center?
Yeah, it's tough because at the end of the day, you can make all the right deck choices and then still just lose because of something Mohamed Light's brought that he's never shown anybody and he was waiting until day 2 for. I really don't mind swinging for the fences. When Mohamed Light's in form, he's just so scary. It's hard to tell somebody to use a normal meta deck and beat him twice. That just seems like such an odd sentence to say, knowing that it's kind of such an impossible task. So I really don't mind the switch up, and I wouldn't mind seeing it for game 2 again.
It was Mohamed who knocked Ian out of World Finals last year in the lower bracket quarters. And it was a quick 2-0 for Mohamed, where in game number 1, Mohamed Light ran minor wall breakers and was able to stop the Royal Giant MK deck of Ian. And then game number 2, it was Hog Cycle with Lightning for Mohamed. Ian going to a Mortar Skelly Barrel deck. And here we see Ian going Hero Dark Prince right out the open. Graveyard, a fairly quick cycle variation.
Down right there. Gonna get a pretty valuable poison. He does not have a lot left, but okay, and it will force out the Ice Spirit right there. Molite with a slight elixir advantage. Looks like it's about 1.8, maybe 1.7. And yeah, both players just kind of waiting it out now.
Ian hasn't run a ton of Graveyard this month. He has 2 wins with the Furnace Graveyard deck. The very fast cycle one, a 3.0 Graveyard deck. A nice little Magic Archer lineup there. And good use of the ability. And the protection on this Magic Archer is just dramatic.
Yeah, there's so many levels to this, and most importantly, he knows that Ian is going to be defending with a Tesla on top of the Royal Hogs. So you're allowed to get your Royal Hogs down to half health if it means keeping your Magic Archer alive. And it just feels like, yeah, just a very good play.
Ian putting some pressure into his strong side lane instead, as Mohamed sets up in the back. You know, one thing that you'll notice a lot, and we mentioned this a fair amount on broadcast, but compared to casual players, is how early in a sequence you'll see professional players get their building out so that they have it ready to cycle back to it in the second half of that same battle.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Mo absolutely taught me something with cycling these Teslas. I feel like I probably tried that 1 or 2 games and then decided, nobody else is doing it. But he actually found out that cycling these Teslas like this is the way to go.
So goes opposite lane, does Mohamed as soon as the Graveyard push comes in. Defends it reasonably well, but his pigs get eaten up by the Evo Tesla. As we move into sudden death overtime, slim lead for Mohamed Light. Fire Spirit's not going to get there. No, the second one does get enough to jump and turn the lead back over to Ian.
And right there, no splash of the Fire Spirit, so that Tesla is going to stay alive, get a little bit more value. Dark Prince going to the tower, and it will get a shot, and it will activate the ability. Forces out a Tesla in response from Molite. So great ability, getting 300 damage and forcing out the Tesla.
And you see Mo definitely not liking being put out of sequence in that way. How do you, and here we go, we see a Poison now get on to a Magic Archer finally, and it has not really been the story for a lot of this matchup. From Ian's side, he's been wanting to be able to use the Poison primarily to support that Graveyard, but this Magic Archer, we've seen him snowball it, and then that's just not enough over and over again. When you're on Ian's side making these choices, are you thinking more about trying to use that Poison to get the Magic Archer off the board, or are you going to stick with business as usual?
You know, as good as Magic Archer is, it's not the scariest card in the world once it's already down on the map. A lot of it is the surprise factor and the fact that you can get, 800 damage on top of the tower just like that. So once it's already on the map, it's kind of whatever you're feeling. Sometimes you can poison, sometimes you don't need to. And right now, Ian has chosen not to use it all that often, and so far it's clearly been the right decision.
Ian now extending his lead, and this all feels like it comes back to that sequence that put Mo really out of cycle. 1267 to 210 to 2010. And now full send behind the Monk. Fireball trying to clear, does get the Furnace off. Good reflection damage off that Monk, but Mohamed might have too much to overcome here. He should be going to a game 3. And that's going to be it. Mohamed knows it. Game 3 coming up. Mohamed Ian in our elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that was just wonderful from Ian. Absolutely controlling the pace of play, making sure that he was taking care of the Magic Archers quickly when he needed to, but then also not stressing, not overwhelming himself and spending too much, forcing out a difficult defense. He always had enough for the Dark Prince plus Tesla, the Tesla plus Berserker. It was just very calculated with how he approached both the defense and then the counterattacks.
and earns himself a game number 3. And I think we have a view to look at some of the cards that have been played already between these two players. We'll see if we get that one up here in a moment. But game number 1, to remind you, was the Golem NATO deck with Golden Knight, Lightning, Barb Barrel for Ian. Mohamed Light running the Graveyard Poison Evo Snowball deck. Hero Dark Prince out on both sides. And then in game number 2, we just saw the Graveyard Poison Snowball deck from Ian and Mohamed Light with the Royal Hogs Barb Barrel Fireball. So big spells out from Mohamed Light, the Fireball and Poison, Lightning and Poison out for Ian. So now we've gotten to a game 3 here. Ian's been leaning pretty heavily on Royal Hogs and on Hog Rider throughout this competition in all various stages. Josh, thoughts on him going to one of those two at this final stage? And a reminder, and here we go, taking a look at the cards that are out. When we're thinking about it, buildings, Evo Tesla out for Mohamed Light, but you still see Bomb Tower, you see Cage, a lot of good control options for any of those kind of cards. Fireball, though, out for Mohamed Light. So any thoughts on Ian if we're thinking about going that Hog Rider, Royal Hogs direction?
Yeah, I do like it. I am just a little bit worried that Mohamed Light and his coach are going to prepare for that, and it's just an easy, MK Lightning deck on Mohamed Light's side. So I think you really have to be worried about that. We've seen so much MK where it just feels like going to the staple, going to the Hog, going to the Royal Hogs just can't be done in this exact moment. I think it's going to be both players are countering the counter. And what that counter is, I think we'll just have to wait and see.
Tesla and NATO both out for Ian. Mohamed Light, you talk about Lightning being open. Did get a good win against Ian at World Finals with the Hog Lightning deck. That variation ran Evo Royal Ghost, Evo Tesla, Firecracker Log Guards, and Electro Spirit. Do you like an MK Hog Lightning deck from Mohamed here?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's just so strong right now. And then you get to switch up a few things. If you think that, maybe he's going RG, then maybe you can throw in the Inferno Dragon or something. There's just so many different ways to change the deck. Once you hit the first 4 cards, the final 4 are things you can mess around with, things you can play with. And I don't necessarily expect him to be running MK Lightning Hog, but I really would love to see that from him.
Ian's run Lava 3 times so far here in May, 2 and 1 with Lava decks, and one of those 2 Lava decks has most of its cards open for Ian in this one. I think maybe actually all of them as I'm going through the Lava Loon deck that he got a win with in one of our earlier stages. Hasn't run Royal Giant at all throughout this competition so far. In fact, you look through everyone's decks, very little Royal Giant here in the month of May.
Yeah, it feels like RG really, it just falls out of favor really quickly. Once the correct meta is built, a lot of the time the synergy within those decks is just so strong that the RG just kind of becomes weaker because everything has an exact purpose. Okay, my opponent's running RG, I need distance cycle. So it's kind of interesting to see that RG isn't running around, but at the same time, it also does make sense.
So bait for Ian. Barb Barrel out, log open. Mohamed Light happy to have the log.
Yeah, those are two good cards to start with if you're Mohamed Light. And also a third right there. Ian's going ultra quick cycle and Mohamed Light is doing the exact same.
Nice use of the ability there to completely prevent the damage by Mohamed Light, and no lineup either. And now a big counter push coming. Valk to hold everything. And this is going to put Ian in a bit of a hole here as the drill comes to the front.
Yeah, wall breaker. Wow.
Wow.
Nice interaction from Ian right there. Showing the world what he can do. Wall breakers to defend the drill. Goblins pop, but then the fire spirit to protect his tower. And then hop on the goblins right there. Just very smooth move from Ian.
What do you think of Archer Queen here from Mohamed Light? We don't see very much Archer Queen at all in CRL anymore. It makes its occasional appearance. Mo's run some drill throughout this month, but Archer Queen just seems like a really interesting choice.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he exactly was expecting for that to be the case, and ooh, cannot pop the ability, and Ian's going to get 2 shots, 2 wall breakers on top of the tower. The Valk is just so good against this Archer Queen. It just always is able to target that other troop and make sure that it's targeting the Archer Queen as well. Just love it.
Mohamed does retake the lead as we go into double elixir time. 2024 to 23-11 crosswise left to right as Ian sends another barrel in, covered by the log.
A little bit of a different placement with this Goblin Drill. Well-timed log, and that's going to take out the Goblins and the Fire Spirit. No damage. This Magic Archer is just so difficult for Mohamed Light to take off the board. I'm wondering if he allowed the Magic Archer to get taken off previously, just because he knows once it hits that double elixir, the triple elixir mark, it's just going to be so strong.
Drill in one more time. Big push from Ian. Cannon will prevent the big connection, but we are still razor thin, 2003 to 1972. You know, with Lightning being out, obviously it's harder to deal with the Archer Queen. You don't have the best way to take her off immediately. Maybe making the bet he wouldn't face Rocket and be able to put her in the back.
And right here, very clean defense, gets the ability down quickly enough where he takes 0 shots from the Goblins. And here we go. Rocket Cycle coming in from Mohamed Light with 133 left to go.
1601 to 1883. We're about to get in the triple elixir. And how do you feel about these 2 decks as we get into the final minute?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a fan of Ian, I have to be feeling really good. I think right now he has the, I mean, not necessarily the matchup, but he's got the momentum at this exact moment, I think. But with Mohamed Light and these spells, who really knows?
Eating a little bit of damage, and a lineup for the Hero Magic Archer ability does touch the right-hand side of the tower. 50 seconds left, 15:06 to 12:04. And more rocket cycle.
What he's doing with these rockets is just unbelievable. It feels like it's easy for him to get them down and still be able to defend. As soon as I thought it was an advantage for Ian, Molight's showing why it's absolutely not. I mean, just 0 shots once again.
There was a miss, and now another time, so able to cover with the Fire Spirit. There was a missed Goblin with a log earlier. And now the log doesn't get the outside placement, and a Fire Spirit has to come down. Mohamed should be able to lock things up with a rocket here. Has to avoid taking a big shot, 3 seconds left, and that should be enough. Mohamed stands up a little early, doesn't matter. Mohamed Light shutting it down in game number 3 with the rocket cycle, and a big sigh of relief knowing that was one that sat on a razor's edge from bell to bell.
Yeah, I mean, just escaping with a set victory is Mohamed Light. I mean, both of these players played out of their minds. I mean, it was so back and forth. In 1 second, Ian has the advantage, and the next second, Mohamed Light does. I mean, let's take a look at these overall decks to see. But I mean, most of these decks, it felt like it was like 55-45, and it was whether or not you could play better. And it felt like the player that played better each and every single game in this set was the winner of that exact match.
And that exact last match kind of felt like it was having some back and forth swing as Ian was starting to get the better of Mo in a couple exchanges. Mohamed Light having a couple of moments where the log didn't cover, and it looked like maybe Ian could break things open. Great cover on the lower outside placement where the log missed 2 of the goblins. Muhammad Light covered that one with the Fire Spirit. And the Archer Queen ended up being really solid here in this matchup, Josh.
Yeah, as soon as he allowed the magic, I had forgotten what her name was because it feels like it's been so long. As soon as the Archer Queen started being used for basically only defense, that's when it really started to go Muhammad Light's way, because he was able to get the Archer Queen down on the map, immediately activate the ability. All of a sudden, no damage because of the King Tower activation. Actually, really, we didn't even speak on it, but probably one of the biggest things that happened in this game was the King Tower activation because of the Magic Archer and its long distance shot. It activated, and then it made it super easy for Muhammad Light to pop the Archer Queen ability and defend, taking no damage from those Goblin Barrels.
And you can see we have a pretty awesome matchup coming up soon here, everybody. And that's going to be Muhammad Light and Mugi. 5 World Championships will be taking on each other in a BO3 to see who stays alive in our May monthly finals. That's going to be coming up in a couple of matches. Of course, a little preview of our upper bracket matches that will have to wait a while. Little lie-in, little morning to sleep in for those 4 players. But no sleeping now for Ta and Sub as they prepare to face off in their elimination matchup. And, Josh, you've been in the situation before where, you've prepared a whole lot and then you got to get ready for a day, and that day you don't know if it's going to be just one best of 3 or if you're playing from morning until night.
Yep. You always have to go in with the mindset that you're playing from noon to night, though. You need to just have everything ready to go. You need to have that 6th and 7th deck available to you, where in that game 3 of the second set of the day, you are able to bring out the surprise that nobody else has brought out. So yeah, always got to be prepared for the day to never be over.
Sub coming off of a disappointing grand final, but still a 2nd place finish at Worlds last year. Was the upper bracket winner against Pedro and then got 3-0'd twice in a row against Muhammad Light. A story that many people can tell.
It's interesting when it feels like every time Mortar gets played, it's by both players. And then other than that, we just won't see it down in the arena. Just another kind of mirror match right here, and let's get shooting. Bowler gets 2 shots on top of the Mortar.
Sub, a very talented Mortar player. All of his early successes as he was coming up came courtesy of that win condition.
Does mess up the timing just a little bit. I believe there was an opportunity for him to get a little bit of pressure with the bar barrel, but just not the case in that exact moment.
And Dark Prince picks up the hero bowler, keeps the Evo Mortar in good shape. This is going to be a lot of pressure to deal with for Sub. A pretty healthy Dark Prince releases the ability. Rhino on the tower. Evo Mortar still pushing. Fireball into clear. Not going to get a lock, I believe, but still a ton of damage in, and that's really an interesting thing about any sort of Mortar Combine deck, Josh, but you add in this Dark Prince variant with the hero ability, and you don't need the Mortar to connect to get an advantage.
Yeah, and right here, that was a couple different things. I think the first thing right there, it should have been the bowler on the outside of the arena instead of on the inside. It allowed it for Ta to just distract way too easily. And yeah, I mean, as soon as he was able to get value with the Mortar shots locking onto the bowler and the Mortar, it was just way too easy.
Ta continues to put on relentless pressure. and does need to pull the bar barrel out. Gives up some damage to Sub on the left-hand side. Into sudden death overtime, 25-18 to 22-01.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is just based off the matchup. The difference between the Dark Prince and Minions and the Bowler and Rascals should be a lot easier, should be smoother to defend, I would assume, with the quicker cycle, and that's actually what we are seeing so far on Ta's end.
Dark Goblin wanders into the boulder, so no pressure there. Final minute, triple elixir on its way. And the lead is there for Ta, not a dramatic one. And that Skelly Barrel is going to change the story very quickly. Lead now swings to Sub.
Yeah, right there. I mean, Sub has done a brilliant job of getting himself back into this game. Skeleton Barrel will go to the mortar and force out a defensive mortar on Ta's end. We're going to see if he wants to activate the ability or not, and he does. I love how he's approaching this. He's getting so aggressive, and Ta just can't keep up.
Evo Mortar, right-hand side, Bowler to counter. Still layers in the left-hand lane that are forcing Elixir out from Ta. 13 seconds left. Evo Mortar for Ta cannot find any sort of way through. Wow. And that's going to be game one for Sub.
Yeah, I mean, once Sub started using the bowler correctly and just making sure that he was slowing everything down, he just dominated, really. I love that he made the early mistake, didn't let that distract him from his ultimate goal, which was getting to triple elixir. Then it's just pressure, pressure, pressure. He always got the fireball on top of the tower plus the Dark Goblin. I would have liked to see Ta maybe switch a few things around where he wasn't getting so much value with that. But, you know, that's the difference between playing a deck, you know, 4,000 different matches and only playing it 80. So it makes sense that Sub was able to pull this one out.
So Sub gets game one on the Mortar versus Mortar, and going to take a look at the Mortar play for Ta overall. You know, he's played, had some decent wins with the Dark Prince variation, but this time not able to get it. Win rate 85% with that deck overall. And when you think about it, Josh, what do you think the key was that, you know, you talked about the cycle being a little bit better, a little easier to defend on one side of the board than the other. Do you think that the ease of defense was the thing that locked this game up for Sub?
Yeah, I really think, I mean, it's just the difference in how you defend these Evo Mortars. On one side, you can defend it with a bridge bowler, and your opponent knows that you're going to do bridge bowler, so they go in with bridge minions, but the bowler still takes it out in time. And then on the other side, you have to distract with Skellies, with Dark Prince, and then all of a sudden, the Evo Mortar still has 20% health. So it's just all those little things that quickly add up. Basically, it's a lot of little things, but they don't add up until triple, because that's when you get to bring it all together. And once triple elixir hit, that's when everything got brought together.
Sub still has the Hero Dark Prince available. He used it yesterday in his Mortar configuration. A little change up this time around, going wall breakers behind King Tower for this one. So minor wall breakers for Sub and an early connection.
And there we go. This is what I expected from this weekend. Surprised that I haven't seen it a little bit more often, but Mega Knight in the back. And, you know, if in today's world, in today's Clash Royale, the first two cards cycled being your Evos is just always a great play. It's so funny how offense is the best defense, because that's exactly what you want to be doing. You want to be cycling your Evos and getting them ready as this game goes along.
And Ta just not liking that overall sequence. He will come out ahead on Elixir for it, but maybe felt like at some point he deserved to get a little bit of tower damage. The Empress just getting handled and controlled very nicely. But look at the elixir advantage still for Ta, having only now get into his 5th card. Sub has gone through almost his entire cycle in our first minute and a half.
Yeah, it's going to be... So, Ta does not have Fireball available to him, which already makes me love the deck choice from Sub. Anytime you can use Magic Archer with no Fireball is phenomenal, and yeah, we're just going to have to see what Ta's final cards are.
And that's a no ability Magic Archer King Tower activation. Going to help Ta out a lot.
Yeah, brilliant play right there, and the wall breakers are going to get a bit of chip. I mean, that is just so much damage to be giving up, and the Lumberjack gets brought back, so that way it can't even get the Rage Spell on top of the tower. I mean, Sub putting on a clinic in these first 2 minutes of this game.
If you're looking on Sub's side, what's your methodology for dealing with the Evo MK?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's going to be spam as many cards as you can. But at the end of the day, the wall breakers are going to be okay at defending. You know, the Royal Delivery is going to be a nice little halt. And honestly, even using the Magic Archer ability is going to be something that you can be, you know, trying to use as often as possible. So while you don't have any great answers, you don't have any, you know, terrible ones either. But right here, this is a lot on the map. Ta is just overwhelming in this exact moment.
And the Zap takes the bats off the board. Empress on the ground, Lumberjack on the right-hand side, Miner to control in the middle. But a big chunk taken out by Ta, as the story really has been Sub throughout the majority of this matchup. But Ta once again builds an elixir advantage, sets up with Evo MK in the back.
Yeah, and even though you can defend the Evo MK, and I'm saying all these things where, like, yeah, you know, technically you can do this, you can do that. At the same time, even when you defend, you're still losing elixir. You know, all of these cards that he's playing are disappearing from the map. All the cards from Ta are staying on the field. So that's the difference between these decks. And right now, we got another defense that works. But again, Ta up 5 elixir, and then he just gets to start again, starting with the MK in the back.
Are you surprised that Sub isn't cycling his bomb towers earlier, or is there a reason behind that?
It's always going to be easier to cycle the Tesla, just because it's going to be able to protect itself from these Magic Archers. And because you're going up against that Empress, where if you place it over the middle, it can easily start chipping away. I don't think I'm super surprised that he's not cycling it willy-nilly like we see with the Teslas.
Miner to the back. Sub playing a great game here. 30 seconds left, and really it's going to come down to maybe one final defense as Ta loads up the left-hand side.
Yeah, perfect job from Ta right there. Just ignore it. It doesn't matter. You're taking a tower or you're losing this game. 15 seconds left. Just placing everything at the map and just trying to figure out if anything sticks.
Full spam. Sub putting on a defensive clinic here. Ram Rider connects, not going to be enough. And Sub, a clean 2-0, beautiful game. And a masterclass for those of you out there who look at the MK and go, how do I deal with it, especially not having a super strong tank in response? Sub just showed you the way.
Yeah, I mean, Ta did everything he could. I loved how he was playing it. He was cycling it in the back. He was getting these massive elixir advantages. It just didn't matter. Sub was so perfect, so pristine on defense. Every single interaction was beautiful work. And then he would get the chip damage. He wouldn't allow his opponent to just completely overwhelm. He would force out, you know, even if he only was able to force out a defensive zap on top of the wall breakers, well, now his bats can go to town. It's just all those little things. Sub, absolute masterclass of an opening set for him. He's just already on fire.
And, it seems like Sub really kind of made the Zap a bit irrelevant. There was one exchange where Zap took the bats off the board and maybe and put Sub in some trouble. But after that, it felt like Zap was pretty much an afterthought.
Yeah, and I felt like he did a really good job of protecting his magic archers with the voids where he could. There were a few times where the magic archer got taken off the map or it got taken out with the help of the zap, but for the most part, he was able to protect it. And yeah, I could pick out any of these 8 cards from Sub's deck and go on a 5-minute walkthrough of why he played that card perfectly in that match. I'm just so impressed.
Well, another impressive performance for last year's World Finals runner-up. Sub 2-0 over Ta, thinning our field down to our top 9 as we have one more second-round elimination matchup coming your way in just a couple of moments as Sub sends Ta to June for his next hopeful run, and he'll await the winner of our next matchup between Nuzi and Furkan, which I know there's going to be some rabid fans in the chat for that one, especially a pretty loud contingent for Furkan is what I'm expecting. And of course, our upper bracket still waiting to get started. We have one more match on the lower side before we get to those upper bracket matchups. Next up, though, Nuzi and Furkan. Josh, are there any louder fans in the Clash Royale ecosystem than the general Turkish contingent?
I don't think so. I think, there was like a 6-month run where everybody was for Muhammad Light, but now it's like, I don't even mind seeing Muhammad Light lose, even if you're one of his biggest fans. So that's the thing. And with Furkan on the other side, he's got fans that will just ride with him. It's pretty impressive to see what the community, the community that he's built. And yeah, it's pretty beautiful to see how just to the lengths they'll go to support this man.
And Furkan does have a World Finals appearance back in 2021 in that first solo World Finals where we had 32 players in that first bloodbath round where it was just a best of 3, winner go home, no losers bracket to thin the field. And he's made some appearances in CRL since then, but nothing to the level. And this, I feel like, is the first time we've seen him in a monthly final in years, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very solid player. And it feels like the pressure definitely isn't too bad for him either. So yeah, I don't know. It's just exciting to see him here. And then on the other side, Nuzi being here is really fun for me specifically. I was taking a look at his Royale API, preparing for what these players are using, and I just love the decks that he was running. It was all heavy, all beat down. That's my type of play style that I like watching. And right there, this deck from Furkan shows that he was looking at that too. Going in with Hyper Bait, trying to outcycle. I love this deck choice from Furkan in game number 1.
Josh, how do you know that someone goes to Yale?
Yeah, they tell you
there you go.
Over and over.
Misses the activation against the Magic Archer. Does Nuzi.
I know I would tell people if I went to Yale.
Be every piece of clothing that you own, including your shower sandals. Unfortunate wall breaker connection there for Nuzi. Didn't really have a phenomenal option as the double push came in. And staying aggressive is Furkan.
Good furnace in response. Able to be on the right tile. Oh, and right there. Pretty massive mistake. Yes, it's only one fire spirit, but a lot of these furnace night decks, I mean, it's clear that we're going to be seeing graveyard from Nuzi. So any sort of chip damage is big chip damage for Nuzi's deck.
This is interesting, talking about earlier how Royal Giant really is not popular in the meta right now. Even Furkan, who's known as a really talented Royal Giant player, I think has only run it a handful of times so far in this competition. And the ability, that's going to be a King Tower activation. A little suspect. That seems like almost a panic version of that play.
Yeah, I mean, that's only going to be happening when you're not properly looking at the board. And it's difficult to do that during games, so I absolutely understand it. But it was very obvious that was just going to be a King Tower activation, not something that he wanted, but we're going to have to see how he responds to the adversity that he's given himself.
And had the lead, now suddenly losing some of the cushion he had maintained, 21-19 on the left-hand side. The big issue for Nuzi, though, is he doesn't really have a phenomenal way to take care of these bait cards. That Goblin Barrel continues to just put more and more little chip damage on that left-hand tower.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of pressuring, and right here, I mean, okay. Good snowball timing, though. And that's going to get cleaned up pretty nicely. But Furkan just doing a great job so far.
When do you think we start seeing the Graveyard get played here? You know, I'm wondering, there's at some point when there's a Valk out of cycle that maybe we see you do it, and that felt maybe opportune, but looks like maybe Nuzi waiting for triple Elixir to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be how he wants to approach this. Inferno Tower on top. Good activated ability from Nuzi, and it's going to be a little bit more chip. It just feels like his entire game plan was survive until triple, and then I get to go in. And now that we're here, Furkan does not have the Dark Goblin in the back to be able to stop these graveyards. It is going to be difficult for him to stop without giving up a ton of damage. And right there, again, just more damage for Nuzi.
And the late use of the ability really changing things there, right? As he went and engaged the Valk high, able to pull it away from any sort of legitimate graveyard defense. And then as the Dark Prince got low, popped the ability, but still in trouble, now down to 690 to 625.
Yeah, and right here, he needs to do something. He does have the snowball in cycle. 20 seconds left, 690. Actually, no, 549 to 625. Furkan does have the lead.
Ability popped. Takes the furnace off, and that's going to be it. Furkan knows it. And Nuzi, just a great job of patience. Fell behind early, but phenomenal use of the Hero Dark Prince ability for some critical connections and doing what Graveyard does, late stage comeback to steal that one away from Furkan.
Yeah, it always felt like he was getting at least the proper amount of value with those popped abilities. And it was just so difficult with, I mean, he only had delivery, no log as well, I believe, on Furkan's side. And so no log, no Dark Goblin, that is going to be some sort of problem. And that's exactly what happened. The Graveyard was just too much in triple Elixir.
It looked like Furkan maybe recognized that early on, was putting a lot of pressure on, and nearly was able to get the lead to a point where he could put his opponent on the back foot. That, as we get to the end, it did feel like Furkan, you know, we saw Nuzi sort of start to eat some damage, especially on the far side, knowing he needed to focus on winning that left-hand tower. Do you put that more into Furkan maybe playing a bit cautious there at the end, or to the pressure Nuzi put, forcing Furkan more on the defensive side of the board?
I put it more towards the pressure from Nuzi. I think both players played this matchup wonderfully. You know, at least on a macro level, because I think very early on Furkan realized, okay, you know, this is Graveyard, this is going to be very difficult, so I need to get the pressure now, I need to get the damage now. And then, I mean, yeah, I just think Nuzi was able to figure that out as well. And once you know your opponent doesn't have a log, doesn't have a Dark Goblin, you are feeling really good, because bait is supposed to be the difficult matchup. It's supposed to be the 0-100. If my opponent plays well, I can't win this. But right there, without those two answers, it becomes pretty easy for him.
So game number 1 in the books. And again, we are all elimination for these first few matches today. There are no second chances here. So as we look at the matchups that Furkan has been playing throughout this competition, we've only seen Royal Giant once from him so far on the weekend, a loss to Viper in the first round of our upper bracket. Viper running Graveyard and Furkan's Royal Giant getting stymied. Let's see if he turns to it here with everything on the line. And we have not had much in the way of slow staring match starts. This is our first one of the day.
Yep, and Furkan finally deciding to play, and right here. Not sure if I saw any sort of hog in his battle log. I wouldn't be shocked if we were seeing the Mega Knight version, and that still could be the case even after this Tesla gets played. Right there, beautiful bar barrel prediction. That's, wow. Okay, so Phoenix does not wake back up. I feel like that should have been the rule of cool. If you get a prediction bar barrel like that, you get your Phoenix to start popping up again.
And so here we go, Furkan turning to Royal Giant in this elimination game, trying to buy himself a path to a game 3. So Magic Archer will obviously do some damage to these RGs. The Berserker will chip away pretty nicely. When you're looking at Furkan's side of the board as the RG player, what are your thoughts on breaking through against the Evo Tesla and this Berserker?
Yeah, so at this point, it's pretty simple for how Nuzi's going to set everything up. He knows what his opponent is running now. He knows that if he has Evo Mega Knight, his opponent cannot place the RG on top of the map. And so it just allows for him to just set up time and time again. He can place these Teslas, then hog, and then he's just fine. There's no counter push to worry about. I don't know. It definitely spells trouble for Furkan right here, especially if that hog gets a shot boy. And the activated ability. I mean, that is just picture perfect micro movement.
Lightning to clear the Phoenix all the way off, and Furkan sets up his Evo RG into his strong side lane. And early Evo Tesla for Nuzi. And now maybe looking for a little dual lane pressure here. Split the defense. Let's see if Furkan activates the hero ability for the Dark Prince. And it gets evaporated.
And right here, Mega Knight will be able to clean up the left side, but the right side is still pretty strong. With the help of the Dark Prince, this could be a little bit of trouble, but Mega Knight gonna just plop itself down on the map, and that's, you know, at the end of the day, that's how you play Mega Knight. That is a great defense from Nuzi right there.
Evo Goblin Cage gets popped. Hog does not get a shot. Magic Archer continues to get lineups, plus the ability lineup. Things looking worse and worse for Furkan. Cannot get into the second level. Finally connects with the ability from the hero Dark Prince.
I mean, I just love this deck choice from Nuzi. He's playing all these super heavy decks and instead goes to Hog. That's just not something we would have expected. Right here, RG at the bridge just doesn't feel like it should be the answer, and RG will get one shot, but it's just a little bit too easy for Nuzi right now.
Need a lot more than one to get back in this one for Furkan. 908, his top right tower, over 1,000 HP. The difference, no matter which side he plays. And time is running short.
So good lightning right there. Forces out the awkward Tesla placement. We see those, there were some heat maps from yesterday, so, you know, I always wonder how some of those buildings get placed off to the side, and right there, Tesla in the weird little spot.
See if we take a look at the Tesla heat map after this game is over and compare to what we saw here. 591, 19 seconds left. Left-hand tower down to 1703. If Furkan's going to make a move, this is it. The only chance. He knows there really isn't a chance.
Yeah, and right there, getting the prediction bar barrel just for fun is Nuzi. Lightning coming down, and that's going to be towered down entirely. 2-0 sweep. Good game coming out from Nuzi, and I mean, that was just, again, I just, every year it surprises me, and I don't know why, but every year these players get that much better at the game. They get less nervous. It doesn't matter what they're approaching. They've already practiced this matchup. And, you know, some of the newcomers, some of the guys that are trying to break into the pro scene and be these players, they're just so talented nowadays.
You talk about deck pool depth for Nuzi in this one. In his first game of the weekend, bridge spam with Ram Rider, Royal Giant, and a little bit of Ram Rider, so kind of a double bridge spam, known as a bridge spam player overall. Second round against Pedro, took the L's, but did throw some Hogs, some Royal Hogs, and some Golem out there. And then now in this one, some Graveyard back to Royal Hog one more time. So kind of flexing all different types of archetypes, although it is definitely clear that he is most comfortable all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, and those players are just so fun to watch. This Night Graveyard deck is it... Do we think it's becoming a problem because of how strong it is? And, you know, if your opponent has this still available to them, is that the deck you have to focus on more so than any other? It just feels like every single time we see it get placed, it just feels stronger than the opponent's deck. And not necessarily, you know, it can still have bad matchups and everything, but it just feels like one of the strongest decks in the meta right now.
Well, we'll get a few more looks at it, I'm sure, today, including more looks at Nuzi, who moves on to our third round against Sub. We are down to our top 8, everybody. Mohamed Light and Mugi coming up next. After that, Nuzi Sub. And then we will finally move to our upper bracket, to players who've been sitting back and watching for the entire day. Assaf and Pedro, the World Finals, multiple time World Finals appearances of Pedro, top tier player. And Assaf, still looking to make his first attempt at a World Finals, the drill player, trying to stretch his legs a little bit and show us some different sides of his game. And then, of course, Viper Morton, the last piece of our upper bracket. But right now, Josh, you can see on screen, we get into the matchup that everybody here wants to see 1,000 times over. 3 World Championships against 2 World Championships. Mohamed Light against Mugi. There's really nothing better than this when it comes to Clash Royale League.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk to somebody about Clash Royale esports, these two are the guys that you bring up. These two, yeah. I mean, honestly, their games are games that you want to show to introduce somebody to the esport. Just picture-perfect defense, picture-perfect offense, coming in with something that nobody has ever seen before. I mean, these players can do it all and can do nothing wrong in my eyes when it comes to this game. If they made a mistake, no, I'm wrong. I made the mistake. That's the way I view things when I watch their games.
You know, I do want to call out here. We've spent so much time seeing Mohamed Light in the same setting. The golden chair, maybe some fancy curtains in the back. But now we see him in a kind of a blank room in a gamer chair. Is this Mohamed Light 3.0?
Oh, I don't know if the world's ready for it, so that's a scary thought to have.
Early Royal Hog split for Mohamed. We'll take a little bit of damage to both sides for Mugi.
You know, pretty interesting to split the Royal Hogs after the Fireball comes down. I think maybe it just makes sense because you know your opponent is running Mortar at that point, just because Skeleton Barrel is so infrequent otherwise. But, yeah, just a little bit surprised to see him split the Royal Hogs like that.
Well, Fireball certainly going to be a factor as time goes on. Mo and Mugi did not meet at World Finals last year. as Muhammad Light kind of made his way through the upper bracket, sent Sandbox down to the lower bracket where he eliminated Mugi in the second round. An early exit for Japan's biggest star in Clash Royale.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't make any sense how some of these players are so consistent with their playmaking and just the fact that, I mean, even like a bad World Finals should usually mean you get knocked out in the first round. For both Muhammad Light and Mugi, a bad World Finals have been making like top 4. So that's just the level these two are on.
And a little late with the pigs out of Muhammad Light. He's going to eat one shot from the mortar. It finally does turn.
Yeah, not the end of the world for Muhammad Light, but still never great. Right now, Monk getting a lot of value, getting the correct timing. Minions are going to take themselves out, and the bowler is also going to do that. Slight miss time, though. Had it been a tenth of a second later, it would have been able to get that final shot on the bowler.
25 seconds left in regulation time. Muhammad with the lead in both lanes. 20:56 left-hand side, 22:04 right-hand side. Mugi's done a little bit of work on that right-hand lane, courtesy of that mortar lock.
Activated ability once again, and right there, messes up the timing once again. The first shot not getting swung back in the direction of Mugi's side, and that bar barrel sneakily takes out the entire mortar. Just a really solid bar barrel since Mugi wasn't able to protect it.
Sudden death overtime, and we've been stalemated for a couple of cycles now. And so far, it really does feel like we're in this kind of rinse-repeat situation, Josh, as Mugi plays these mortars high. Muhammad Light really not getting on the offensive very much after some of the earlier play. And now finally, we'll see him get on the offensive. Evo mortar high. Bowler going to work on those. Fireball hits everything. Waits until after the hero or after the monk ability goes down. It feels like Muhammad's finding a lot of trouble looking for damage here in the late stages of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, Muhammad Light does have that lead, so we're going to see if he's going to be able to hang on to it. You know, I feel like we're able to recognize just from, you know, earlier matches today, but a lot of it comes down to, can you get the pressure with these skeleton barrels? And I think there's a chance that Mugi isn't playing enough of them on the map. I think there's a shot that he should be just spamming those as often as he could.
Bar barrel fails to take out one of the two Evo archers. Pigs down, split. Mortar has to come high to cover, and it won't really even, it gets nothing off as it gets completely eaten alive by the pigs. Final 10 seconds. And fireballs go each direction. A tightly fought battle, a tense one in our opening game of this best of 3. Muhammad Light on top, up 1.
Yeah, I mean, Muhammad Light, he just took the lead early on, and then everything after that was played as if it was, you know, a tie game. And so he was just consistently up by the 400 to 600 HP worth of damage. And yeah, I feel like there wasn't enough offensive pressure from Mugi. Like, even at the end, yes, he's going to be placing the mortar on defense because, you know, he has no other opportunity. But still, you need that mortar to get shots up. You need to at least force something out. Instead, I believe it was an Evo mortar that did not get a shot. That just shouldn't happen if you're setting up your troops in the correct way.
And, you know, Josh, we've seen a lot of champions in the mix already this weekend. We've seen the Archer Queen, which we didn't really expect. We saw the Golden Knight early. Monk, kind of an obvious reasoning why we're seeing that one. But when we had the addition of evolutions mixed with the removal of 3-card cycle, it seemed like champions took a bit of a dip, but now we're starting to see them get played a bit more mixed in with the Evos and the Heroes. Do you think it's the triple slot thing that's making that happen, or why do you think we're seeing sort of a revival of champions in this season?
Yeah, I actually saw this brilliant post on Reddit talking about like the win rates between using 2 different champions and 1 Evo and 2 Evos and 1 champion. And, you know, it was definitely really cool to watch because I'd always wondered, you know, what the differences would be. And at the time of that post, it was talking about how double evolution was a little bit stronger than double hero. And now it feels like maybe that's not necessarily the case. Honestly, I feel like maybe 2 to 3%, you know, the win rate would be 2 to 3% higher if people were actually just better at popping the correct ability. It feels like when I've got 2 champions up on the board, I'm popping the wrong one accidentally like half the time. So I wonder if players are just getting used to it. They know the correct champions to use in every single deck. It's just nice when you have some level of control. And these players are so smart, so brilliant that any sort of thing to give them just that extra layer of control that they didn't have is the reason why they love these kind of those kind of cards.
Yeah, then it does get a little complicated to evolutions, heroes, champions. Next we'll get who knows what they'll name the next one. Here we go, game number 2. And minor for Mugi, we'll see if Muhammad Light is running minor wall breakers or a different wall breakers variant. Bats make it feel like there's a minor in here.
Okay, and so this is the deck. Oh yeah, we really could see a mirror match right here. Good Magic Archer in response for Muhammad Light. That's going to be 1 shot from the Berserker and more press from Mo. Defensive Royal Delivery coming out from Mugi.
Well, you see the good read from Muhammad Light, realizing Fire Spirit out of cycle. I can force a -1 trade with the bats. You have to play that delivery or you're in trouble. Of course, letting the recruit go all the way across the board. Same for the Berserker.
Yeah, kind of an interesting little interaction right there, but you would have actually just got like 1 or 2 extra chip shots from the miner if you used the bats to protect the miner for the first shot or 2, and then the miner would pop up because you know your opponent has to deliver. Those are the type of levels that these players are thinking on the fly. And I gotta say, I'm happy with myself that I was able to think of that.
And the ability from Mugi maybe backfiring a bit as he takes some extra damage there.
Wow.
So the one big difference here, Tesla versus Bomb Tower. Do you have a preference between these two here, Josh?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if it was from yesterday's games or last week or last month, but there was a very similar matchup to this one, and the Tesla was able to win really easily because if you're not able to protect your bomb tower even just once, it makes it so that the Magic Archers kind of go crazy on the map. And so, yeah, from what I can tell, this should be looking really good for Muhammad Light.
And of course, the Magic Archer or the Tesla able to target bats when Bomb Tower is not. Another small wrinkle in that conversation as we are 15 seconds away. And close on the King Tower activation is Mugi, but not quite. Sudden death overtime ticking in. And slight lead right now for the 3-time.
And right there, Magic Archer able to stay alive. Bomb Tower going to get placed down just in time, but definitely a very sketchy moment right there for Mugi. And he's going to activate King Tower every time, isn't he?
And that's a huge connection. Mohamed Light strengthening the lead as we get into the final 90. Mugi already down a game, in dire straits.
I mean, even just every single interaction, like he's allowing these magic archers to die because he doesn't need to force the issue. He doesn't need to pop the ability incorrectly one time and doesn't have the elixir for this or that. It just doesn't matter. He's so calculated with every decision.
And we used to talk about that with heroes and now, or with champions and now with heroes, right? Where champions we used to worry about, hey, like, is this ability worthwhile or is it a pop every single time situation? And now we're seeing to be even more extreme with some of these hero abilities. Especially now that Magic Archer is 2 elixir rather than 1.
And right here, wow. A lot going on. I love what Mugi's doing, trying to force the issue in just some possible way.
Miner to the back, wall breakers high. They are getting tanked for. Delivery has to come out. Magic Archer gets on the recruit, not on the berserker. Good pickup against the miner for Mohamed Light. 456 to 1586. Double wall protection on the left-hand side does not matter. Mohamed happy to take it. And he'll go ahead and take the win. Mohamed Light continues his lower bracket dominance, taking out his biggest rival in Clash Royale.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal set from Mohamed Light. Exactly what we come to expect from him. It really is the difference between the bomb tower and the Tesla. I felt like Mugi did a great job, especially in that final minute. The fact that he was able to give himself a chance. He had 3 magic archers on the board. He was able to protect a couple of them using the bounce back ability. It just didn't matter. Mo's too talented and has played the matchup too many times. But I love what he was doing with how he approached that. Even if he did lose the game, you know, you can still be happy with the process.
Mohamed Light, clean 2-0, will move himself now into our next phase of competition. And, of course, everyone afraid of a Mohamed Light lower bracket run. First person to make it into our top 6, as we still have 4 remaining in our upper bracket and 2 more in our next lower bracket matchup. And Mohamed Light will be awaiting the loser of Djokovic versus Pedro. So one of those two will have to go from a loss into a pretty brutal matchup. Let's take a look at the heat map for Tesla, over 10,000 placements during our group and Swiss bracket stages. And Josh, of course, we're seeing some pretty heavy heat right there in the middle. But you see some other interesting placements, right? And you're seeing them on both sides. Talk to me about some of the more odd placements you see on this heat map.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at, you know, some of the spots that are right next to the bridge, and we see it all the way on the left side, top left corner, and all the way in the top right corner, we just saw it in that previous game. Sometimes you have to take them opposing magic archers out of the, off of the board, and the only way to do that is by sniping it. So you can't let it walk through. You have to get it right in that exact moment. That's the reason why we're going to be seeing that. Another thing, we're seeing it to the left and the right of these crown towers. And one possible explanation, either they had 4.02 elixir and they were trying to stop a hog that was getting to the tower, or once it gets to be the Evo Tesla, it's always going to be a good placement to take care of those graveyards, especially because of how great graveyard is so strong right now. Those are going to be some possible explanations for why we're seeing it not just directly in the middle like we're used to.
And you kind of get a spread of, you know, I'd love to get a color-coded version of this one day where we go versus what matchups, right? Where is this being played?
Yes.
You know, where is this going against hog decks? You know, you talked about some of the obvious graveyard placements, some of the high ones to snipe something across the bridge. Where might we see a difference in various of placements against balloons or against skeleton barrels, things like that? So the full breadth and depth, and you do see some pretty significant consistency. And we're talking about these players at that level we don't see a lot of weird outliers there either, right? It's a pretty uniform map on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And no fun placements. I forgot what card I was looking at. I think it was from yesterday's broadcast or something, but it was like a building on the opposite, like on offense, and I just thought that was hilarious in that moment. And I would definitely, every time I had a win lined up, I would try and spam as many like weird cards that should not go where they're supposed to be going.
And we're going to go ahead and see, and I realize now that Djokovic is Assaf, as I'm seeing on the, now that I'm kind of, it took me this long to put it together, that we have Assaf on the broadcast bracket and Djokovic in the Stats Royale bracket for following along with things. So it took a little while, but now we go on to our next elimination matchup. After this, we're going to go ahead and start seeing some of our upper bracket matchups right now, though. Nuzi and Sub both coming off of world-class level gameplay in their previous rounds. Head-to-head here.
Yep, we have Zappies and Fisherman cycled it in the back. Giant Skeleton. I'm certainly not a hater when it comes to the Giant Skeleton now, but it's just meant to be a big body. It feels so weird as such a small little guy on the map.
A couple times we've seen Inferno Tower today. Not in necessarily the matchups that we're calling for it, but now you're against Giant Skeleton, against Bowler. Likely a Royal Giant in here, so one of those ones where an Inferno Tower might find some more targets.
Okay, right there, King Tower does get activated because of the Magic Archer ability. I'm wondering, I mean, I can't tell if it's going to be RG or if it's going to be like Graveyard Freeze or something. I feel like I'm crazy to think Graveyard Freeze, so, but I don't know.
Crazier things have happened here, Josh. It's, Fisherman is always one of those ones where you're kind of sitting there thinking, where else does the fish boy go? But like I said, crazier things have happened for sure. And it's Piggies.
Yeah.
So what's your thought? What's your thought on the Fisherman in this Piggies deck?
I'm not exactly sure. I do like the arrows though. I think that's good. I don't know. It just feels like Fisherman is just not strong enough right now. It can work in certain matchups. I just don't think it's strong enough.
And Nuzi has run Royal Hogs with Giant Skeleton in this tournament. Very different look in that version. Ran it with the Evo Bowler, as we see here, one time. And has run this Fisherman variant one time. Does have a win with this deck.
Okay, with all 8 cards matching?
I'm not talking about the full matchup, but this exact deck, yes, he does have a win.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Right there.
Scratch that. Yes. The one difference is, actually a couple differences. Guards and Mother Witch in that variation, as opposed to the Archers and the Electro Spirit. So no, not all the same cards. Playing some variants here.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see Archers kind of get brought back into the meta. It feels like, I don't know, it just feels like it's popping up every once in a while now. And wow, this Fisherman and Bowler synergy is just awful. It kept shooting, and then the Fisherman would yank the opposing troop away from it. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's not the greatest synergy between those two.
Bowler takes that shot from way downtown, gets the Magic Archer off the board, 15:05. Even with some of the funkiness of this deck, Josh, we are seeing the lead hold for Nuzi thus far.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he can protect these Giant Skeletons, he was finally able to get it to the Crown Tower, so that was a dangerous pop right there. And I mean, he's defending super well. Yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, you know, 8 strong cards on a deck, even if it doesn't have the best synergy together, it's still going to be a very strong deck, and I think that's kind of the idea behind this deck.
Fisherman just kind of grabbing every sort of thing out there. Pigs into the left-hand side. Fishboy goes to the Inferno Tower. Now 3 pigs, 2 pigs remaining on that left-hand side. Bowler working on the right-hand side, held up by delivery. Final 10 seconds. Goblin Barrel in, not going to do much. Wallbreakers get stymied as well. Sub needs to cycle and get something, can't do it, knows he can't do it. And Nuzi getting funky, getting awkward, getting the win in game number 1.
Wow, I mean, just great defense right there. You have to wonder, had he put the Goblin Barrel maybe on a different tile placement, if that could have been the answer. Just a lot on the map right there, and Nuzi said no way to all of it. I mean, just stack as many troops as you can. You know your opponent doesn't have the right spells to take it out. And yeah, I mean, once Triple Elixir happened and he was able to stack all these bowlers, he was able to go 2 activated bowler abilities in a row, which was really nice in trying to take out the Inferno Towers. It was just a lot of clever plays that that we really don't get to see all that often.
And the Inferno Towers, you know, you see a few targets here that you go, great, with the Giant Skeleton, with the Bowler, but obviously with the Bowler ability, it really changes the math on that relationship between the Inferno Tower and the Bowler. Giant Skeleton, really just a pressure card in this situation and forcing a lot of attention. And it was those Bowler and the Royal Hogs combinations getting it done here for Nuzi in game number 1. He's really been, you know, other than a little stumble that he had against Pedro, which anybody can have that one happen, he's been pitching showing a pretty phenomenal tournament so far this weekend.
Yeah, it's super exciting to see. And definitely being able to go up 1-0 over Sub, somebody who does not finish lower than top 4 every single monthly finals it feels like he plays in. Yeah, I mean, he has to be feeling incredible. It's not always about just this month. It's not always about, you know, technically even the World Finals as a destination. Sometimes it's about the process. Sometimes it's about making sure that you know you can compete and that you deserve to be here. And it's always such a joy to see a player that it at least feels pretty fresh to see their face when they realize that they can hang and when they realize that they're just as good. It's a joy to see happen in real time.
Had a really interesting group for this one, and his wins in the group stage. Capgun, one of those wins. Assaf, one of those wins. They took an L to Remy Eli, beat Clown in his group to make it here to this portion of our competition, and finds himself now 1 win away from getting into the top 6.
Man, you're saying some of these names in just his group, and we've got like, I don't know, maybe 50 or 60 players in the pro scene where you can make an argument for them to win a monthly finals every single month. And I don't know, it's just dangerous to see all the talent right now.
Hold on, I thought he was in Mugi's group, so now I'm going to go ahead and just double check that. That was Subs wins. Excuse me. That was Subs wins. I was like, I'm pretty sure he was in Mugi's group with Adriel as I went back and looked. And now I'll go ahead and bring up his group stage there. Yeah, wins against Sandbox. That's what I was saying. Hey, I thought that this was having multiple tabs open is frustrating. Wins against Adriel, wins against Sandbox, a loss against Mugi, but able to do enough to get second place in the group in a very, very tight one, as he finished second behind Mugi in this one, and then with Sinistro, Adriel, and Sandbox in 3, 4, and 5. So definitely not an easy route to this point, and finds himself 1 win away from a top 6.
Yeah, I'm up 1-0. You can still technically lose this next game and still be fine. What what are your thoughts on soundproof in the room for Sub. I don't know if he reaches a volume where that's necessary.
Oh, like well, you know, we don't know what those walls are made of, and when you're trying to work, you know, if you're streaming and doing video content, it's not soundproofing. Those egg crates are designed to limit your voice bouncing off the walls, so they deaden the room so you don't have echo.
Okay.
So if you're doing streaming and content creating, a little bit of egg crate action on the walls goes a long way for sound quality. Now, still, you know, I don't know how much it matters for, you know, Clash Royale ASMR, but either
we
way,
don't have that yet, do we?
There has to be someone doing it.
Yeah.
Royale. That's your next phase of your Clash Royale content career, is switching to ASMR.
Please. We need somebody. So, Nuzi running Rage Hog Firecracker. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's such a joy to see these kind of decks pop up. Just something completely fresh, and you know, it's just clear that these guys won't have practiced against something like this, and I just love what he's doing. I think this is how you approach a monthly finals.
Has won a couple of games with Hog Rage. Different constructions, though. Neither one of the ones that he won earlier. With Hog Rage, ran Firecracker. MK a part of those constructions.
Oh. If this Firecracker can get that final shot, it will. Just one or two little pokes from the Firecracker's gun able to do enough and bring it down to the health where it starts running. And that's a great situation right there. Evo Mega Knight on the board should get a decent bit of value. And he's shaking his head. The fact the Goblin Demolisher went the wrong way was just massive for Nuzi.
Big connection with the Evo MK. As we go into sudden death overtime, Nuzi just putting an immense amount of pressure on as he cycles his Mega Knight once more in the back. Josh, you know, you talk about the Firecracker being in here. It's the Evo Cage Evo Mega Knight. How do you feel about just a classic Firecracker?
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Wow. And that Mega Knight getting that swing was massive for him. It's a very nice Rage. It's not going to get any damage, but it will at least pop up the Demolisher right there. I don't know. It's just such a fun deck. This doesn't look real. It's like almost hard to even conceptualize this.
Hero Dark Prince is going to opposite lanes. Evo Mega Knight sets up in the middle. Evo Archers for Sub, trying to work on the DPS here. We're going into the final minute and a moment, and so far it's been all Nuzi all day.
Oh! I mean, just a brilliant Rage right there. Able to take out everything, get the Hog on top of the tower. You know your opponent is probably playing Graveyard. And so, you know, if you defend well enough, you win. So it's just whether or not you can actually do it. This Mega Knight needs to jump, otherwise it's going to get some splash damage. That's going to be 2 shots of splash, and all of a sudden Sub is pretty close. And we'll need to figure something out.
And now the opportunity to go opposite lane pretty much disappearing for Sub, as there's just too much ground to make up. Full Graveyard Poison in for Sub. Evo Snowball to clear things out. Skeletons on the tower, and the ticks will be just enough to leave him a few HP behind. More spell damage for Sub available than his opponent. He needs to get a poison and needs to stop this Hog. Evo MK in, Snowball trying to slow. Graveyard touches 1, and oh my word, 8 HP the difference. Poison cannot get out for Sub, and Nuzi makes his way into the top 6.
Both players smile a little bit at the end of the game. Sub just kind of unbelievably disappointed with how this weekend ended for him. On the other side, Nuzi, I mean, just a stranglehold on game number 1, a back and forth nail biter for game number 2, and he just swept sub, and he has now moved up to, I mean, just the top 6 already. What a day he's having so far. What a fun deck to watch and witness. And honestly, both of those decks, game number 1 was a little bit more solid, even though it is kind of funky. We've seen the Royal Hogs plus Giant Skeleton plus Fishman and Zappies before, but the Archers are a little bit fresh. The Bowler is a little bit fresh, and he was able to just win that overall just with the help of the Giant Skeleton. Once it made it to the tower just one time, it was more than enough for him to just stay strong and hold the line, and that's exactly what he was able to do. And then game 2, I mean, that was a lot of fun. The Hogs were placed super well. Firecrackers were able to get the chip damage without, without messing up too many things. And the rages always felt like they were perfectly timed. That rage on the final defense was at the exact moment the skeleton popped up. It was the exact moment where it was able to have the crown tower help out tremendously and take everything out. I mean, it was just perfect timing with those kind of plays.
And we're going to be moving to our upper bracket here in just a few minutes. Viper and Morton, Assaf and Pedro. And these wins get very important for them, not only for their trip to our golden ticket match in the grand final, but also for our points leaderboard, right? The ability to add a few more here and put yourself truly in the mix for that golden ticket, even if you don't win a monthly final. Nuzi taking one step closer. He'll take a pretty big jump up our leaderboards when our weekend comes to an end as he knocks out Sub here in the 3rd round and guarantees himself at least in the top 6. And now, Josh, we turn our focus to the upper bracket in someone that you have. Actually, you have a lot of experience with both of these players, of course. Viper on one hand being a longtime ladder standout, the NATO ROG Hocket guy, or NATO XE Hog guy of the universe. Millions have tried to copy. Very few can actually replicate the success he has with that deck out of the entire universe. And then other side of it, one of the all-time greats, Morton, who is trying to join very rarefied air with yet another World Finals appearance. What do you think about these two guys stylistically as they match up? And does Viper, in your opinion, have the deck pool now to compete in CRL with the top guys who've been focusing more on competitive than ladder?
Yeah, I mean, stylistically, it's pretty similar. While Morton does go, even quicker cycle, while Viper likes, the 3.0, 3.3 kind of decks, Morton can use the 2.8, the 2.7s. At the same time, though, they're all about just a lot of it comes down to discipline again, and technically you can use that for any of these players, because obviously if they're making it to the final 8, the final 6 of Clash Royale, they're going to be very disciplined with everything. But these two, even more so than usual. Every single time there's that 2 elixir advantage, they have. It doesn't even feel like it's reactionary. It feels like it's memorized. Okay, if I do this play and my opponent responds with this card, it doesn't matter. I know the exact situation. I get to do this on the opposite lane. I get to go with Dark Prince behind King Tower instead of in front of Crown Tower. It's all those little things that they do better than anyone else in the world.
Morton, a 5-time world finalist. There are now a number of 5-time world finalists. Morton was staying in the lead of that. Of course, the 2024 World Finals with only 8 players limited the ability of a lot of people to add on to their tallies, Morton included. But adding that 6th would be a pretty big feather in his cap here in 2026. And we're getting to a point, Josh, 2018 was quite a while ago, right? 8 years ago for 2018. And Morton has pretty much lived his some of his teenage and his entire adult life as a competitive Clash Royale player.
Yeah, and still going absolutely strong. I mean, I just have so much respect for Morton and what he's able to still do. The fact that he can be in a top 4 position where he hasn't lost and he's still in the upper bracket, like that should not be possible. He's been playing for so long. The meta's changed so many times to remain having that discipline where you're still a streamer, you're still doing content and posting on your social media and everything. I don't know. It's just it's unheard of, and that longevity is it's very impressive work from Mr. Morton.
Skeleton Dragons go to the opposite side, cage to meet. And Viper lava's up.
So Viper, alongside a lot of people that we saw last month, not going to be using Lava Loon, going to be using Lava Control, and this is going to be a lot of damage. Okay, he's going to be able to protect it with the Empress, and that's honestly a beautiful Empress, but this is really tough for him.
Lumberjack in front, going to give a little boost to the Royal Giant. Cage has to come out to control. So a few good options here between the Phoenix and the Skelly Dragons for these lava defenses. Are you surprised to see Morton cycling the Skelly Drag to the opposite lane?
No. I think in this moment you kind of have to. You want to be trying to protect your troops as often as you can. Barbaro plus Zap going to be able to take out the Phoenix Egg. I don't know. It's just it's kind of a tough matchup for Morton. Needs to get to his fireball once again. Yeah, it's just a tough matchup for him. And Viper's been playing this really well so far.
And survives that entire sequence with no fireball, does Morton. And he's got a ton of damage on Viper's right-hand tower, down to 1149. Zap cycled maybe to get a little chip damage, more importantly get the Evo back for Viper. RG going to get 2 shots here. Second one does get off, 5:35. Now Viper in a lot of trouble as we enter into our final 70 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Morton unafraid of swapping things around, going with what he thinks is best, and he's going to go in with the fireball instead of anything else. That is a crazy fireball instead of going in with the RG. I'm very surprised that he did that.
Lumberjack looking to hold, fireball clears the Skelly Drags off. A lot on this left-hand side. Morton trying to hold on. 36 seconds left. Viper fighting back. Fireball cycle in. One more fireball for Morton will do it. Viper in a race against time, in a race against Elixir. And Morton should be back to it. GG, well played. Game number 1. Morton shuts down the lava play.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit unsure of why he started with the fireball cycling so early. I thought there was definitely an opportunity to go in with the RG one more time, probably. But obviously it worked out, so well done to Morton for taking game number 1. And it was really just tough for both players. It felt like Viper technically had the right response with the Evo Gob Cage. And I really liked how he was playing it. He was allowing the RG to lock on. He was allowing this to happen. So that way it would stay at full health and get as much value as possible. I don't know. Viper just struggled too much on offense as well.
And going through Viper's decks from this weekend, first look at Lava for Viper. He's, of course, has played a fair bit of Hog. Graveyard, no surprises there. Some minor wall breakers. Lava Hound running into the combination of Phoenix able to just really eat it up. Phoenix, Fireball, Skelly Drags. But I think what Morton did really well in that matchup was use his ground troops to control the attention, to control the aggro of those big aerial pushes from his opponent. Yeah,
I think he did a phenomenal job of that. And I really liked just how he was using the Lumberjack in general. I think... Yeah, I don't know. The fact that he was able to swap lanes so many times was brilliant. I love that he was doing that. He was getting a ton of pressure with the Lumberjack, which is always great. And then because it worked out, I do want to commend Morton on figuring out that fireball cycling was the way to go. Had it not worked out, that would have been kind of a huge situation. But because it worked, it's good. Well done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, once it works, it's brilliant, obviously. We all know that one, Josh. Talking about things working, Viper has run a fair bit of Lava Hound over the course of this competition. Only a 40% win rate with Lava. And so it's really interesting to see him going to it here in this matchup against Morton, where he's been having pretty middling success with Lava Hound overall. Thoughts on why Viper is leaning on Lava so much, despite not finding as much success with it?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I talked about this last month, and I know with like competitive events, sometimes you want to use what you're used to, and if you've been practicing with lava control the entire time, feel free to remain using lava control. But I was watching Ian's YouTube video from his 7-0 weekend, and he used Lava Loon. And I was like, this is what I'm talking about. And he was able to dominate because the Hero Loon, the thing is, the Hero Loon is so strong. I think it's not even necessarily the idea of I think Lava Loon is strong. I just think Hero Loon is unbelievably strong. And I want to be seeing that. I still, to this day, do not really understand why everybody who plays Lava in comp does not feel the need to attach Loon to it. It just blows my mind.
So little chippy exchanges back and forth. I want to say this is our first Royal Ghost of the day in this Hog deck. Expect Mega Knight in this one as well, maybe. Very spanny variation.
Yeah, Morton just using the deck that we've been seeing all day so far. Viper on the other side, yeah. It's kind of interesting that instead of Battle Ram, we're seeing the Hogs in these kind of decks, but not super shocking. And right here, Xe going to clean everything up, but not before the tower gets down at 2402.
And it's been a day where we've seen some guys going Ultra Comfort in the tough spots. And Viper going Hog Xe with the Boss Bandit. And a little pressure on the right-hand side with that Ghost.
Ooh, and bit of a missed snowball right there. Last card should be Lightning for Viper. Still a little bit to wait for, though.
And you see Morton having to spend so much on those 1 HP Boss Bandits. Still unbelievably annoying.
Yeah, 1 HP Boss Bandit is still like a B tier card.
Hog gets one. Critical shot in for Viper as we are 20 seconds away from sudden death. Morton with the lead, 1963 to 24-49.
His bomb tower is just so strong against the lightning. It allows him to always spread it out with the magic archers, so that way he can't get a ton of value. And he just cycles so quickly. Yes, the Boss Bandit is going to be tough to defend against if you're Morton, but it's not too tough. It can easily be done. And right here, I'm saying all of that, and he was expecting the ability. No ability pop, no bomb tower in cycle. He is just completely overwhelmed.
Huge damage in. Wall breakers opposite direction. They do connect. Miner now trying to pressure. Viper went all in on that exchange. Can Morton capitalize? Wall breakers trying to sneak past the Xe. They don't. Miner, though, doing everything it can at the moment. Magic Archer for the lineup will connect. 382 to 590. Minute 17 left. And it's just pressure, pressure, pressure campaign right now. Miner goes to the back one more time. Nothing there for it. Boss Bandit down, but down late. Wall breakers in their Evo form. In. Will they connect? 20 HP remaining. No spell for Morton. Has to get on tower. Goes to the safe spot. Miner hits. Wow. And Morton takes the win after Viper makes it a tight one. And Morton will stay alive in the upper bracket, sending Viper down to face elimination.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought after that one big push from Viper, it was going to be a snowball effect. I thought, you know, the boss bandit was too healthy. He had the hog. He was getting all this damage and just forcing out responses that weren't going to create any sort of counter push. It just did not matter. I mean, Morton, too strong on defense. I love that as soon as the snowball went out, boom, he's already got more bats. Boom, he's going to try and protect his magic archer with the wall breakers or this or that. I just thought he didn't panic in a situation where others would have.
And that's just the years of experience. I don't know what the total number of Clash Royale League matches played or games played is in this league, but Morton has to be near the top with his history going all the way back to 2018. Very calm, very secure, and able to secure the victory here in a really interesting battle between Morton and Viper. You know, Morton really not using the Royal Giant much at all. Got a couple of, I think maybe 2 Royal Giant pushes in the first matchup. Then got some chip from the Lumberjack, some Fireball cycle. And then game number 2, that got maybe caught there for a moment as you were talking about, maybe thinking that the boss bandit ability was coming in, didn't come in. Hog nearly stole this one, but as you said, very calm, and that will keep Morton continuing to charge through the upper bracket. He'll await the winner of our next matchup between Assaf and Pedro. And Viper falls down to face Nuzi, who has been on an absolute tear today thus far.
Yeah, definitely starting to make a name for himself right there. And that is such a beautiful sight to see. You know, Viper absolutely has had himself a good run, and he still has the opportunity to have a good run. But looking at Morton in an upper bracket final already, it's just, it brings peace. I feel like that could bring peace to the world in some ways.
Well, you know, or at least bring a golden ticket to Morton. Peace of the world might be asking quite a lot out of a Clash Royale competition, but I understand your feeling. You think you can do it? World peace may be achievable today. We'll see if it happens. But now we go to the other side of our upper bracket, where Pedro, multiple-time world finalist, facing off against Assaf, who has certainly earned his stripes as a ladder player, as a drill player, and he was knocked on the door of being a bit more in the mix from the competitive side of things. But now we kind of have this put up or shut up moment for a guy who's certainly a talker in Clash Royale. You know, maybe no one is as advanced in their Twitter trash talk as Lucas, but Assaf's certainly someone who lets it fly as well. And you couldn't have kind of a more different matchup here between these two. Pedro, right, someone who kind of does it all, very soft-spoken. Assaf, very brash, and also, you know, both these guys have had their successes on ladder. Pedro very famously had one of his breakout season with CRL and ladder happen at the same time. Let's get into it. Assaf, bottom of your screen. Pedro at the top.
Yeah, we have another tennis legend join the fray, and that's always fun to see. Pedro responding to the gobble barrel right there. Nice little bar barrel interaction, just immediately popping the ability so that way it doesn't line up on top of the tower.
Double bait. Getting aggressive early is Assaf, still keeping the Magic Archer alive. Wow. And Pedro, yeah, forced a fireball there. We'll take one more Magic Archer shot.
Pretty crazy to see somebody cycle 3 cards that are 4 elixir or less and then already be getting out cycled by Goblin Barrel. It is just insane how fast certain bait decks are.
Pedro sets up Lumberjack left-hand side. Assaf, Lumberjack of his own to meet it. When you think of Lumberjack in this matchup, Josh, or in this deck overall, this double bait deck, do you think of Lumberjack more offensively or defensively?
It's definitely going to depend on what the matchup is. You know, against something like RGU, which is potentially what Pedro is running, it's going to be more of a defensive unit, and you're probably going to try and just stack that alongside the Berserker to take care of these RGs. And then, you know, if you were going up against something like Hog, where, yes, you're going to be using it for defense, but really you want it for that counterattack, then it would be more for the counterattack in a matchup like that one.
Happy to leak a lot there is Assaf, just to make sure his defense was all set up correctly. Fireball gets on the Magic Archer and the tower. Lumberjack stays up. And back to another barrel for Assaf.
Yeah, and Assaf already mixing it up, trying to make sure that Pedro can't just blindly place the barrel in the middle. He's going to have to pay attention to that all the time. Something to watch out for if he can ever get Pedro to look in the wrong way and place the wrong way. But so far, Pedro has defended it with ease.
There's the first Royal Giant. Lumberjack stays alive just a little bit and will take down the RG. Magic Archer ability connects, 2166. Both of Assaf's towers have taken a little bit of chip, equal in number, left to right.
So that definitely would have been an opportunity to have the Magic Archer try and get one more shot on top of the tower, instead electing to activate the ability early. And right there, that is a lot of damage. I believe he protected it with the wall breakers, and I believe that was a phenomenal play. Able to get the left tower down to 1620, and the right tower low as well. Pedro just looking for some sort of answer.
Early Tesla for Assaf. Not playing the Evo version, as Evo's sitting on the Goblin Barrel and Lumberjack. Fireball to clear. RG will get one. Second RG down inside the Rage. Late Tesla.
Wow. Somehow, some way, able to defend that perfectly. I really thought that was Pedro's opportunity to get through, make his way, but, you know, we're at triple elixir, and this is when the heavier deck tends to shine, so we should be seeing shortly whether or not he has the right deck to make this comeback.
More early abilities out of Assaf, getting the chip damage on that left-hand side. Gonna do it again. Down to 11-13. This is going to be a double RG push here that Assaf has to contend with, as the second one should be in right behind this first one. And there you go. Opposite lane. Switch up here for Pedro. Tesla. Low outside placement. Talking about that heat map. The variance in position. And it looks like Assaf will be able to hold on here in game one.
Yeah, I mean, he's played this absolutely beautifully, always switching it up, getting those goblins to get one extra stab. And I mean, these Magic Archers, oh jeez, they are just getting so much value every single time. Fireball can only do so much, and that's game one going to Assaf with just picture-perfect defense and picture-perfect offense mixed in. Those bridge wall breakers were just so strong and always keeping Pedro on his back foot.
In control from bell to bell was Assaf in this first. Remember, folks, this is not an elimination match. This is the upper bracket. Both these players are currently undefeated in this weekend's competitions. The loser will go down to our lower bracket, which is certainly not an easy side, as the loser of this one will go down to face off against Mohammed Light. So certainly a win here maybe has added value if you not only stay in the upper bracket, but you don't have to go face elimination against the overall GOAT of the game. So we have Assaf in game number one, Josh, going to this double bait look, finding a lot of success with it. Pedro, we talked about how we haven't seen very much Royal Giant throughout this competition. We haven't seen Royal Giant be uber successful outside of what we saw from Morton in our last game, right? And Morton really switching to, as the game got later on, switching to kind of backing off the RG play. And it seems like Royal Giant, which was at one point central meta and kind of versatile, has become a lot more matchup dependent.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons definitely could be because Giant Skeleton is no longer as strong as it used to be. When Giant Skeleton was able to body block you were able to get aggressive with your RG and then slow everything down. Now that you no longer have that opportunity, it just feels like it's a little too easy for, these troops to run away or these troops to go to the side. And, you might as well save Giant Skeleton for some other deck instead of RG. RG is always going to be one of the stronger. It's just going to be a medium to strong deck. It's never going to be the best deck in the meta. And it seems like players have their ideas of the best deck in the meta, and it's just never going to include RG.
Had some success with Royal Giant earlier in the competition, did Pedro, but with a Monk Fisherman construction, as opposed to what we just saw. A lot of Hog for Pedro throughout this weekend. A little bit of Miner as well, but has really been heavy on Hog. Did get a couple of wins with this Royal Giant deck in other matchups, but not this one, of course. So, when we're looking at next up for Pedro, obviously known initially as a very strong Hog player, a really excellent Mortar player. We've seen a lot of Miner out of him this weekend, a lot of Hog out of him this weekend. Pedro is facing off against a guy who's really known for Drill. And if I'm Assaf in this case, I'm almost wondering if you go Drill here in Game 2, knowing you have a Game 3 left, and you're kind of forcing Pedro to cover a lot of different bases at once.
Yeah, I really like that idea. I think Assaf absolutely has an opportunity to do that. And I just want to see his gameplay, broadcasted to the world. It's the same thing when Viper runs the Hog XE NATO. Honestly, it's the same thing when Pedro runs Mortar. It's just when you're the best player in the world, matchups aren't really that big a deal. It has everything to do with how many times you've practiced the matchup. And yeah, I would absolutely love to see him run Drill right here.
Hog
it looks
for
like
Pedro.
That's not going to be the case.
Hog both directions. So if there is really any sort of knock on Pedro, and his gameplay is obviously world class, has been in the mix for a world championship many times, including quite recently. But if there is any real knock on Pedro, is it maybe that, especially in stressful moments, his deck pool gets really small?
Yeah, I could definitely get behind that as a knock. I definitely hadn't really thought about it until you mentioned it, but that does seem to be something. Huh? Yeah, that does seem to be something to really think about in the future. Basically, the idea is, as a player, you should never allow a commentator to say what deck you're going to be running that game. That's the only rule for when a deck is just awful versus any other way to describe it.
Of course, so far so good for Pedro, who has the lead. A pretty significant one, as Assaf has not been able to figure out how to get meaningfully into the second level, and Pedro has connected very well on that right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, cycling your Evos, it's almost always the way to do things. And Assaf just wasn't able to activate the King Tower like he wanted to. The split Zappies and the Mother Witch could have worked, but just not well versed enough to make it happen right there. Forces out the Teslas, so pretty nice ability, especially getting the Magic Archer down to 1 HP.
Sets up Mega Knight into the away lane from the Magic Archer. Weak side Evo MK for Assaf. Evolved versus unevolved in this Mega Knight battle, as we are in a double elixir. And have not seen a big spell out of either players thus far. Mega Knight will get a big leap on the right-hand side. Evo Snowball gets a huge clear, and just like that, Assaf takes a big lead with 22 seconds left in regulation, but now he has to deal with 2 Mega Knights.
Yeah, 2 Mega Knights, 1 Hog. One of these Mega Knights is going to be able to push that back. Fireball can only do so much. Both Mega Knights, and wow, I thought the tower was about to be gone. Instead, still at 790, lightning out, but now he's going to have Tesla once again and be able to defend this pretty easily.
Little overcommittal
And-
there from Assaf.
Yeah.
It definitely
Of
felt
course.
like he was in a position where he thought he might need to overcommit, though. So cannot blame him, and at least he does have an opportunity to get back in.
I was going to say, back to Evo Mega Knight. And that's one of the big interesting parts about this matchup right now, Josh, is that their Mega Knights are in the opposite cycle.
Yeah, it makes it super interesting to see just how they want to approach everything. Right here, it felt like it wasn't enough, but wow. Gets the tower down to 628.
Big defense upcoming. Lightning and a Hog, both available for Pedro. Magic Archer in the middle trying to snipe that Tesla. Tesla's going to have to go, not the Tesla, the Goblin Hut. Lightning is going to be here. Fireball might be necessary. Does hold on. Lightning in. A Mega Knight here would mean the end. Might not need it. Magic Archer log in. And Pedro fights through a tight one. A back and forth slugfest of Mega Knights. And we're going to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, every single time there were just 2 Mega Knights on the field for either one of these players, I was thinking, oh my goodness, this is it. There's no way he can defend this. And then all of a sudden, okay, the late Goblin Hut, the late Tesla, the late Snowball. I thought it was really impressive how both those guys just were able to stay alive as long as they could. But I think it really all comes down to early game, you need to activate that King Tower. If you're going to be wasting 8 Elixir, the King Tower has to be activated. And when he missed that, I think it just spelled disaster.
Let's see if we have our what cards have been used graphic as we're getting into game number 3, and a pretty critical deck pick between these two pros. Again, they are in the upper bracket. Loser does go down, though, to face Muhammad Light in an elimination matchup, something that neither of those two guys wants to face. Game number 1 was the double bait deck for Assaf versus the Royal Giant deck for Pedro, and then pretty similar looks in the Hog MK decks between these two, the Dark Prince, Hero Dark Prince version for Assaf, the Hero Magic Archer version for his opponent. Of course, we've seen a ton of Hero Magic Archer today out on both sides right now. Fireball out on both sides, Tesla out on both sides, Log only out on one side. So as we look at the spells here, Pedro used Bar Barrel, Log, Fireball, Lightning. And of course, you've seen Lightning go out earlier and the Archer Queen come in after that Lightning went out. I don't know if we'll see that from Assaf. Assaf still has Drill open. Do you think that there's any reason for Assaf to go Drill here in Game 3?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I wouldn't mind that whatsoever. Drill is one of those win conditions. I'm trying to think what are some other win conditions. Technically, bait can be like that, but it's one of those win conditions where even if your opponent has all the right answers, it's not necessarily a 0-100 matchup. Yes, your opponent can have, the bowler, but at the same time, they waste the bowler one time, and you've got NATO Golden Knight. You just did 1,700 damage, and the bowler isn't really that big an answer anymore. So I like Assaf using Drill. I think it's always a good decision for him.
He has used some Lava here. Lava feels like a bad call with all the stuff that Pedro currently has open. Graveyard, too. Lots of coverage for Graveyard available for Pedro. So, yeah, when you start thinking about kind of the things that Assaf likes to run, the bait, the Drill, the Hog, all things that he's already, the Drill only one he hasn't used yet so far. And then a lot of coverage still available. And when you think about what Pedro played so far in these first 2 matchups, right? So going with the Royal Giant deck, lots of single target in that Royal Giant deck. Same thing in the second game, the Tesla. Lots of splash and lots of stuff to cover both Graveyard and Lava Hound in game number 3. So very curious to see what kind of choices Assaf makes in game number 3. Pedro went with the Hog pick, but definitely got the better of it as his Tesla finding itself some better purchase on defense than the Goblin Hut was able to hold.
Yeah, it's definitely the second deck that we've been talking about where
Tesla is just always the answer. It's not the Goblin Hut. It's not the Bomb Tower. Just Tesla's strong. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be Evo Tesla either. So, I don't know. It's just one of those things to watch out for if certain players are going to figure out if there's a different building to be used in certain scenarios. But it feels like Magic Archer is the best hero of the day, and Tesla is by far the best building.
Players finishing up their decks. Of course, we have a few more rounds of best of threes, but we are getting closer and closer to our championship rounds, as our championship matches are going to be best of fives today. And that graphic we saw a minute ago with the cards they've played so far going to be even more critical as we get into game fours and game fives and see how deep the pool goes for both these players and the analysts they're working with on this weekend. And taking a little extra time here for game three are these two.
Yeah, I want to get, like, you know, not upset, but I want to get slightly upset about it. But then I just think about how much money is on the line, and it's like, all right, you can actually take your time. It's fine.
Here we go. Game three. Assaf and Pedro. Does Assaf go to drill and maybe going hyperbait?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind if that's what he wanted to do. Pedro going to defend very nicely with the archers and Skelly. So Pedro going with one of his comfort decks, and Assaf still have a few more cards to go, but it does appear to be the case where he's going with something fresh.
And very interesting here to see, you know, we talk about that conversation of comfort versus not comfort. And Pedro going Mortar, hard to get more comfortable than that for him.
No activated ability right there, and that's going to allow for an easy defense and strong counter push on Pedro's end.
Well, interesting question there, Josh. And look at this. The Evo minion horde gets absolutely destroyed by delivery, and Evo minion horde already one of those ones that's a bit of a gamble, and then I guess you see the idea, hey, that the fireball is out, but with delivery and arrows and poison all available. Interesting choice here out of Assaf.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It feels more like it's just a really fun card to use over thinking it's a card that I should be using in CRL. Definitely a little bit surprising. And honestly, it's kind of unfortunate because Pedro's deck is exactly lined up where the minion horde just cannot really get all that much value. It's a strong situation for Pedro.
I guess the big question here is, can he, you know, Pedro just has to make sure he doesn't mess up the timing on any of those spells versus the minion horde drops. So delivery plus poison for Pedro, going to make for a challenging situation for Assaf, who does activate the ability in this bridge fight. And with all this being said, Josh, Assaf does have the lead as we get into the final 30 of regulation.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job of pressuring. And even though Assaf is setting himself up to win, it's just hard. You know, Pedro's easily one of the best players, and, you know, he's just going in with his best deck. So it's always going to be tough to beat him when he's running Mortar.
Sudden death overtime on its way. Mortar goes by quickly, and of course you saw what the Evo minion horde can do, as was able to get a lot of damage on that bowler before Pedro could do anything about it, and the Skelly Barrel once again doing a lot of work.
Yeah, 600 HP worth of damage right here. Skeleton King going to walk back into the range, and that is 4 shots on tower with the ability from the bowler. I mean, not what Assaf wanted or had drawn up in his mind.
Mortar plus Evo Bowler, lots of control now. Miner goes to the opposite direction, pulls the Skelly King away. And a lot of control needed here in the middle to avoid a connection. And he doesn't.
Oh,
Evo Bowler with a couple of big swings. Another one now. Pedro starting to gain some momentum.
yeah, I mean, Pedro is feeling so good about himself right now. There's only so much Assaf can do. I mean, he is just controlling this map entirely. But again, Assaf still has the lead. Every time I think that Pedro's dominating, I look at the board and realize that Assaf is in the lead.
Miner goes to the right-hand side to hold on to the Skeleton King. Skelly Dragons beating the Bowler on the left-hand lane. 7:56 to 9:19 on the left-hand side, but keep an eye on that right-hand tower as that could break away from Pedro at any moment. He gets down the Evo Mortar. Skelly King high to control. Miner Poison push down low will give the lead to Pedro. Ticking down to near 500 HP. Skelly Barrels being controlled at the top. Mortar does not get a shot off. A lot at the bridge, all held up by Pedro. Miner in. Miner plus Poison should be enough. Ticking away is Pedro. Nothing getting on the tower for Assaf. Pedro does it. Come from behind win. Reverse sweep. Reversal of fortunes in game number 3. And Pedro will face Morton in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro has to feel so good about what he was doing. He kept himself in the game, you know. Even though he was down by 200 at one point, 600 at one point, 300 at one point, he just kept slowly chipping away, getting himself into triple elixir. And you can't do it as fast anymore. When it was the 3-card cycle, it was ridiculous how many poisons, how many miners would be on the tower. But even still, you can get so much chip damage at the end of the game in that final 20 seconds by just blocking everything at the bridge with the bowlers and the mortars and then going miner poison, skelly, cycle, miner poison. And that's exactly what he did, and that's exactly why he won.
Taking a look at the decks over 3 games, and we get into game number 3, Fireball and Lightning and Log all used by Pedro, and we were talking about sort of the counters that were available for Pedro to really shut down something like a lava, shut down something like a graveyard, 2 places Assaf might go instead. And a lot of these things about Assaf's deck ended up having a lot of value here, Josh, but it come back to that Evo Minion Horde, where every counter that Assaf has with the Evo Minion Horde is a positive trade counter. And we saw the delivery get involved a couple of times. We saw the poison get involved a little bit. I know that this game came down to the wire, but that's one of those card choices that is really curious.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something that he's going to be thinking about for a while, but he also needs to make sure that he doesn't think about it for too long because you've got another match. You know, I'm not sure if he's the exact next one or the one after, but you got to clear your head and get ready to continue to compete. Upper bracket is finalized to make that final, and yeah, the lower bracket is still well on its way.
Yeah, next up we are going to have Viper versus Nuzi, and then we'll have Assaf versus Muhammad Light after that one. Then we will jump into our lower bracket semifinal, and then back up for that phenomenal Morton Pedro match that we'll have in just a little bit. But before we get to all that, we have a quick little video for you, so don't go anywhere. Enjoy this. We'll be right back with more CRL.
Ciclo. Creo que agora mesmo. Agora é o barril de prata. Evolução. Agressivo, eu acho que é melhor. Mutar. Fazer prediction. Ganhar por um pouquinho só. Hoje em dia é meta. Com certeza. O som do jogo, porque ajuda mais a concentrar.
Cyclone. log. Evos. Defense. Mute emotes. Probably predictive spell. By tiebreaker. Metallic. Oh.
Sound off, certainly a gutsy call for our one of our finalists here in the lower bracket, or one of our semifinalists, quarterfinalists in the lower bracket in Viper. How about you at home? Do you play sound on or sound off? Do you, like me, want to hear the sound cues because you're distractible looking everywhere on the board? Or are you sound off to avoid the annoyance? Josh, you've got as about as many games logged in this game as anybody. You started playing competitively in 2016. Sound on or sound off?
I'm sound off. If you ask a bunch of other pros, they always say sound on. But there's a little minority that we do sound off. I don't know. It's something about it. You know what? I think what it is because so many of my games were played during my high school classes that I couldn't play with the sound on. So I just got used to it, and it just went from there.
Yeah, no surprises. That's the story there. It's basically what I expected. Josh Sharon going sound off to avoid getting his phone confiscated back in his high school days. Sound on for me, and sound off for Viper, as we're just moments away from his elimination matchup against Nuzi. We are going to be in the lower bracket now for our next 3 matchups, as we are working our way towards our final 4 for the winners of these next 2 ones. Viper Nuzi up right now. After that, Assaf and Mohammed Light. Viper, we saw kind of, I think, maybe the big difference, right, between someone like Viper, who's a really top-tier player for a long time, a great ladder player, versus someone who has the depth and comfort. We saw Morton in that very difficult exchange for Lava, controlling the game very well. And now he drops down to another less experienced competitive player in Nuzi, but who's just been absolutely lights out all day.
Yeah, I mean, I was hearing some rumblings that I was going to be very impressed with his gameplay, and I really have. Anybody who's not scared of the moment is always going to be someone to enjoy as well. And it's clear that, it's not surviving, it's thriving for him, and that he's ready for these matches. And then it's going to be interesting to see what Viper does, because this is one of those few times where your best deck lines up really well against some of his better decks. The Xe NATO combination should be really strong against potential beatdown matchups. And so I don't like him using it in game number 1, but game number 2, I want to see him run Hog Xe NATO for the one time.
And really aggressive opening from Nuzi here will give him some damage. Now, Josh, you talk about things to like about this player. Nuzi with 2 top 10 finishes in our 2v2 ranked ladder in Season 3 and Season 4, end of 2025.
Just when I thought I couldn't like him more.
And this is an interesting choice here with letting the giant skeleton lose the mortar aggro and taking the mortar shot.
Yeah, pretty cool snowball right there. Not to kill the goblins, but to take out the mortar itself. Right there, you are going to get 2 shots with the goblins, so have to feel pretty good about that if you are in Nuzi. And just getting aggressive once again. This is how you play skeleton barrel decks with the mortar as well. You just get hyper aggressive all the time.
Aggression paying off in spades for Nuzi, who has now just taken his first bit of damage courtesy of that spear goblin. Halfway through regulation, And so far, the clean gameplay continues.
Yeah, and these minions are going to be able to take out the giant skeleton with the cannon cart very quickly. They should be able to fly away had he not used the snowball. But instead, cleaned up.
Here we go, final minute of regulation. And little aggro barb barrel gets the Dark Prince to cycle early. Poison value as the Rascal Girls should step up into the poison. No, one of them stays a little bit in the back, but the Rhino will connect. And finally, Viper on the board, and on the board in a big way.
Ooh. Giant skeleton almost walks to the right line. That would have been game over for Viper had it kept going. Cannon cart will get locked up at the bridge and not make it, but multiple mortars on the map. Viper not struggling whatsoever so far.
Fireball value continues to be there as Mortar helps with the takeoff. Doesn't get one more shot on the tower. Nuzi did have a nice little run in CRL last year in our Stats Royale Gold Edition, coming in 8th place alongside OP Sam. This is by far his best CRL performance.
Yeah, right there.
And could get even better.
Yeah, still definitely has that opportunity. Right there, kind of an unfortunate interaction, placing the skeleton barrel into the defensive poison accidentally. Not gonna really matter, but you know, Viper's defending this super well so far, but it just feels like he's one misstep away from just losing the game outright. It's so difficult to defend this over and over and over again.
And it was Nuzi who knocked out Viper in that CRL edition last year as they faced an elimination matchup. Viper winning the first game, Nuzi with the reverse sweep.
And Viper still has not placed his last card. It does appear to be the graveyard. And this deck is just so strong. Has so many options, so many ways to approach each and every single matchup. Viper just blocking everything at the bridge. We will probably see another defensive poison. Instead, just gonna go in with Goblin Eye. Okay.
Poison up high, Fireball gets a little bit of value on that tower, but Fireball will not be enough to turn this into a win. Skeleton Barrel at the bridge trying to get it back for Nuzi. Can't do it, and that's going to be game number 1 for Viper, who, much like last year when they met, takes game number 1. Can he maintain this pace and get revenge on Nuzi?
Yeah, Viper played this matchup beautifully. You know, there's really not a lot to it. It's a lot of defensive poisons, control the board, and don't play graveyard. It's one of those matchups where you need to get your chip damage from other different ways, and he was able to do so.
It's one of the fun things about certain matchups, right? Where it's the don't play your win condition variation of that matchup. And now I will say this, that the evolution of the cards that are available in the game has made that so much more viable than it used to be, right? It used to be that if you were doing that, you were purely operating off of spell cycle. But now the development of just layers upon layers of secondary win conditions or secondary ways to deal damage, right? So in this case, of course, Viper has the poison damage able to get, has the snowball, has the pressure from the furnace, from the Evo furnace, but then also the hero Dark Prince, right? So many other ways to create meaningful, not just chip damage, but meaningful tower damage in this graveyard deck.
Yeah, it's such a cool evolution of the game. Because yeah, I mean, certain decks that get created have like
4 win conditions, and that used to be scoffed at. That used to be just a huge no-no. And now it's just something you need because everything is so powerful nowadays with the Evos, the heroes, the champions, that you just need that constant pressure to put your opponent on the back foot. So yeah, always very interesting. And, you know, Graveyard to this day still technically only has 1 or 2 in certain deck compositions. And it's always kind of nice to just bring it back to normal.
Well, you think about the matchup between that and that last one, right? Not only do you have the defensive prowess of Viper's deck, but you talk about having multiple win conditions. There are 5 ways to create real pressure on tower in Viper's deck. Graveyard, Poison, Snowball, which Snowball is obviously more minor, but can come out with other things. But then the Evo Furnace and the Hero Dark Prince, right? That's more than half of your deck creating meaningful tower pressure. Whereas on Nuzi's side, it's the Mortar, which really has to lock, right? You have to make them miss to get your tower pressure. And then the Evo Skelly Barrel, and then the Fireball. But the Rascals aren't creating real tower pressure. The Hero Goblin's not creating real tower pressure. Barb Barrel, not in its hero form, can do it on a minor scale. And the Cannon card also has to do a lot of breakthrough and has a different kind of pressure it can do. Again, another place where you're relying on that card to get that pressure when you force your opponent to break rather than just continuously give them death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why it's so important to be using these cycle versions of this deck. We've seen a lot of people use like the Skeletons, Dark Prince Mortar Skeleton Barrel, just because again you need that, you need the pressure from those troops, and I don't know, it feels like the Goblins, even though they're decent, like he was able to activate the ability and get 2 shots, but it's never going to be all that much. And the difference between only having a cycle 1 elixir and 2 elixir can be pretty massive in endgame situations or getting to your mortar quickly. I'm just not a huge fan of that specific deck composition from Mugi in game number 1.
Well, here we are, game number 2. And love seeing some NATO out of Viper. NATO Bowler, Mother Witch. And the Royal Hog is getting a good bit of chip on the front end.
Yeah, this is a lot of chip
Chunk.
damage. Arguably not even chip damage at this point.
Bit of a meal being served up to those piggies as the first minute ticks away.
Very nice setup with the bowler, placing that absolutely perfectly and immediately activating the ability. Definitely going to be one of those interactions to watch out for when it gets to double and triple, when he places the bowler in the middle and maybe can go in with like some sort of pre-NATO to try and lock on the bowler. That's definitely going to be something that Mugi has to make sure that he's paying attention to.
Zappy's Giant Skeleton doing a ton of work for Nuzi in that bridge fight as he sets up his Evo Furnace one more time. In the back, Mother Witch has some targets, but so far not really getting anything meaningful done.
Yeah, that can often be the case, and are we finally going to see the E-Giant get placed down on the map? We are. Now this is where Viper's deck starts to become really strong. We finally see that NATO get put to use. Gonna bring the Fisherman all the way over to the right lane.
Once again, though, be able to keep the Evo Inferno Dragon from getting involved. Opposite lane pressure, but right into another bowler. Goes Nuzi. King Tower activation. Will help if Nuzi can get that E-Giant into the middle with those Fishermen. And a King Tower activation now on both sides.
Yeah, and after getting a ton of damage early on, Mugi has not even really attempted to go on offense since then.
But here we go. We finally have a little bit of offense coming from the Uzi side.
And Pigs will get both towers down very low. Left side now under 1,000 HP. Right side down to 1,200. And Lightning does a good job of getting some clearance. Giant Skeleton has just been an absolute problem for Viper.
Yeah, he's finally going to be able to take it out, but he really is struggling. Ghost shouldn't get the splash damage, and it will not. But yeah, it's just so difficult to stop these Royal Hogs pushes. I'm really starting to fall in love with this deck from Nuzi.
Fisherman gonna go for the bowler rather than the E-Giant. NATO pulls all that together. Evo Inferno Dragon getting held up by the Zappies. E-Giant, though, breaking through. And that Evo Inferno is in a lot of a trouble spot here. King Tower activation critical to save Nuzi's tournament. And now the Mother Witch, with the thickness of these bridge fights, starting to become more of a factor.
And because he
Fish Boy.
the Goblin Cage up top, the Fisherman goes to that 737 C. Oh my.
And in just the nick of time, Nuzi gets a little bit of damage, finishes off with the arrows, and turns what could have been disaster into a Game 3.
The Fisherman was supposed to start yanking on top of the Electro Giant, but at the exact same time, the Goblin Cage was placed at the top of the bridge. I don't know if it's just because he wanted to make sure that it would bring over all of the Royal Hogs, but if it was to do that as well as take away from the Fisherman, that would have been just money. That was such a great attempt of a late game surge.
And nearly got it done, but Nuzi able to skate by, and he's given us some like picture perfect battle, give us some close ones. And if there's one thing I will say that's been really impressive about him today, it has been the ability to stay calm under pressure and make some good choices down in the late stages.
Yeah, I mean that's something that we see the veterans struggle with immensely, and even when we see it with veterans doing it well, that's something that you can point out and be like, all right, you know, he did a very good job on this exact situation. So the fact that he's winning these late game, these end game situations has to feel really good for himself, for, you know, obviously the pressure for the present, but the future as well.
Let's turn our focus to the cards played so far and what we can expect here in our third and final game. Loser is done with their tournament for the month of May, and on the side of Viper, Graveyard gone, E-Giant we just saw, Spells, NATO Lightning, Poison, Evo Snowball, all used already. On the other side of things, Bar Barrel, Fireball, and Arrows. So kind of limited spell usage by comparison from Nuzi. And Josh, do you see anything that opens up when you talk about the support cards that have been used and the win conditions that are remaining?
Yeah, I mean, automatically my eyes are always going to lock on to the Mega Knight. That's definitely one of those cards that has had a lot of success. We know that Viper cannot use Mega Knight Lightning, but Nuzi does have that available to him. You know, that's one of those things where how do you want to prepare for that? Does not feel like P.E.K.K.A.'s inside the meta whatsoever. But Lava Loon really could be the answer. I really do not mind that whatsoever. You run Lava Loon plus, technically you can get crazy and do either Cannon or Tesla, but I just like the regular Lava Loon Tombstone version, and then just see what you can use. That would be what I would recommend for Nuzi. And then Viper. The fact that he already has NATO out of his hand is a little bit sad, and yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't mind Comfort for him, though. Anytime you see somebody you don't like really recognize, Comfort can be the way to go. You just want to put up your best
and hope that it works out.
Well, you see the missing pieces right now for Viper. NATO obviously gone, the Goblin Cage gone, Goblin Hut gone. Nuzi had success against Sub earlier. You talk about the MK. He still has both the Hero Dark Prince and the Mega Knight and Hog Rider. We saw that he's run combinations of those three in various capacities with a lot of success throughout this tournament. Got the win against Sub with that Firecracker variant. Let's see if that's the way he goes in game number 3. Winner moves on to our top 4 and will face the winner of Assaf Mohammed Light. Loser ends their May Clash Royale League journey right here.
So both players waiting it out right now. If you play the first card, it can be a pretty massive disadvantage, and especially with Nuzi's deck pool, it just makes sense for him to wait. Viper on the other side, I'm surprised. He is really solid with the control tank decks, specifically, you know, what we just saw from game 2. He's really good at those types, but used to seeing him play just a little bit earlier.
Way slowed down. Lumberjack in the back for Nuzi. Viper with the Zappies in the same lane.
That log might have actually helped out Viper and had the Zappies stay alive for the Lumberjack.
It's not a big surprise here as the Mega Knight comes down for Nuzi. And the Monk ability activates with no reflection of the Princess Tower.
Yeah, definitely an interesting play right there. He shouldn't be able... Wow, okay, he is going to be able to get that taken out in time. I thought it was a huge mistake, but the fact that he was able to cycle to it again meant that it was perfectly reasonable.
So RG for Viper opens up the first big bit of scoring, 23-57 on that right-hand tower. And I'm looking to see the different variations of that Hog deck. The Archer Queen and Electro Wizard do make it kind of a strange construction. And since we haven't seen a Hog yet, you have to maybe assume that we're going a different way.
Yeah, we could technically be looking at Loon, but I would be pretty shocked if we saw that. The Lumber Loon, MK Loon, definitely, there's potential for that.
What about Royal Giant here?
Yeah, I already like that better than Loon.
Archer Queen just... And this has been a great little reflection there to get so much value out of it. And I love the call here from Viper, you know, his Lightning being out. And we are seeing earlier, great Lightning there. Mega Knight leaves back to the Skeletons. Now a lot of spend being done by Viper to control this MK. Oh. Archer Queen still alive, being tanked for, finally goes down. But that Mega Knight giving a big elixir advantage to Nuzi. Just as I was saying, I like the idea of Viper maybe seeing that Lightning Out had gone to Archer Queen earlier today, picking up some good Archer Queen counters, especially in the form of that Monk. And it's Ram Rider, so straight up bridge spam here.
Okay, yeah. Right here, MK is going to be able to get the jump.
And what a Lightning. Ram Rider taking a huge chunk out of that tower. Mega Knight still demanding focus. And just like that, Nuzi takes the lead back. There are so many monks.
Yeah. Yeah, really good MK plus E-Wiz. It's going to be just a lot of damage, though. Gets that final shot, gets the tower down to 1143. Yeah, just Viper's defending this so nicely. It's all about how you approach this Archer Queen. Who can get more value is the winner of this game.
Mega Knight in its Evo form, looking to make some room. Ram Rider trying to sneak on through here. Gonna get DPS down before she can touch tower. Evo Mega Knight now will get some damage on the opposite lane. Final 15 seconds, opposite lane is unimportant. Fireball in. Ooh. This should be it. Viper should have this one all sewn up. And Viper, facing the bridge spam of the bridge spam player, finally puts an end to Nuzi's Cinderella run here in CRL May.
Yeah, very well done to Nuzi to make it this far, but Viper just a little bit too strong overall. It did get a little bit close at the end. It shouldn't have mattered, but then all of a sudden I think he missed a fireball on top of the tower. And, you know, if the Fisherman pulls in the RG, I would have liked to see... This is a very nitpicky thing, but obviously we want these pros to be playing at their absolute peaks. But I don't know. I would have liked to see him place the Ram Rider down because the Fisherman was on the board and maybe it could have yanked it to it. Either way, though, very strong Game 3 overall, and Viper with the 2-1 and moving himself on up.
Viper will now await the winner of our next elimination matchup between Assaf and Mohamed Light. Viper, having guaranteed himself at least a top 4 finish, has one more best of 3 before he gets into our 5-game rounds, our 5-game matchups. And, you know, when you're on the lower side of the bracket, obviously neither Assaf has to face off against Mohamed Light. Viper does not want to see that matchup. Of course, on the top side between Morton and Pedro, both of them at this point may be still rooting for Mohamed Light to be the winner on the bottom, as that would make the winner of their game a guaranteed golden ticket rather than someone then having to make sure you win that grand final.
Yeah, you always want to see, if you're in the upper bracket, you always want to see Mohamed Light in the lower bracket. If you're in the lower bracket, say goodnight. That's usually how it goes in these monthly finals.
Well, now we get, again, a fascinating matchup of two guys who have had some battles at the top of our ranked system, at the top of our end-of-season ladder between Assaf and Mohamed Light, and they've certainly traded some blows. Assaf doesn't put as many accounts at the top 10 as Mohamed Light does, but has had his seasons where he's shown out and proven himself as a top player on our ranked system. And you know, I think that you tend to stay up late and watch end-of-season ladder a lot more than I do, Josh. When you talk about the battles that these two have had as it comes down to the wire, what have you seen between Mohamed Light and Assaf?
Hate. You know, it's just both of these players are so talented, and every single season one of them finishes first, you're like, yeah, he deserved it. I mean, what are you gonna do? One of the best in the world. And so it's so much fun seeing what season it's going to be. Is this going to be the season where Assaf is able to pull it off when drill is somewhat decent in the meta, and that's going to be more than enough for a player of his talent to make it work? Or is this going to be one of the 6 months of the year where Mohamed Light finishes number 1, number 2, and number 4, and everybody has the same joke of saying, oh, you couldn't do number 1, number 2, number 3? So it's, I think... I don't know their relationship on a personal level, but I know for a fact that they've probably got a massive amount of respect for each other. You know, these two are two of the reasons why the end of season ladder streams go on, because these guys are competing.
5 number 1 finishes for Assaf. First one back in July of 22. Put a couple of those in 2025. Most recently, first month of this year, January 2026, a number 1 finish for Assaf. On Mohamed's side, I don't even know what the count is for number 1s anymore. It's pretty much his entire Royale API profile is number 1 finishes on our ranked system. First one back in January of 2020 when he was still playing for Kick's team, I believe, in CRL, Teams Edition.
Yeah, I mean, if we personally asked Mohamed Light, he would start off his answer with, like, about. That's how many times he's done it. It's just insane, his level of dominance.
Number 1 finishes in February and April of this year, alongside winning our first monthly final last month. And you see some big breaths out of Assaf. Both these guys certainly a little nervous in this situation.
Yeah, this definitely feels like one of those matchups where the opponent does not fear Muhammad Light. And so I don't really know how that makes Muhammad Light feel, if that makes him step up or just kind of indifferent to those feelings, but it's always amazing as a viewer of the esports scene to see somebody that does not care who their opponent is, that they just believe that they're just as good.
Very tight between these two so far. A little bit of shavings taken off the top right tower. Muhammad Light down to 28.04 as we pass halfway through our opening 3 minutes.
So a slight difference. I believe it's only the fact that it's Spirit Goblins instead of Fire Spirits, but Spirit Goblins in this deck changing a few of the interactions. Something to watch out for to see what exactly gets changed because of it, though.
Aggressive push on that right-hand lane. We'll see if Assaf pops the ability or just stays on his horse, and he does. And Graveyard in for Mohammed. And a good chunk taken out with that one push. We haven't seen the Knight ability used a ton today, Josh, but we have seen it used. Has been very effective.
Yeah, super effective every single time. And it's always weird because you know your opponent is going to log, and yet it's still the right play to bring the attention. Oh my. And
that's got to be nerves.
Yeah. That is truly devastating for Assaf right there. And now he lost power.
Fireball at the bridge, Graveyard in. Log clears the support at the top. $18.74, bottom left tower to $22.62.
Molite able to catch it with the Skellies. Only one shot, I believe. And Fireball going to take out the remaining bits and pieces of the Tesla. I mean, it's still technically a game, even though this just got 1,000 times harder. I don't really see the avenue. I don't see what he's supposed to do in order to win this now that we're hitting triple.
We're gonna have to go ahead and just get a couple of shots out of that miner for Assaf. Tesla goes high, picks up the mount. Final 45 seconds left. Opposite lane pressure now out of Assaf, trying to change up the conversation a little bit, not give a counter push into that same lane, away from the Tesla as well. And Graveyard in. Just a straight Graveyard poison. Spears get demolished.
Yeah. I like the idea. You don't have enough firepower anymore.
And that King Tower activation is continuing to limit the ability of Assaf to do anything meaningful. Fireball in, Mount not able to get off, and Muhammad Light takes game number 1 and a sip of his juice box.
Yeah. This, even though it did get fairly close, this had to be the simplest game of his day so far. just after the King Tower gets activated, it was just way too simple for him to remain within a certain amount of HP difference and then just turn it on for triple elixir. I felt like had he wanted to, he could have probably won the game by like 700 or 800 HP. He just knew he didn't have to worry about it, and 350 was more than enough.
And able to just kind of hold on. You mentioned the King Tower activation. That's one of those ones where, you know, we see a mistake like that at the high level in the pressure moments every once in a while. I need to double check. I think this is the farthest Assaf has gone in CRL in his career. I'm going to go ahead and just double confirm. I know I've seen him play on camera before. I can't remember if it was ever actually in Clash and CRL or in a different broadcast. So I'm going through everything, but you know, the knowing that you are on camera, knowing you're going to get feedback from everybody who's watching on Twitter later changes the math dramatically for your ability to control all those moments and interactions to the best of your ability.
Yeah, I mean that sort of pressure, it wears on you. It truly does. Like to this day, when I'm playing sports after competing for 3 years at one of the highest levels, like the score will be 9-9 first to 11, and I won't feel any pressure because it's like you guys don't get it. This is just like a regular game of basketball. I've done best of ones for $15,000, and people either screaming my name with love or screaming my name with hate. Like those are the things that I've dealt with, and these are the things that these players are dealing with. And it's not even a team sport anymore. Now it's just fully individual. It's fully on you. It's unfortunate that we saw that in game number 1, but it's not shocking. It's more shocking that we don't see it more often.
So interesting note, Assaf's first time in CRL monthly finals on camera, I believe was the same as Nuzi's. Now, last year for our Stats Royale Golden Edition, in the final bracket day, the 12 players, how many of those 12 players you think made it to our monthly final this weekend?
10.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of the 12 were in that monthly final are back here in this monthly finals.
Wow.
Nuzi, Mugi, Ian, Assaf, Riley, Viper, Mo, Pedro. That's a pretty significant list.
Yeah. Pretty incredible indeed. Wow. Yeah,
and
I mean,
in that competition, yeah, go ahead, Josh.
I think we're going to take a look at World Finals and then take a look at this monthly final and be like, how many of those guys actually made it all the way? And then it's 1, 2, 3. So I expect us to be able to do this in the future.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a minute. I think that we do have a minute here, or maybe we'll look at it before our next matchup. But looking at those points totals for our current standings, I know we're going to get those updated later at the end of our broadcast. But when you think about those points totals and the players who are making big pushes this weekend, right? You have Morton making a big push this weekend, but whether you win or not, Morton and Pedro both getting a lot of points. Let's go ahead and jump back in here to Mo and Assaf. Morton, Pedro both get a lot of points this weekend. The two guys you see on screen will both get a lot of points this weekend. Viper will too. You do not walk away empty-handed, whether it be with cash or getting closer to a World Finals berth.
Right there. Oh, the late Skelly's going to be absolutely picture perfect. Bring back the Berserker. Could have been a little bit of trouble. It wouldn't have taken out the tower, but it would have gotten the tower down to about 2,000. Instead, beautiful Skellies to bring them all the way back. Oh. All right.
And a smart King Tower activation. So for the second time, an early King Tower activation for Mohamed Light. How much do you envision that impacting this matchup as we get into the late stages?
I mean, I see something very similar. The Royal Hogs are quite strong, but you're using Furnace instead of Firecracker because you need that King Tower not activated. And so the fact that he already has it this way a minute into the match just makes it so easy for Mohamed Light to overextend and be over-aggressive. He no longer has to worry about the counter push because King Tower plus Cannon stops everything. It is one of the strongest defenses, only for 3 Elixir. Assaf's in a world of hurt already.
And Assaf still holding strong, has not taken any damage yet. Of course, a lot of Clash Royale to be played in this game number 2. Mohamed Light up 1 game in this lower bracket elimination matchup, sends his flying piggies in. And now the connection of the mount. And the damage just piling. Assaf in a world of hurt as Josh's analysis proves true. Mo able to go in just with a devastating push.
Yeah, and he has Dark Prince on defense for these Royal Hogs. The Monk is going to provide a little bit of value, but it's just not enough. We're going to see it time and time again, especially if he keeps allowing one of these Royal Hogs to make it to the tower. That also adds up very quickly. And now, with the popped ability, it's just over. He's getting too much damage. Every single push, he can't stop it.
And this is that big gap you talk about, right? Where you think about the double win condition situation where Assaf is trying to defend against the pigs with that Goblin Hut, but then you can't defend the pigs and against the mount with that Goblin Hut. It's just too much.
Yeah, and then also just the damage you get for even popping it is absolutely valuable. And we see it, 137 left on the Crown Tower. Assaf already kind of silently shaking his head. He's going to try 1 or 2 more things, but there's just not enough random offense. It's singularly Royal Hogs, and you just can't go down with these kind of decks.
And I wonder if Mo just, does he go ahead and play the Lightning? Wait a second.
I think it was Assaf.
I think Assaf just spends his Lightning in the back. And maybe knowing that they were going to play a game where Mohamed just sat on his cards as long as he could and played the Lightning at the very end to avoid a Lightning block counterplay situation. And Mohamed Light makes easy work of Assaf and will move into our top 4, stay in the lower bracket, bring a nightmare to Viper, but make Morton and Pedro very happy on the upper side of things.
Yeah, and so, I mean, Game 1 and Game 2, very similar stories, but Game 1, it was just strong defense, getting yourself ready. I mean, Mohamed Light with the Furnace and the Tesla, it's just such a scary combination. Game 2, all about that King Tower activation early on into the game. It is just a wonder. Anytime you can possibly activate King Tower, he knows that interaction. I really think for not necessarily aspiring pros, but aspiring semi-pros, aspiring ultimate champion go-getters, learning how to King Tower activate in all of the opportunities you possibly can, that means everything. That is going to be the single-handedly biggest improvement to your win rate, is by learning how to get your King Tower up as soon as possible.
So taking a look at the matchups here, Mohamed Light in a good situation in both cases, and as you mentioned, the King Tower activations making a pretty big, significant impact on both of those matchups. And now we turn our focus to our final of the lower bracket, where we're going to have a Viper Mohamed Light matchup down here on the lower bracket side of things. And when you think about the stakes here, it's not just, of course, trying to stay alive in this one, but we also have points on the line towards a World Finals berth. And I don't know if we can get the current leaderboard standings up on the screen to talk a little bit about the implications that we have here. But all 4 of the players that we have here today remaining are going to get at least 275 points towards that World Finals berth. And you can see, as we look at the screen, none of those 4 players, Josh, are currently on that top 16. So this is a huge jump for all these 4. I know a few of them are in the mix. Of course, they get 5 points per win up to 45 from the Swiss stage, plus 10 points per win for their group stage. So when you think about the point totals, 275 minimum, plus most of these players got, 7 or 8 or 9 wins in the Swiss stage. Most of them got 7 or 8 wins, I think it was in the group stage. You're going to see all 4 of these players, Mohamed Light, of course, but you're going to see Assaf, Viper, Pedro, Morton, but especially Pedro, Morton, and Viper take a huge jump up in these standings.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because, at the end of the day, we only have so many attempts. We only have so many monthly finals. We only have so many, one-off tournaments doing this or that. We like to say, well, you always have that opportunity, that one special month, but you need to show up again and again and again because, sometimes it could be your month and then something else happens, something that's not in your control. Your opponent chooses that correct deck when they shouldn't have. You've done the research, you've done the math, they aren't going to do that, but sometimes they do. So, speaking of things that are,
to be
trying to make sure that you're ready each and every single month, this is one of the reasons why. Yes, you make $14,000 and a golden ticket winner, bringing you to the World Finals. That is always important, but so is finishing in that top 4 range. 4,000 for 4th, 6,000 for 3rd, 8,000 for 2nd. And even if you had gone to the monthly finals and you went 0-2, which has happened before and it will happen again, you now walk away with $500. So that's always a great thing as well.
And, up to 7 wins in that group stage, which that's up to 70 points you can pick up towards those standings. Our upper bracket final soon, Morton and Pedro. Pedro picking up 5 wins, 50 points from his group stage, plus all the points he got from his Swiss stage, plus, of course, now guaranteed a top 3 in points. So Pedro, not just getting some good stuff from there, but guaranteed at least 300 points. We'll take a big jump up. Viper and Mohamed Light, you can see the route that Mo has taken, once again, a first-round loss all the way through the lower bracket, and Viper knows he's got a hard out in front of him for this one. Viper, of course, in his group stage, making it to the top 2, and he picked up 5 wins there, so 50 points plus a minimum of 275. So you look at the standings from what we had so far from that first month. A lot of those guys didn't make it back to the group stage here in that second month. You had Adriel, who made it back to the group stage, so he'll get some good points both from his Swiss bracket run and from the group stage, where I think he ended up picking up maybe 3 or 4 wins. Didn't pick up a ton of wins in that one. Let's see. He was in that group. Picked up 4 wins. So picked up enough wins to continue keeping himself at least in the top part of that chunk. The top 8 from that 16-person chunk, from that 16-person leaderboard, is who gets an automatic World Finals berth. Plus, of course, you're trying to get yourself a shot at the silver ticket, not the silver ticket, but at the LCQ as well. So all these points, like as you said, Josh, there's only 5 monthly finals. There's a limited window to get this done.
Yeah, every single month, it means just so much. And it's also just so fun. You want to be competing. At the end of the day, I talk about all this pressure for one game is a best of one for $15,000. It is still one of the most legendary feelings I have ever felt in my entire life. I love the pressure. I love the feeling of knowing either I'm going to be stepping up today or I'm going to be stepping away and with my head down. I live for that pressure. I need that pressure. So it's just, it's fun. I wouldn't want there to be an unlimited amount of monthly finals. Give me 5, give me 6, and I will compete. I will win one of these, and I'll make it to Worlds. That's the thought process.
And our final best of 3 today. So not a lot of wiggle room in this one. We'll get best of 5s in our upper bracket final, lower bracket final. This is technically the lower bracket semifinal. Everyone, as the winner of this, will face the loser of Morton and Pedro.
Right here, Okay, stops it from making it to the tower, but the second play was a prediction on the Magic Archer. Was it a prediction? We don't even get time to to relax. It's just automatically
They're out there aggressive.
making those plays.
Archers split in the back for Muhammad Light, and easy poison on the Magic Archer. And yeah, that does look like a nice little prediction play on the Magic Archer from Muhammad. Turned into a lot of damage too to support that graveyard.
And here we go. Another aggressive push. Snowball not going to be able to come down in time for these bats. So he still plays it, and because he's so quick with these skeletons, I guess he feels comfortable enough to just defend with the archers, and that's what he's going to do. Viper gets a little bit of chip damage, but Muhammad Light cannot be feeling bad about that. Strong start for Mo.
And just sitting back waiting for Viper to make a call. Four elixir leaked for Muhammad here so far.
Good job at protecting the Magic Archer. And luckily, the Archer steps in front, so it's able to protect the tower. We're going to see delivery on top, but one of those Spear Goblins is locked out on the tower, and one singular Spear Goblin can be a 450 HP swing on top of your tower, so always massive to block everything you can. Muhammad Light just slowly chipping away, doing 300 at a time, and here we go once again.
Graveyard in, delivery to hold. A lot of damage coming in, 1730. And that's going to connect. Oh, my word. Viper in a world of trouble. And the King Tower activation comes in.
Just doing whatever he wants. We're going to see a popped ability right here, but it's not the most dangerous thing ever. We're seeing Viper shake his head because it doesn't really matter. Muhammad Light just cycling skellies beautifully, cycling archers beautifully, and then he learned it pretty quick. It doesn't really matter. You can just get aggressive with the graveyards. Don't overextend too much, and you should be fine. You should be able to get damage every single time.
And continues to stack it up. Now under 1,000 HP on the left-hand side. Minute 14 left. And you start to see that look of resignment as you see players reach this phase. We just saw that with Assaf as he got deep into game against Muhammad and kind of realized that there wasn't much he could do in the matchup.
Nice popped ability. But I'm saying all this, and he's only done 270 HP worth of damage. It shouldn't be possible. But here we are.
Final 30 seconds. Muhammad Light just has to sit back and defend. He might still put some pressure on. But everything is just completely crispy right now. And this is one of those challenges with these minor control decks, Josh. You get behind early, and they don't have the oomph. They don't have enough firepower to often create that big swing you need late game. And we talked about this for a long time. You're playing something that is more chippy, like this minor deck. Obviously, the wall breakers are bigger. Obviously, you have some pieces that can put some pressure on if your opponent makes a huge mistake. But they don't have that ability to roll downhill and come from behind. You fall behind by 1,000, 1,500 HP early on, and the hill to climb is almost insurmountable.
Yeah, oftentimes it is. Because now your opponent knows you don't have you've got like 1.5 win conditions. At this point, Miner's been nerfed so many times that I only consider it half a win condition. And then you have the Magic Archer, and the Magic Archer is scary because you're so worried about protecting your tower and protecting from that chip. Well, once you go up 1000 HP, it's fine if he gets chip. I'll just still defend with Skellies. It's okay if I don't catch the Miner. Nothing really matters. I'm only going to give up 200 HP worth of damage anyways, so I get to take my time, build the correct pushes, and his Graveyard defense just wasn't strong enough as well. Only Snowball, only Magic Archer, only Delivery. It's just too easy for Graveyard Poison defend. Graveyard Poison defend, and that's exactly what Mo did.
With how much Graveyard we've been seeing today, is it a little surprising? You think like maybe bats can do their Graveyard work, but again, you're more just feeding the Snowball if they're trying to slow down the tower, or feeding the Poison. Are there any cards you're surprised we're not seeing more of today with how prevalent Graveyard's been?
I want to say that it's kind of taken people by surprise is my number one guess. It's probably hard to like really know that you should be preparing for that as much as we've been seeing.
You mentioned Dark Goblin earlier.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. There's a couple of things, and one of those would just be, why are we not seeing Dark Goblin in these bait decks with Graveyard available? It's a lot of the little things. I think that, and then we're seeing a fair amount of Mega Knight. I still want to see more. I think it's one of the strongest cards in the game right now.
Well, we'll see what they go for in game number 2. Best of 3, our final best of 3 today. And if you haven't already yet, make sure you're putting your predictions in to get your rewards. Go to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to continue putting your predictions in for who's going to win game by game, match by match throughout our day. Of course, only a few more remaining in this one. Best of 5s after this BO3 is over for the remainder of our day here together. And a reminder also, if you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel and turn on notifications, because Clash Royale League is here all the time, plus other special events that show up here on the Clash Royale Esports page. Not to mention, this is the official home for our Big World Finals broadcast later this year. And we know we'll be seeing that man on the right at World Finals. Once again, Mohamed Light looking to defend his crown, go 3 in a row, potentially add his 4th World Championship if he can, create some more separation between himself and his rival Mugi. Viper, hoping to make his first trip to an in-person World Finals, but has to start by getting 2 back from Mohamed right here. Of course, as we said earlier, he will grab a lot of points from today, but what you don't want is you want to actually secure that one and get that stress off your back. Last time we saw Viper at World Finals, only time in 2021 as that big round of 32. That was, of course, remote for World Finals this year. Viper wants to make the trip, get on a plane, get his way over there.
Both players just holding. As the days go on, you definitely start to see it more and more, especially because so many of these players, as soon as you place one card down, they start to know. Well, they've been watching every single game that's been played inside the clan. They know what you're running based off these 2 or 3 different cards that get cycled. So you want to protect yourself, and that's why these players are holding on.
Is this our first Musketeer today, Josh?
I think so, yeah.
Monk getting some reflection, and that reflection helping with reversing the splash damage of the Skelly Barrel, popping the Goblin Cage and getting some good damage for Mohamed Light. The Dark Prince ability will return a lot of that damage the opposite direction, 2457 to 2246. Slight elixir lead for Viper.
So it looks like Viper's trying to run Electro Giant plus NATO. Still up in the air, though. Nothing confirmed.
How do you imagine the... Go ahead, Josh.
I'm just not really sure what the last 2 cards for Mohamed Light are. Probably Earthquake and a Tower, but a little interesting setup for him.
How do you imagine the Evo Musketeer ability being used in this matchup today? Is it going to be, maybe focus on trying to get goblin cages broken off the board, or some other target for her ability?
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think that's a tremendous guess. I would not be shocked to see it cycle behind King Tower, trying to get that set up when you're trying to apply pressure. And then we still have to wait for his last couple cards. If Viper's running Loon, that would definitely be another card that you'd want to be using it for. Instead, just using it for the lava, not trying to get anything else.
Monk does a great job in the backside of removing the support. Musk will get Fireball, but not before taking down the Lava Hound. And Musketeer still alive, still able to give a little bit of support here. And that's a lot of damage. 1373. Mohamed Light opening up the lead. Viper in a lot of trouble. And Viper once again going to lava. And I think we were talking about this earlier, where Vipers run a fair amount of lava, but only a 40% win rate.
Using your Fireball plus Evo Zap on a normal Musketeer, it just cannot be it. Unless it was Evo? I don't know. It's just feeling difficult for Viper.
Yeah, Musketeer in front of Monk in front of the Musketeer. Monk in deep. Dark Prince goes high, gets the Muskie off the board. Hog's going to slide through, though, and get a few shots. Might get a third. Let's see. Doesn't, as the Empress goes back to help. And looking at that heat map, there's one of those low Teslas. And a great reflection ability by the Monk. And that's just devastating for Viper. Did get some good damage in, 1662. But time is running short with 56 seconds left.
Yeah, right here. Very good usage of the ability, taking out the Brawler. And we should see most likely some hyper aggression at this exact moment. That is a great activated ability as well. Oh.
Fireball in, does clear out a lot from the board. Tesla's getting stacked now. 30 seconds left, 1397 to 739. Should see a Monk ability, or is that Monk already burned theirs? Lightning in, Hog down. Hog gets one. Hog does not get a second. The Zap able to hold. 10 seconds left, and that should be it. Mohamed Light, the lower bracket demon, continues to do what he does in the lower bracket, and will find himself one game away from our grand final.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? He gets stronger. I mean, he gets stronger in the lower bracket. He gets stronger as the day goes on. It feels like if you can't get lucky enough to grab, like if you can't grab one game off of, deck matchup or anything like that, you've already lost. He is just so strong. I don't know how to stop him.
And that's a question many people have asked. How do you stop Mohamed Light? So far, the answer has been have a Goblin Giant meta. Seems to be the best answer for stopping Mohamed Light, as he goes in 2-0's Viper. Viper will end in 4th place, taking home a healthy chunk of our prize pool, alongside 275 points for his placement, plus all the wins he got in Swiss and group stage. So not a bad way to end this one. $4,000 for 4th place. And he'll take a big jump in on those leaderboards with 3 more monthly finals to go in the 2026 campaign. Mohamed Light guaranteeing himself a top 3 finish here, minimum of $6,000. And one of the 2 players in our next upper bracket matchup is going to end up being very, very happy that Mohamed Light is down there on the bottom. And the other one is going to be very concerned, as Muhammad Light makes his way into our lower bracket final and awaits the loser of Pedro and Morton. And you look at this crew that we have left here and the consistency of everybody. Muhammad Light, a 5-time CRL World Finalist. Morton, a 5-time CRL World Finalist. And Pedro, a 3-time CRL World Finalist, alongside a number 2, number 6, and number 3 finish at Worlds. So 13 World Finals between these 3 players. And I think they actually, that's an insane number of World Finals between these 3 players. And of course, the high finishes. Morton, multiple number 2s at World Finals. Muhammad Light, in those World Finals appearances, 3 first places, 1 second place, and 1 mid-competition exit during our 2024 season. So the caliber of our top 3 here is, it'd be very, very hard to beat it.
Yeah. I don't foresee it being beat in a long time. I think maybe for World Finals, and that's probably about it. Morton and Pedro, they are starting to play each other enough where they just have a ton of history against each other. I mean, that's what happens when you're Morton and you play in every single competition for the last 8 years and you're still grinding and still doing well. I don't know. This is exactly how I wanted it to go when I was looking at everything, and I'm definitely happy we're here.
You know, when you think about, though, the more recent history of Clash Royale, with Pedro making his appearances in our last couple of World Finals, right? Pedro in 24, and 23, 24, and 25. Morton hasn't been to World Finals since 2023, right? They obviously met in many places, but Morton missed out on that 2024 World Finals, only 8 World Finalists that year, and then did not go. He didn't really do much of a CRL push, it felt like, in our 2025 season, maybe focusing more on the content side of things than on the push for World Finals side of things. So these guys, while they do definitely have some history, they've kind of been like ships passing in a night. When Pedro's had his big rise, has been when Morton has been a little bit more out of the limelight with CRL.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine if we're already seeing Morton in month number 2 making it this far, that we're going to be seeing him in the limelight once again. I don't know if it's due to the meta or what kind of changed for him, but it's just always a great time when he's around. And the same actually goes for Pedro. Ever since he's been introduced to the comp scene and being considered one of the best players, one of those guys to watch out for, it's always the way I dictate whether or not it's a good meta is if he's making these monthly finals and doing well in them. And so it's nice to see both of these guys up top.
Here we go, game 1, Morton and Pedro. And no time wasted for Pedro with the hero bar barrel. And he'll force out a response.
So Pedro going to be running at what looks to be at Night Furnace Graveyard. Morton on the other side. And we've seen a little bit of bait, a little bit of mortar potentially. Looking like it's more going to be bait at this exact moment.
You know, it's interesting with the evolution of bait going more in towards the double bait decks. You don't see anywhere near as much Princess.
And it's so weird because, I mean, a lot of the decks that we're seeing are, you know, Poison Snowball or da-da-da. It's not necessarily that they have great answers to the Princess either. And I still think, even right now, Princess is always going to be one of the stronger cards to be using.
Although, of course, we'll see if there's any big uptick in usage as the Princess will be getting some company in the arena.
Yep, that's going to be fun.
So Furnace cycled behind tower one more time for Pedro, who has put together the slight lead.
Very nice Princess right there. Playing it just close enough where it can take out the Fire Spirit in time. And it's going to start chipping away on the Furnace already, so cool situation for him. Does this Tesla even... Okay. I figured it had to, but not a... again, that's going to be one for the heat map.
And reminder everyone that we are in best of fives. That's why you see the 5 gray icons on the right-hand side rather than 3, now that we're in our upper bracket semifinals, or upper bracket finals before our grand finals. And now Morton gets some significant damage. Going to take that left-hand tower down to 20-38 and take the lead as we are approaching sudden death overtime.
Man, able to get it just in time once again. Just very impressed with the fact that he's always getting those princess down in time. And, you know, Pedro isn't all too worried from, even though I can't see his face anymore, he's still playing it kind of the exact way, setting up with these Teslas to not allow the princess to go to work. I like how he's approaching that problem.
High Tesla takes care of the princess. Cannon cart now finally gets poison. Poison value has been there for Pedro consistently throughout this game. 80 seconds left for one of these two to take control.
So we're definitely still waiting to see if last card is going to be Rocket or something else. I believe it's probably going to be Rocket if they haven't played anything at this moment. Bandit does get stopped, but it's going to be a little bit of chip damage right there from those goblins.
We really haven't seen Morton popping the ability out of this hero Dark Prince. Graveyard finally comes down, and both the defenders in poison. And the Rascals have to come up high to keep that Furnace from doing more work on the left-hand lane. And Graveyard's now coming in fast and triple. Bandit going to work on her own. Cannon cart up high helping a little bit, but still a ton of spawn damage. And that might be too much of a gap to overcome. Morton pressuring left-hand lane. Tries to go for the prediction in the middle, doesn't get it. Bandit dashing. Morton might need to pop the ability and send that mount to the tower. Mount's going to get stunned and not going to make it. And that's going to be game 1 of this best of 5 for Pedro, and Morton does fire off the rocket at the end. GG, well played. Pedro with advantage.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that game 1 deck choice from Morton. I think it's pretty clear what the thought process is, and it's, you know, he's really good at bait. Rocket isn't used in a ton of different decks. Princess isn't used in a ton of different decks. I just think that's a game 2 or game 3 kind of deck. I think you need to start out with a stronger start. I feel like Night Graveyard is a perfect game 1, deck 1. I just don't think it's strong enough, and I think it's too often where you're starting off the best of 5 down 0-1.
And you think about how prevalent Graveyard has been, right? And we were talking about this just in our last matchup that we watched between Mohamed Light and Viper, and the consistency of needing to cover Graveyard throughout this competition. Of course, now not a concern for Morton anymore after game number 1, but you look at the deck that he has to cover Graveyard. Princess is not going to be great. Bandit's going to be... We saw Bandit give up a fair amount of damage there, did an okay-ish job. And then you can, I guess, get the Rascal Girls involved, but, you know, that kind of left himself a bit hamstrung on covering Graveyard in this matchup.
Yeah, and even with the Rascals, it felt like it was the right response, but then he would place it too high, and then the Fire Spirit would run into the Rascal Girls over and over again. It felt like I saw that multiple times during that one match, and it's something you should be trying to avoid to ever happen. And so the fact that it was so consistent is a little bit nerve-wracking, just for the, I don't know if it's macro or micro, but some sort of game sense for Morton. Just felt like it was too difficult to deck for game number 1.
Here we go, game 2. Pedro with the advantage. And we are in a best of 5. So we'll see as we get into game 4 and game 5 how that changes things. Bait this time for Pedro, and a perfect bowler to counter both the Goblin Barrel and the Fire Spirit.
Bowler pulling up from long range. Berserker should be able to run away just fast enough, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And it'll be getting a shot on tower as well. So very well defended from Pedro.
And looking like a graveyard look out of Morton here as well with the Bowler Night Furnace.
I think there's probably an opportunity to maybe use Graveyard Freeze, but I think maybe that's like a game 4, game 5 deck.
Who was it in CRL teams who claimed they invented Graveyard Freeze?
It
There was
wasn't No Candy, right?
No, because he didn't play teams.
Okay.
No, there was someone who was, I think, a coach at CRL teams who claimed that they were the first person to play Graveyard Freeze in competitive.
I don't know.
There's a part of me who wants to say, that it was Lucy who claimed that he had, which, yeah, there's some irony there for sure. Here we go, Graveyard in. That's a ton of damage as the delivery finally comes in, and the bowler gets on tower too. Oh, my word.
Yeah, all of a sudden, we saw this deck earlier. Yeah, it just does not have a lot of small spells. Usually these kind of decks are going to at least have Goblin Gang, and the fact that this doesn't is the reason why it's struggling so much. You don't have that one swarm troop that you can place all over the map and have it work.
Lock from the bowler from way downtown. Full connection on that left-hand tower, and both lanes in trouble for Pedro.
I mean,
you know,
he
looking
just
at this
cannot
one,
stop this.
Yeah, I was saying, looking at this one, it kind of felt like maybe the Lumberjack and Berserker might have a bit more success in that graveyard defense, but exactly what you were talking about, Josh. Here we go, sudden death overtime. Magic Archer going to get a lineup. Bowler a little bit late there, but the Ice Spirit combo saves some of the damage, but a good Magic Archer lineup, and just like that, Pedro is back in the mix. Going to give up a ton of damage, though, for his troubles, and that's that difference, Josh, that Magic Archer ability costing 2 instead of 1.
Yeah, right there. And beautiful Furnace to place it so that way the Fire Spirits are already setting up and taking out the Goblin Barrel. Just need one more Graveyard Poison or 2 more Poisons. So yeah, I expect clean defense right here and game over soon.
Wall breakers behind the Berserker on the left-hand side. That's going to be a good connection. That's going to be a lot of damage, actually. Morton has to be very careful. Down to 255. Morton in a lot of trouble right now. Has to not give it up. Magic Archer going for lineups. The graveyard there, and Morton barely escapes. You see the look on his face as he knows that was very, very close. And if there's one thing that Morton doesn't want to give up, it's a loss to Magic Archer.
Yeah. Wow, that is absolutely the perfect reaction from both of those players. Morton with a sigh of relief and the chuckle to know that he got away with one, and Pedro, that would have been hilarious for him to be able to steal game 2 at the end. I think Morton played a phenomenal game for the first 98.5% of it. But this is, you know, we go back to earlier today when I was talking about him choosing the spell cycle, where it's like, oh, you know, it worked out, so it's perfectly fine. it does feel like Morton is not as well versed, not as practiced in those end-game scenarios as everybody else is.
And that's, you start talking about just the layers upon layers of that secondary win condition. Magic Archer has gone from being a problem to being a menace, and nearly ended up being a bigger problem there. And just eye off the ball for half second. Luckily, it doesn't bite him, and now we're all tied up 1-1. And we're guaranteed at least a game 4 in this one. So the deck picking conversation is going to get more and more intricate as we go along in these best of 5s, and players lose more of the deck pool in their availability. So let's take a look at what they've used so far in this matchup. Game number 1, it was Pedro with the Graveyard to Morton's bait deck. And, a lot of this you're not super worried about burning. Not worried about burning the rocket he used there. Obviously the Goblin Barrel kind of goes in Goblin Barrel decks. Cannon Cart not in a ton of spots, but the Princess same thing. But that Snowball and not getting the win when you're using that Hero Dark Prince, a bit of a problem. Game number 2, they switch roles, and Morton goes Graveyard. Pedro goes with the Wall Breakers deck, the double bait deck. Not much in the way of spells burned though for Pedro. You look at both of these games, Josh, and you talking about deck building for a best of 5. Only Poison and Delivery burned for Pedro, as long as you're not counting the Graveyard as a spell, which nobody should.
Yeah. Yeah, and also the Bar Barrel as well, but it's a lot of those cards that they aren't used super often, but they're still viable. The Void, I've had a little bit of experience with it recently, and it's been pretty decent. I believe we saw it earlier today. Lightning can always be fantastic if you get the right setup, you get the right deck going. So yeah, you've lost a little bit, but you still have a lot available to you.
Skeleton Dragons to both sides. And Morton gives a deep breath when he sees that Phoenix come out.
So we will be seeing more RG once again. Oh, wow.
Yeah, now that we're in those later rounds and you can kind of pick your fights a bit more.
Man, Monk just not able to get any sort of shot off whatsoever. Kind of unfortunate for Morton right there. A little bit of both. A little bit of unfortunate for Morton, and also just very good gameplay from Pedro right there.
Both guys playing this round pretty close to the chest after the RG push for Pedro got shut down pretty nicely. Very slow opening minute and a half for both these players.
Yep. Morton rocking back and forth. I think it's kind of clear that he knows what he's supposed to do and how he's supposed to play this matchup. I think that's the rock back and forth you do when you know what you're doing.
Looking at the average elixir for these two guys, Pedro has been definitely favoring Cycle so far with a little faster decks, 3.0, 2.9. Morton has been staying pretty heavy, 3.4 and 3.9. And despite being known for bait and minor wall breakers, Morton has also had a pretty long history with some of the heavier stuff, and that King Tower activation going to make it a little harder for these piggies going on.
Yeah, really good log right there. Definitely recognizing that. I mean, it's just incredible how strong King Tower up actually is for you. So I really like the recognition right there, and all of a sudden, that's a King Tower activation. Again and again.
And I feel like we went through a phase in Clash Royale as the mount connects and Pedro blows this lead wide open. I feel like we went through a phase where King Tower activation didn't seem that impactful, where it just kind of felt like par for the course as opposed to being a massive game changer. And we're back to a place where in a lot of matchups, where in more matchups, King Tower is bigger, and it feels like a lot more of the game is taking place in the central area in front of the King Tower as opposed to in the lanes.
Yeah, I would say you're absolutely correct. I'm not exactly sure what the real reasoning behind it would be. But definitely, depending on the metas, it's always going to change something. Depending on how much spells they're going to do. Because it doesn't really matter if the King Tower's up, if your Fireball is going to do 350 damage. But if your Fireball only does 318, well then, you know, you needed that extra shot from the miner. Otherwise, you auto-lose. So, I think the right things got nerfed, the right things got buffed, and now King Tower is ultra important again.
Monk going to work trying to knock back this Royal Giant. It does not get a shot, but the mount sneaks through. And Pedro been doing a great job of sneaking that mount through as everyone's focused on the Royal Giant. Pig push in, caging its evolve form. But Evo Archers trying to clear the way, and they can't. Morton now trying to get real heavy pressure right here at the bridge. 24 seconds left. He might go Pigs behind this as fast as he can. There we go. Pigs down. Fireball opposite direction. Fireball in both directions. Evo RG now. Morton does not have any room to give. Needs to knock this Monk back, or that's going to be GG, and it is. Monk gets through. Pedro takes the lead 2-1.
Yeah, there was definitely a real opportunity for Morton to come up with something crazy, potentially get that final bits and pieces of damage, but just was not enough. And now Pedro is one game away from potentially locking up a World Finals berth without doing anything else for the rest of today.
It'll all depend on if Morton does go down, what happens to Morton and Mohamed Light. And, you know, nobody wants that, but except for maybe Mo, who's excited about it. Pedro with a really solid win in this one. And there were a couple exchanges earlier that Morton was able to shut down the Royal Giant play. But as it went on, just Royal Giant, when the matchup is right, will continue chipping down on that tower. And then on the other side of things, Morton just, like you said, almost able to get those meaningful breakthroughs. Got him a few times, but had to spend so much that then on the other side of things couldn't do those full-throated defenses against the Royal Giants. And now that we're getting into those championship rounds and we have 3 matches down into game number 4 coming up soon, let's take a look at the cards that we have left. They should have that graphic for us. There we go. And game number 3 now, right? We had the Royal Giant on the side of Pedro, so that adds the Fireball and Log to the spells that he no longer has. Now the hero Dark Prince having been used. And then Fireball Barb Barrel now gone for Morton. So Log still open for Morton. Poison gone for both players. Fireball gone for both players. Morton now having used his Barb Barrel. So spells start to get pretty thin as we get into round 4 and round 5, Josh.
Yeah, it starts to get real interesting as the games go on. We've seen Rage have usage before, so that could be something. Going into game number 4 and neither player using MK so far is also really interesting. I think MK pairs really well with Rage and Zap, and Rage and Arrows and Zap. So that's a potential opportunity for some of these players to use some of those non-used spells, but at the same time you still need to make sure that you're winning and you're getting to that game number 5. So sometimes you need the MK Lightning and forget game 5. We'll figure it out when we get there. Still a lot of random troops available, no Tesla available, which is the only thing that I was really paying attention to, and still a fair bit of win conditions left. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I'll probably want to go and look at the graphic, but how many at the end of each best of 5? How many of the cards have been used by both and just by one player? And we'll see just how common some of these things are.
Lightning still available for both, so we'll keep an eye on if someone does use Lightning here, and if we go to a game 5, does something like Archer Queen make up? Get into it. You know, we're also going to start getting these game 4s and game 5s. Maybe see some cards we haven't seen much today, Josh. Right? The I don't think we've seen a single flying machine today. I doubt that we will, but maybe in a game 5 if the spell situation is right, you know, no fireball, no poison, no lightning in your opponent's hand, we might see something like that happen. And that's where game 5 gets really, really compelling.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I mean, it already feels like, I don't know if we have or haven't, but I can't remember if we've seen a ton of those wizards.
I don't think we've seen any hero wizard or any balloon today.
Yeah. The balloon is the one that really shocks me. But yeah, it's the second time we've seen vines. Kind of crazy to see this twice.
So Zappies, the hero wizard, and the vines, all some options Morton has for defending against that balloon.
Yeah, I believe this is the Battle Ram deck on Morton's side. And then on Pedro's side, it's just slow cycle control loon, and I love these type of decks. Oh, that's good. That might be.
Oh, the vines to save. Is it in the range? Just outside, and Morton survives what could have been a death blow. Josh, you know, with the giant skeleton, the baby dragon, and the X, you're expecting NATO. I mean, minor here. Are you thinking NATO is the last card, or unlikely?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be NATO. There's a lot of synergy between the baby dragon, Xe, and then also the balloon. You can either NATO troops to the opposite lane, which is very important when you're going up against a hero wizard. But you can also bring all the troops together, so that way when you activate your loon ability, you can just bring them all into the loon's abilities pop. So I like NATO as the last.
Evo Xe. Gonna get one toss, maybe? Nope, it goes down just in time. And this is gonna be the big question, right? And yeah, there comes the NATO finally, as the hero wizard does its own little mini NATO in the opposite direction. Here we go, sudden death overtime. And Pedro has given some damage, but currently finds himself trailing by about 500 HP. What does Pedro need to do here, Josh?
He just needs to overwhelm once. I really thought he had an opportunity earlier on in the match, and I was kind of surprised that it didn't go as well as it did. The defensive vines for Morton were absolutely peak. But right here, a lot of it just comes down to, can you get the one good, strong push? You need that ability pop. Get the zap in. There we go. This is what I'm talking about.
That's huge. Couple big shots. That might be a third one. Oh, my word. Does it get another one off? 853. The Evo Battle Ram not going to connect. Morton has taken a huge blow on the left-hand tower, and now as we go into sudden death, what was a game in favor of Morton, we looked like we had game 5 on the way. Suddenly, Pedro on the cusp of ending this in 4.
Yeah, and right here, going in with the bridge, Lumberjack, Evolution. I don't know, it's very expensive to just kind of throw away an Evo Lumberjack. Absolutely one of the strongest ones, and something you really want to be keeping on the map. Sometimes you got to do it.
Trying to control the Xe here. Pedro playing a lot of defense. You might see one more push out of Morton. Vines trying to create some room to get through. One pig gets on. Lumberjack not going to be enough. And this is it. Can it get through? The Evo Ram trying to connect. The Vines don't do it. The Vines don't do it. And Pedro holds on. Gets it done in 4 and sends Morton down to face Mohamed Light in an elimination game.
Wow. I mean, you can see how stressed and how
really upset Morton was at the end of that set overall. He really wanted to claim it, give himself that easier road. Pedro just too strong, too good. And I love how he set his deck up. You only need one push when you have Loon with no big spell. You need that quick, they're not paying attention, let me get the balloon pop for the ability, let me get the zap off. I just thought what he did in that game number 4 was absolutely spectacular on Pedro's side.
And this is why I love best of fives, as these decks get really interesting going into the deeper phases of things. The Evo Battle Ram, Hero Wizard making his first appearance of the day, Vines their second appearance of the day, Loon gets in there for the first time. So getting to see some more depth in the decks, and we don't know for sure that Pedro has clinched yet. This is going to be interesting. Pedro, in his history for CRL World Finals, twice he has clinched a spot based on being second in our third monthly final. In 2023, third monthly final, got second. In 2024, in our third monthly final, also got second and got his golden ticket from both of those. Finally, in 2025, he was able to win a monthly final, but I believe he already had his golden ticket secured by getting second in the third monthly final. So we are in our second monthly final here, and Pedro has a real chance of securing his ticket 1 month early. We'll see if he's able to do that, as he has to see what happens between Morton and Mohamed Light. Will Morton be able to overcome Mo Light in a lower bracket final and then go back and threaten Pedro in a grand and then maybe super grand final? Or will Mohamed Light once again grant Pedro his free golden ticket in the grand final by sending Morton out in third?
Yeah, you have to assume. I mean, Morton, if there's anybody who can really recover from losing these kind of scenarios, it's going to be Morton. We've seen it before, where everybody's going to be counting him out. Everybody's thinking, oh, he's a legend, don't get me wrong, but he's a legend. He's been playing for 10 years, 8 years, 9 years competing. Can you still do it these days? And so far, he's been able to back it up. So far, he's been able to prove that he can again. So yeah, we'll have to see if he can do it against Mo.
And a best of 5 against Mohamed Light is always very difficult. Of course, always has tremendous people working with him, does Mohamed Light, but he's become a really phenomenal deck picker as time goes on. And that's, I think, one of the, if you talk about some of the evolution of Mohamed Light over time, it's that, and he kind of learned his lesson in a couple of World Finals as well, that the getting better and better at picking his own decks in real time and making those decisions has become critical. And wanting to have help, but in the end, know that he's the one up there. He's the one putting the cards into the deck and making those choices. And that's where Mohamed Light has begun to, if you think about things, how do you add to your game when you're already a world champion? Well, that's one of the big pieces he added to win the 24 and 25 World Finals. Morton's side, Morton has worked with people over time. I don't actually know if Morton's working with anybody on this specific World Finals. I haven't reached out to the usual suspects to get filled in on who might be helping him with deck picking. But we also saw some, Josh, you were talking about some odd choices, especially that bait deck in game number 1 against Pedro.
Yeah. You hope that he's getting the help that he needs. Really, I just always want to see Morton at the top. There's no other person I would want to see there.
And it was Chief J, John, by the way, just added me on Twitter, former CRL coach and CRNAO competitor, who I remember, that was the one who told me he had invented GY Freeze, and he says in his tweet to me, CRNAO days, let me tell you, casters loved it. So shout out Jay, who was a former competitor and longtime coach in the Clash Royale teams worlds. So quick turnaround here for Morton to get ready for this Mohamed Light matchup. And Mo opting to go with Mortar to open up.
Skeleton Dragons are being seen
all over the place. They've always been pretty decent, pretty solid, but it is incredible just how common they are right now. And after the first 4 cards, it looks like Muhammad Light has a troll deck with all skellies, all goblins, but not going to be the case. He threw some rascals in there.
I feel like the Rascal Evo will turn them into skellies or goblins.
Ooh, I like that.
Right, you kill them and they come back as skeletons.
Yep. What? There's something there, for sure.
Yeah. Donald, if you're listening, that I don't know if that's good or bad. Don't take my word on it. So a little bit of work on the right-hand side for Mohammed, as he's taken that tower down to 26-24. When you're thinking about counters for Morton in this deck to Mohammed's Skelly Barrel Mortar deck, thoughts on what Morton's got in store for him? I mean, we do have the reset available with the Zap, which will be nice if he does end up getting caught flat-footed against one of these two.
Wow. Already activating the ability, right? And
with
it was just out of range.
And you saw a little smile there from Mohammed as he knew he'd gotten that one a little bit off.
Yeah, definitely a funny interaction right here. Good fireball, going to be able to take that out fully. Floor's not going to get too much damage, but
oh,
wow, that is a lot on the tower. And any sort of 0.001 second delay when it comes to those skellies on top of the tower is the difference between 300, 900, and 30,000 damage on top of your towers. It is so scary if you don't have the spell power.
And Fireball will get in to clean everything up. And you're seeing some of the challenges of playing against the Skelly Barrel Mortar deck here as Morton finally lavas up, as he's having to, play a little bit low to do a good job of controlling the mortar, but then find other ways to deal with the skeleton barrel as it comes in. And this time, the bowler was in range. Only gets one shot off before it gets eaten up. But this lava deck is just not finding a way to break through for Morton.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that lava on that last push. I think if you're going to be running this, maybe you have to be spamming it a lot more or something, but you absolutely can't be playing at the bridge. This is just a really tough matchup.
Final 75 seconds. Mohammed in firm control. And Morton gives up a mortar connection.
Yeah, he's just got to play the lava. It doesn't even mean it's just regardless. You got to put the lava down, see if you got a chance. I don't know. At this point, it actually might be too late.
And it does feel like maybe Morton's gotten a bit more tiltable as time has gone on. I don't know if that's a fair assessment or not, but it does seem like he makes, like his decision-making kind of does tick down once he begins to once again face some of these late-stage challenges.
Yeah, I would absolutely be able to see that. I mean, even just the fact that we can have that as a talking point, as a discussion, means the answer is already yes. Morton has always been the one to never waver in his attitude or his mentality. So yeah, definitely want to see him recover nicely because, it's always better when Morton is up top with everybody else.
Well, they've got at least 2 more games to go. Mohammed Light up 1 after that first matchup. We are in a best of 5, our lower bracket final. The winner will go on up to face Pedro and have a pretty uphill climb. As you guys might remember, if you're new to CRL, this is a double elimination format. So Pedro, having not lost a match yet, will have to be beaten twice by whoever comes up from the bottom. Not many players capable of making that run from the bottom to go win 2 best-of-5s against the champion to get the overall victory. Of course, we saw that at our World Finals, where it was Mohamed Light able to come from the bottom and do a double elimination, do a double win, a grand final reset in our last World Finals, and something he's been known to do quite a number of times. In fact, Pedro's first time qualifying for World Finals, I remember he was so happy that he was just kind of smiling and enjoying himself, all while Mohamed Light was taking the first place finish from him in that first time he qualified in 2023. So we'll see. Morton, though, needs to make some adjustments. And I think, Josh, we were talking about that mentality thing. It does feel like he gets kind of resigned to it. Oh, here we are again. You know, we've talked a little bit with Morton in the past about how, you know, he kind of took 2025 off, was kind of halfway into 2024. And there is the question of course, he wants to keep competing. Of course, competing is really good for, he's got a really successful content creation, his channel, his streaming, all that's really successful, and this bolsters that. This is only good for that. But there's a motivation question, right? How much of it is he playing because he can compete at this level and it helps his channel versus finding that fire to go out and get the win?
Yeah, and it's definitely a question that he has to ask himself. I know for a fact if I was still grinding and doing content creation, I would be competing in the esports scene solely for the reason of trying to help content. It is so hard. I talked about loving the pressure and needing the pressure, but I needed it for 3 years, and once I was forced to step away when there was no more 2v2, I was fully okay with it. I had my run. I did what I could. It was a beautiful moment. It's so impressive, even if it was to only be for content creation, just to still be battling it out. At the end of the day, he loses the next 2. I'm still having the rest of my day thinking Morton is one of the greatest of all time. It wouldn't affect anything.
Well, and of course, you know, we'll see a points update at the end of the day, but you can, and as Morton has done many times, you can go through our CRL regular season, never win a golden ticket, never win a monthly final, but still finish high enough in the points to end up getting a berth to Worlds. And there are 8 of those. 5 people will win golden tickets for our World Finals. 8 of them will finish in the top of our leaderboard for a World Finals trip. 1 person will win our last chance qualifier, and then 2 from our Chinese region will end up joining. So 16 players at World Finals. Morton certainly has a good chance of being one of them no matter which way it goes today. Mohamed Light, of course, will be one with already having his golden ticket secured. And Pedro is just waiting to find out whether he's already got his locked up or has to do a bit more to get that done today. Bowler in reply to the pigs. Nice for Morton. And the Tesla not going to be in range of that second Skelly drag. So no shots on tower for that one, and a healthy Skelly Dragon that's going to require a response. And that's just going to be a ton of damage, and this game, too, might already be out of hand. And Mohamed gives the wow and kind of raises his hand like, what the heck's going on? He's confused. Mohamed's just sitting back. What do you think's going on? I mean, I don't even know what's going on right now. And Morton plays his bowler at the bridge. Mohamed Light is just not playing.
Did somebody repeat a card?
Oh, that's possible. let's take a look. I'm just double checking to see if anybody repeated a card here.
Oh, Berserker. Morton.
Oh, boy. Morton repeating Berserker. Oh, my word. What an unbelievable mistake to make. I am absolutely stunned, Josh. A repeated card in this situation is just unbelievable.
Yeah. And now you have to reverse sweep. At least you've only used 15 cards, but that's going to be tough.
That is just, we have not seen many repeated cards. I can think back to one of the only other repeated cards I can think of in CRL, and that's World Finals 2021, Reichert, another German player. And that was maybe the most impactful repeated card of all time. Because if you remember, Josh, that was in 2021. Reichert was up on Mugi in that matchup. That was the round of 32. He was up and kind of had Mugi on the ropes and repeated a card and ended up losing the match. And it looked like he was going to have Mugi completely sorted out. Mugi, of course, then gets that win and goes on to win the entire tournament, including the grand final against Mohamed Light, where we could have had Mo winning our first ever World Finals if, very possibly, if Mugi had been knocked out in the very first round. But that's the last time I can think of. I'm sure it must have happened between now and then, but that's the last time I can think of top of my head where I remember a repeated card in CRL.
Yeah, when it comes to the devastation from using it, I think this is probably number 2 in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
All these players are so careful nowadays, especially with their coaches, making sure. I mean, it's just something that can't happen, but it does.
Yeah, that really is the kind of mistake that you need to avoid. And so now we're going to take a minute as they get themselves ready for the next game. And, you talk about being on tilt. We talked about that with Morton already, right? So is this a symptom of that kind of being tilted, him coming in and repeating a card in this one? And how much does this now exacerbate that going into Game 3?
Yeah, and then it really becomes a discussion if you've been working with your coach and your coach is the one who told you to do this. Well, how are you supposed to be able to tell them to give me a deck for game number 3 as well? It ruins chemistry, it ruins momentum, and it will oftentimes ruin your day.
Yeah, it very well might ruin your ability to get the win. Obviously gets the win, no win in that game. Yeah, now you're down 0-2 and have to win 3 in a row against Mohamed Light. And yeah, just the Berserker being repeated. So let's turn our focus to game number 3, right? And a drill deck that I'm sure Morton felt good about using. Now he also loses Evo Tesla, Evo Snowball, loses the Hero Bowler. So some pretty key pieces all gone. And now we're turning our focus to the next game. Does Morton go minor wall breakers? Does he go pigs? Does he go to kind of the things that have been his mainstays?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes something like that. I also wouldn't be surprised if he runs Golem. We stress so much about making sure you have the perfect deck composition and synergy and making sure you can play game number 5 and still be okay. This might be one of the few times where you just look a player in the eyes and say, just have fun with it. I don't care about what happens now. I care about, can you enjoy yourself? Can you pick yourself up where you want to be competing in the next monthly finals, where you want to be grinding, trying to make the world finals? There are times when it's a lost cause, and it's certainly not a lost cause right now, but it certainly is such a difficult position where the only thing you're telling your player right now is have fun and relax. There's nothing else that should be said to him in this moment.
And you know what? I didn't even think to check right now. Is Morton also streaming while he's playing, which is often the case. So I'm going to go ahead and just double check. And let's see. Morton. And No, I don't think he's actually streaming today. I see OP Sam is currently streaming. So if you are one of the German fans, then you're probably going to be in Sam's chat. So Morton at least able to stay focused on that side of things. But just a really, really tough one for him here. Now, keep in mind, and I want to reiterate this, that we are only in month 2 out of 5. And for those of you who are watching at home who are Morton fans, this is one of those. This weekend, while it might be a tough finish for him, because look, he might still get the reverse sweep here, which would be awesome. But even if it isn't, it might be a tough weekend for him. He's still going to walk away with enough points to put him probably in the minimum top 5 of the CRL points, possibly top 3 of CRL points. So he's going to walk away in pretty good shape for the push towards World Finals.
Yeah, he's going to be in a great spot at the end of today. If he loses the next game or the game after or whenever or if that happens, he still makes, what is it, $6,000 as well as getting all those points for the leaderboard. So definitely nothing to scoff at and definitely proven to the people, but also probably more importantly to himself that he still can easily compete with the best of the best.
Sure, I think that I need to double check. I think he might end up top 10 here after a couple guys are able to put together some real points. So he might just be. We'll get a points update later. He might be like 7th or 8th. Either way, still puts himself in a good position to push for the rest of the season. And maybe in a light troll here, Mohamed Light coming out with a Berserker drill deck. Hey, you can't use it again, but I sure can.
Yeah, you got to appreciate that from him. Very nice ability popped from Mohamed Light. None of the skeletons going to the tower, instead only going to the knight. And Morton takes a slight lead, and I love this deck choice from him. I think this is one of the few decks that no matter what, he can have fun with and compete with. Just put a suspicious bush in his hands and watch him go to work. I think this is a great deck for game number 3.
You know, I wonder, looking back at that first exchange, and he's going to get the snowball forced out here, if popping the Goblin's ability might have been worth it there to make those wall breakers connect. In the first push on the left.
Yeah, that definitely could have been something.
Not much seen these days. The Evo Ghost. For the moment where Evo Ghost was the meta of the Evos.
Evo Ghost is definitely one of those that when it's too strong, it's more destructive to the meta than certain other Evos, in my opinion. So definitely happy with how it's been balanced, because it's just a little too brutal when it's not in the proper game flow.
Morton forced to spend 2 on that evolved archer, not happy with it. And so getting a negative half elixir trade out of it. Final 30 seconds of regulation time. Morton with the lead. And Mohamed, good job timing on the snowball. Doesn't get much out of it. And now Morton chooses to use the ability for the Goblins, really pushing in hard, forcing the defensive drill. And that's a push that's not going to get a lot of damage out of it, but forcing Mohamed into an awkward position.
Yeah, it's definitely something. Morton doing a great job of going opposite lane whenever he can, activating abilities whenever he needs to. Just more chip over and over and over again.
Perfect timing on the Knight ability. Keeps those Skellies off of the Princess Tower. That is definitely not easy to get perfect like that. Rocket in.
This is what Muhammad Light does. He stays within range, and then all of a sudden, 4 or 5 more rockets, and then he can win. But see the frustration for him. It really feels like Morton's not only just dominated, but also will continue to dominate.
Drill forced to be played on defense. Skeleton's getting tanked for on the right, so some good skelly damage in on the right from Morton. As wallbreakers come in behind, snowball to clear. 50 seconds left, and Morton's gap right now is enough that this rocket cycle is not going to be sufficient. And the drill being forced on defense is just rough.
Yeah, great play. He's just doing this to him over and over and over again. Suspicious push, tanked for a little bit. 14-11 to 19-35. Mo needs 2 different rockets, and that's just never going to be happening.
The connection is absolutely huge for Morton. 985 picks up the drill, and that drill on the left-hand tower was the one that Mo needed to put this one within reach. He's in a drill. Does he have enough for the rocket? He does. Goblin's trying to stab. Skelly's opposite direction. Morton gets it back in game number 3. We're going to the championship games.
Yeah, I mean, I just love it, you know? So many other people. You go down 0-2 because of a second game auto disqualification. They're done. They're finished every single day of the week. Morton is one of those few where even though we are worried about how his mentality is like, you know, has he been grinding the way that he needs to? You just, at the end of the day, you feel it in your heart that the answer is yes, he can come back. Yes, he can do it. It's the reason why he has so many supporters, so many fans, because he has such a great and positive attitude towards everything, towards you, towards me, towards the game, towards himself. It's if there's one person that could do this, it actually would be Morton.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would love nothing more than for him to eat our entire conversation about mentality and tiltability and mount a big comeback here. You know, Mo doesn't need a golden ticket. He already has one. He doesn't need the prize money. He's already won most of it. So you love to see Morton come here and make us eat our words. That would be super cool. He has to get 2 more in a row to get it done as we turn our faces towards round number 4, game number 4 in this matchup. And that last game, Morton going with the Skelly Barrel double bait cycle deck, a little kind of hyper bait-ish, and Muhammad Light with the drill rocket. So Muhammad Light no longer having snowball, arrows, rocket, or lightning, but fireball, poison, log, all still open. Bar barrel gone for Mo as well. So, you know, the log delivery, some really great stuff for him there. Having both fireball and poison available at this stage is really big. Notice that Morton no longer has fireball, no longer has poison, also has log, and now bar barrel still available. So kind of different directions from these two spell-wise in the early going.
Yeah, still has a lot available to him. It is pretty interesting. All the 4 elixir cards are good to go for Muhammad Light, but none of the 6 elixir cards. So definitely interesting, and it does add up with Muhammad Light's gameplay and how he stays ahead of the curve. I am intrigued to see what he wants to be doing in this game number 4. Still haven't seen either player use MK. Morton does have MK Lightning available to him, so that's going to be something to watch out for.
And Graveyard.
And same with RG. Oh, and Graveyard, yeah. So Graveyard's definitely one of those that you really have to protect against if you're Morton for game number 4.
Tesla out for both. Bomb Tower available for both. So we're going to start, I think, much like we saw in our last game, as game 4 and game 5 start getting a little bit more interesting with the deck selections. Here we go. Game number 4, Muhammad Light does have his second match point, hog for Morton.
Yeah, I think Graveyard is just by far the best deck to use in this game number 4 for both players. So,
And a Mighty Miner, wow. I believe that's our first Mighty Miner of the day. I'm going through all of Morton's decks played from the breadth of this monthly competition. I don't think I see a Mighty Miner anywhere.
So, technically a little bit unsure of what the final couple of cards are for Muhammad Light, but you have to assume it's probably going to be Loon, Zap, NATO maybe. No, Loon, NATO, and one other, maybe a Baby Dragon or something like that. Morton will have very quick cycles, so you should technically be able to stop a lot of these Loons, but just like every single giant skeleton Loon deck, you only need one to actually work out for you to get a win.
And a decent expenditure on that defense. Still has a lot on the board, of course. But Morton going cannon plus Mighty Miner and ability. So both guys slow down a bit as we get closer to double. And who needs the NATO when you have the Evo Exi there? Perfect counter. So that's going to be a challenge for him here, Josh. You have a building in the bomb tower, you have NATO, and you have the Evo Exi. Obviously, Evo Exi not always in cycle, but how do you envision Morton getting tower damage here?
So he's always going to be able to outcycle the Tornado eventually. And even with the bomb tower, I'm pretty sure his last card is Lightning. The thing is, it's more about the defense that I'm worried about. I just think he's going to struggle so much against these just crazy pushes. And the Furnace is going to be able to stop it for this one, but I think we're going to see it get closer and closer every single time.
Death damage is a problem. Aggressive Lightning out of Morton. No body to hold the Hog to the outside, so holsters on the Hog Rider push. And Muhammad Light with a Lightning again, and is that giant skeleton, I think, if he pulled just out of range of that cannon, enough to hold for a second. The zap in, though, might end up with a hit, and the cannon has to come out a second time for Morton to stay alive, but being put on the back foot again and again.
It's just so difficult for him to get any sort of damage. You see another cannon, but...
And the Evo cannon comes down, but that's it. And Morton calls good game as the balloon sneaks on through. Solid deck pick out of Muhammad Light, and he will head to the grand final to potentially take the whole competition away from Pedro. Of course, he eliminates Morton here in our top three. 300 points for his work here this weekend for Morton. And now, of course, Pedro, for once again, has secured a golden ticket to World Finals because he's facing Mohammed in the grand final of a monthly.
Yeah, would you look at that? That is just awesome. Game number 2, I know it does show a blue sign, but that's only because Muhammad Light didn't want to continue to play on Muhammad Light's decks. Mortar, Bowler, Skeleton Barrel, Royal Hogs, and then Giant Skeleton Loon. Just a lot of the meta decks that fare well against a wide range of potential matchups. I love all these deck choices from him, and then I also just don't think it's giving up a lot of information. We all know Mo can play these kind of decks. He's not coming in with anything too crazy. I would assume we see a few more interesting decks once we hit the second set, if there is a second set against Pedro. But just a phenomenal set, start to finish from Mo in the recent set.
And this is unofficial because I think we're going to get an official look at all the point totals at the end of the day. But I believe that's going to end up with Morton in 7th on our leaderboard. So we'll confirm that as we get official tallies to end our day. Pedro now secures his golden ticket and also puts himself firmly in our second seed for the moment, with on the back of this performance today, and that'll be another verse that we've seen very similar, as often some of our early qualifiers for Worlds have been Mohamed Light and Pedro, and that has to be 4 World Finals in a row for Pedro. So congratulations on starting to reach some pretty rarefied air there for the Brazilian.
Yeah, that is just incredible. It has been truly amazing to see how he's improved and how he's stabilized, and just everything about his gameplay is just perfect. My favorite players are always going to be the ones that are doing things that I never could, and so Beatdown is amazing, and it's such a joy for me to watch. But the quick cycle, hog cycle, mortar cycle decks, those ones are always going to be the most fun, where I get to analyze and say, wow, that is the 8th play in this game that he's made that I would not have made, and all of them are much better than my ideas. So it's really awesome to see him making it to this Worlds.
I do remember one of my, you talk about the different skill levels that happen here. You're talking about stuff, plays that you wouldn't have made watching guys like Pedro and Mohamed. I remember when we were in Japan for CRL World Finals, we were hanging out while you guys were practicing, and you said, hey, you were starting up a game, and you opened up by fireballing King Tower, and I was like, why'd you do that? You're like, to make it worth it. And then you still went up and won. And you talk about the different levels. So don't denigrate yourself too much, Josh. You can play ball. That was certainly a fun moment for me to watch in that one. And now you take a look. I love that Mohamed is just, maybe this is how he always picks his decks between games, goes and lies down and gets a little relaxation. And Pedro pretty reserved for having just secured his trip to Worlds once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's year in, year out for this guy at this point, so none of the crazy celebrations, and I actually really like that. Anytime you see a player celebrate in this wild form or fashion, you automatically think they're going to win the next set by like 2% less, because they've let go of their emotions. They're no longer holding it in. They're not going to think as properly as they would have otherwise. So I love that mindset. I love that attitude from Pedro.
You can talk about that for sure. And this game, while both players are headed to World Finals, second place gets $8,000. First place gets $14,000. So a $6,000 swing on this next BO5 or 2 BO5s. Reminder here that Pedro is the upper bracket champion, Mohamed making a lower bracket charge, as we've seen many times before. Pedro has a life to give. So if Mohamed Light wins this matchup, they have to play a second best of 5 for Mohamed to potentially be our May monthly champion. But if Pedro wins, Mohamed Light already in the lower bracket, already facing elimination. So Pedro has to win 1 best of 5. Mohamed has to win 2. And of course, we've seen him do it before, Josh.
Yeah, we have. It's pretty incredible how it just continues to happen. Would not be shocked if it happened again, but also wouldn't be shocked if Pedro won as well, without needing the second reset, without needing anything else. He's played absolutely incredibly today, and I'm feeling very confident, specifically because of the meta. I think the meta is doing him wonders. Any meta where Mortar and Hog in separate decks are both viable and both one of the strongest always makes me feel good. And then Graveyard, as difficult as Graveyard is as an overall macro deck, anybody with the skill to play the Mortars and the Hogs are going to be able to play it. It's all about knowing exactly what you need to do in every situation, and that's why we're seeing so many of those Graveyard decks go with no Graveyard getting played. It's all about the micro depending on the matchup. So love seeing that, and love seeing these best of 5s.
You talk about that macro. It's interesting how much, you mentioned Graveyard. Certain macros change. We've probably talked about this too much on the broadcast, but I'll do it again because we're here watching Pedro and Mohamed Light one more time. The conventional wisdom of Graveyard back in 2019, 2020 was don't play it in single. right? It was wait until you get, at that time, again, there was no triple elixir yet. There was still only double elixir. And now, of course, we've seen it played both ways depending on the matchup. But you see a lot more early aggressive graveyard in the modern game than you used to.
Yeah, I think it's just the evolution of just game sense in general. I think it's a lot simpler to just realize that all these players are so much better at the small things. What used to be, oh, I think this guy's at like 4 or 5 elixir, and then you look at the replay and be like, he's at 5.5, that's pretty close. Now it's like, oh, I think he's at 4 elixir, and then you look and you got the exact timing right. So it's just a lot of those things that add up for Graveyard, because you need to know very specific things in order to make Graveyard work.
Hero Dark Prince behind Princess Tower for Mohamed Light. And that's an interesting question for you, Josh. And, you know, this, I don't know if you'll have the answer to this one or not. Typically, you're trying to build up time for that Hero Dark Prince. You throw it behind the King Tower or in that back corner. Right behind Princess Tower there, was that trying to avoid Hero Dark Prince maybe getting caught too deep for something to press up in front of it?
Wait. So what's the question?
The Dark Prince, you know, a heavier, tankier card. It's only 4 elixir, but usually if you're cycling it, you do it back in the corner like we just saw to Mohamed Light. But the previous sequence, he put it just behind the Princess Tower. Played way higher for a cycled in the back version than normal. And I'm just curious about if you have any thoughts on that placement.
Yeah, my assumption would be, and I would have to look at it to confirm, but my assumption is that it's always due to some sort of cycle. Whether he was trying to protect his tower from miner, that could be one of the many reasons why he would do that. But yeah, I would assume it's just because he was trying to protect his tower from miner chip damage.
Pedro just broke that one wide open, 1602. Now on that left-hand tower. And as that Archer just took a half little step over, a little more damage comes in. 13-12 now as Pedro is way ahead in game 1.
We have the Rhino down the map, and it is going to get a bit of chip damage, getting the tower down to 2039, 1958. It's definitely massive damage. I mean, this is definitely massive damage. All of a sudden, Mohamed Light only down 600 HP. And look at this. I mean, still going opposite lanes, swapping lanes. It's not too late. He still has the opportunity. It's just such smart gameplay from Pedro.
Yeah, and, you know, this is one of those things that we've talked about a lot as being part of Mohamed's game, right? Getting both lanes damaged significantly early. So in that late game, he has options, can confuse you, can make things difficult for you. And it's, you know, you talk about the evolution of Pedro, and that's going to be another... No, the bomb tower! Last second, you have the Rhino facing the wrong way as the bomb tower barely gets in there. But, you know, back to this talk about opposite lanes, Mohamed has been so good at making you play both lanes and getting, you know, banking early, investing in the opposite lane early, and seeing it pay dividends late. And here we're seeing that from Pedro. And he has got that right-hand tower down to 548. And can make this conversation really happen on either side. But with that connection there, now suddenly Mohamed has both lanes going as he is back into Graveyard. And the Graveyards are coming very, very fast now. Bomb Tower trying to hold against the Hero Dark Prince. And wow, we are close. 401 to 484. Graveyard in again. Magic Archer connects.
Yeah, it's just constant pressure again and again and again.
Magic Archer connects, and that's going to be it. Pedro holds off and gets game number 1.
Wow. Mohamed Light almost able to steal it away from him. Loved the constant pressure from him in triple elixir. It was just a matter of time before Pedro had the right cycle for defense, and eventually he got it where he could go Evo Bats plus Fire Spirit. It's going to clean up everything nicely and still allow for him to get that chip damage with the bridge Magic Archers and the Miners and the Bats. Yeah, it felt like both players were playing that beautifully. It was just too much damage early on, and so Pedro was able to finish it.
Well, and, we were talking about that investment in the opposite lane. You called it out as Pedro was going to both sides. And where did he win the matchup? Won it in that opposite lane. So, Graveyard also able to switch lanes from side to side, although that mostly took place in the left-hand lane for Mohamed with his Graveyard play. But that's when we talk about those things that start making players able to compete at the same level as Mohamed Light. And Pedro now, having secured his 4th World Finals in a row, having been top 3 twice at World Finals, a 2nd and a 3rd place finish, clearly taking lessons from our 3-time world champion and applying them to his game.
Yeah, if there's somebody that can teach you, Mohamed Light is probably the best place to start with, whether it be mentality, because even the small things, even like him taking the juice box, and we laugh and smile when we see that, but that's just one random thing that he does to calm himself down and make sure that he's still paying attention. It's like, okay, I win this game, I get a juice box. Well, shoot, if I had that as a pro player, I probably would have won more games because I love juice. It's just any normal thing that can make your life easier, give you some sort of system, is the way to do things.
That was the secret to your 1v1 career, was just a little juice box out there?
Lack thereof, yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I guess we'll go back in time and tell Luis to stock up the fridge so that he has one more head-to-head player. And game number 1 in the books here. No juice for Mohamed after game number 1. Pedro getting it done with the Minor Wall Breakers Magic Archer deck. And this is what what we've seen in these best of 3s so far. It feels like games 1 and 2, and to a certain extent game 3, but definitely games 1 and 2, have stuck with the same meta as the best of 3s. And that's what I'm really interested in, is when we talk about these best of 5s, very few people we've seen really go to what we would consider those game 4, game 5 decks in the early games, even though you're still planning for a 5-deck game. And I wonder if it's because just we're trying to get the strongest stuff and get those wins out there early, or if there's some other thought process that you would imagine in sticking with these meta decks in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, for me, I'm always put your best foot forward. I don't even necessarily believe in holding on to decks for game 5. I think you should try and get it done within 4. And if it gets brought to a game 5, well, I'm creative enough. I can think of something. I can work it out. But the goal is always to win it within 4. And I just think it's important. These are the best decks throughout this entire tournament. Nobody's been able to create something. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm just playing the best. That's the mentality. That's what I do.
And we are at a short delay, folks, as one of our players' cameras has glitched out for a minute, so we're trying to get our camera situation solved so we can have them on screen while we're playing. And while we're waiting for our gameplay to return, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and to turn on notifications. That's the bell icon so that you're always notified when we do go live for Clash Royale League and for other content here on the Clash Royale Esports page. Lots of fun stuff coming throughout the year, and we've actually seen the return, Josh, of a lot of cool Clash Royale events throughout the Supercell ecosystem and both CRL and beyond. And, of course, you can also go ahead and play along with us. Get your predictions in event.supercell.com/Clash Royale, which will continue all throughout this Clash Royale League season as we go into our 3rd, 4th, and 5th months starting in June. Josh, you could say that we're a little early, but we're about to be 40% of the way through our CRL season. And so let's talk a little bit about some of the leaderboard and the situation we have. We have Mohamed Light with a locked-in golden ticket. We have Pedro with a locked-in golden ticket. And the leaderboard's not updated for camera yet. We'll get that end of the day, but I'll give you some notes here. Sandbox way up in the leaderboard. Ta up there in our top 5. Riley, Vitor, Morton, Adriel is the current look. If the points are correct here, is the current look at your top 8. And here we are back finally with our cameras. How close? If you were to make a bet right now, how different do you think this top 8 is from the? And actually, let's take Mo and Pedro out of it because they got golden tickets. Sandbox, Ta, Riley, Vitor, Morton, Adriel, Kimchi, and Assaf. How much movement do you think we see in that top 8 as we go towards the back end?
I will say 2 of those players get a golden ticket, 1 player drops out, and then the rest are in the top 8.
Pretty solid call there from my co-commentator.
But
and solid defense on the left-hand lane, but a lot of damage on the right.
it's always part of the fun, not really knowing.
And Magic Archer will get opportunistic on the Princess as she gets 1 shot. And a huge connection from Mohammed.
Yeah, Bandit able to take out the Magic Archer, so it doesn't get more value than it already got, but a strong start for Mohammed Light, and all of a sudden, Pedro's right tower down to 1381.
And interesting that Mo is, you see, we've talked about people's different grips over the years, right?
Yep.
Everyone's had different grips, and, quite famously, I think it was Carter, who used to have a problem gripping the phones we used for CRL West, where they had a curved edge and he would misclick all the time because of the way his hand held the screen. But it's interesting, everyone's ticks, where you see Mohammed constantly selecting stuff, that right hand always going, always swapping card to card, it seems, even when he's not actively playing stuff.
Yeah. There's just so much going on with all of it. And right here, need the snowball. Mohammed Light just doing whatever he wants with this deck. This minor wall breaker is just so strong.
And if anyone who's listening is involved in producing World Finals, hand cams. I would love to have hand cams finally for a World. Set up a GoPro pointed at their hand. I don't even care the quality. Just let us see them.
Yep. Heart rate would be great too, but not as important as hand cams.
Oh yeah. Heart rate monitors and hand cams. Get the full tech that we've always wanted. And this game is completely in control from Mohammed. A little pressure now from Pedro, not giving up. And that's an interesting one for Mo because, we've seen him take advantage of the Princess with the Magic Archers pretty consistently. But that Princess being so low on health, it's almost not worth it.
Right here.
Ooh. Almost got the King Tower activation. Didn't happen.
It's an interesting choice to save it right there. I don't think I'll mind it. But right now, it's just so difficult for him to find any sort of avenue, any sort of opening.
It feels like Pedro has to find a way to get a cannon cart or a bandit into the second level. Yeah. Right? So far, the Goblin Barrels and the Princess is just not doing it. But he has a lot of potential for big damage with those 2 other alternatives. This might be it here on the left-hand side, though. Miner chipping away. Another Miner going to go back. No catch, I don't think. And no, that should be it. So Mohammed Light, needs to get one more. 5 HP remaining. And gets it. Mohammed Light takes game 2. We're all square.
Yeah, that is one of the funnier decks because it doesn't have any sort of direct damage. So would have been pretty crazy. But yeah, Pedro still had that chance. It's just the Magic Archer. Honestly, at this point, the Magic Archer is direct damage, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, the addition of the ability may be one of those ones where you're going, wow, especially if you can get it lined up for a full shot. Yep. Just the ability to suddenly add almost, you talk about different pieces. It's almost like an extra spell, maybe the best way to think about it, right? And a Magic Archer spell that can go get tower damage, that can pierce through just about everything, or pierce through everything. Yeah, it's one of the I wonder. I haven't had the conversation with somebody who's come back to the game after a long time, right? You eventually if you played in a version, even if you rewind just to 2020, right, which doesn't seem like it's that long ago. Even go to 2021, where we already have champions by that point, right? And then you add in Evos, you add in heroes, and then you add in just the complexity of new cards. As you talked about it before, the processing speed you need to have in the modern game is so different from the classic game.
Yeah, it's completely night and day. It used to be you have to remember these 8 cards, and now it's you have to remember these 4 cards and then these 4 cards, but you also have to remember this one is every 2, this one is every 1, this one is every time. It's just, I mean, probably 4 times the amount of information you'd have to be memorizing in order to have a perfect game. And then you'll see people like Muhammad Light, where it doesn't matter, you could add twice the amount of mechanics and he'd still be playing this perfectly. So it's all dependent on the person and the amount of brain power they got, but it is so impressive the fact that Mo just remembers everything, just absolutely everything.
And looking at the view after 2 games, both players have played a lot of the same stuff and have it out. Wallbreakers Minor out for both players. Snowball Delivery out for both players. Fire Spirit, Bats, Berserker, Magic Archer. So a lot of overlap in these first couple of games. Bomb Tower out for both, but some key ones to keep an eye on. Of course, Graveyard only out for Muhammad Light. Pedro does have Graveyard, as you've often pointed out, Josh. MK available for both of these players. Fireball open all across the board, and Tesla open for both players. So they've traded blows 1 and 1, a lot of overlap, and a lot of key pieces still here as we go into game number 3.
There you go. Hog from Pedro, Tesla from Molite. Both players could be running Hog Lightning, some sort of variation. And there we go. Both players might be running the exact same deck. We'll have to wait and see.
And, you know, this is just, I need to go and double check this, because anecdotally, when I think about this in just off the top of my head, I feel like we've seen Mo and Pedro kind of run similar looks at each other before, right? Where they go game by game and they're kind of sticking to very heavy overlap. In World Finals last year, in game number 3, they both ran a Mortar Skelly Barrel deck. They both ended up running Drill in that same set. They both ended up running a Minor Control deck in that same one. So these two guys tend to have a lot of overlap, and they end up going head-to-head on win conditions fairly often.
Yeah, I mean, this is just almost to a T, the exact same deck. Only difference being Skellies and Goblins so far, and it's pretty interesting. I would assume Skellies has the better matchup just because you need that quick cycle, and you can get around to the next Hog just a little bit faster. But it's certainly interesting because the Hog plus the E-Spirit can lock up every single Skelly's defense that you try and put out. So definitely gonna have to see what happens as this game goes on.
Interesting seeing Mohammed, having played Skeletons earlier, deciding to go with this variation of Hog. Of course, we saw him play Success with a similar variant against Lava earlier. And here come the Mega Knights. I feel like you should be able to buy Mega Knight. You know, you talk about different Clash Royale merch. You know those Hulk hands?
The Hulk hands?
You know, talking about, you know where you can buy buy the Incredible Hulk hands, like the foam ones to wear?
Yeah.
That we should have that for Mega Knight. It seems like that's like an absolute no-brainer.
Yes. Come on. That would be wonderful. I would buy like 4. And then, yeah, I would buy 4.
Yeah, we might see. So I think the memes of Mega Knight boxing videos might get out of hand.
Which is what we want. That's what the people want.
Well-timed Electro Spirit for Pedro. Hog into the right. MK meets it. And not going to get any damage out of it.
Feel like that could have been a prime opportunity to go in, try and get the King Tower activated. Not going to be the case, though, and he's going to have the MK meet on his side, and Pedro is going to take the lead. Actually, no, just the exact same overall. Wow. Light already recognizing that solely lightning is okay.
Yeah, the naked lightning very early for Mohamed, and they are tied crosswise 23-98 to 23-98. It does feel like one hog mistake could be all the difference here, Josh.
Yeah, even something as simple as playing the E-Spirit when you don't need it can be the difference between feeling good and feeling bad. Because just right there, free king activation for Mohamed Light, and that's just something you need to be avoiding.
Slight lead for Mohamed as he got the Electro Spirit on the tower, 20-71 to 21-12. Will one Electro Spirit be the difference?
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, this is the exact same 20 seconds left, and neither of these players are even... I don't know if you can stop this, though.
This ability is huge. Lightning in. How does it not target? How does it not target? Hog comes through, and that should be enough. I don't think this Hog can get past Evo Tesla. And Mohamed Light takes game 3.
Wow. I mean, they just played the exact same way until the final 20 seconds. Like, the exact same way.
I need to go back and look that. I need to look that back again. That was a crazy finish. I'm rewinding this one.
Did he just not have MK in cycle? I feel like all he needed to do was just Mega Knight.
Hold on. I'm trying to get to the end here.
Okay.
It's a little hard to. All right, here I am getting to the final 30 seconds. And yeah, the really weird thing too, and this is why I'm gonna watch this one back, is it looked like the Musketeers' ability, the turret, and the turret just turns, and it's just barely. Maybe I'm misreading, but it felt like that turret. And here we go. Let's take a look at the replay. Josh, as we go through the end of these, I guess my biggest surprise here was I really thought that turret was close enough to target, and apparently I was wrong.
Yeah. I think what it is you can't go MK on the right side. I think the MK has to be saved for the left. You need it for the
But look at that. I mean, that must be a half tile away for that turret. And yeah, you're still talking about the MK not being saved for the defense. Didn't matter one way or the other. Mohamed Light takes the win. And here we are once again, Mohamed Light with a match point and a chance to reset and send us to a super grand final, to a grand final reset. Josh, I guess it doesn't matter on the grand stage, the grand scheme of things for Pedro, but I'm sure $6,000 matters. But also psychologically, being able to hold off Mohamed Light and not feel like he is inevitable, to try to keep Thanos from snapping, feels like one of those things that would really serve Pedro well as we get closer to our World Finals.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do in terms of convincing yourself. I can tell myself I'm just as good as Mohamed Light, but I might not be. He needs to figure out if he is or not, and the way you figure that out is by winning the first set 3-2, or taking the L in the first set, losing 1-3, but tying your shoes, getting back up again, and winning that second set. You need to win, so that way it's just not a facade. It's not fake. It's the real deal. Otherwise you can wait till Worlds to figure it out, but it's a lot easier to figure it out online than it is in person.
And the dance continues as these two players keep picking the same cards. Mega Knight now out for both. Hog now out for both. Electro Spirit now gone for both. So we keep on taking more. Musketeer off for both these guys. Log as well. Lightning gone. And this gets really, really interesting, Josh. Will we continue to see them pretty much play parallel to each other through the remainder of this matchup? Or will we get a deviation, right? We've been, at some point, Cycle becomes pretty hard to play. And we have Ice Spirit and Heal Spirit left, right? We have Spear Goblins left. The lightweight Cycle cards are kind of going to the wayside. Are we going to get into something heavy, something more in the beatdown kind of direction here? Or do you think that they'll probably continue to avoid that and, we have some bridge spam options available?
Yeah, I wouldn't be super shocked. I think if one of these players is going to be using beatdown, it's going to be Muhammad Light for the next game. I think Pedro's content with just trying to use Cycle and trying to figure it out. Even if he loses, I think it's like maybe a reps thing. Like he can get some repetition in, and then he'll be ready for the next set overall. I think if one of them differs from the norm, it's going to be Muhammad Light.
And Juice Box for Muhammad, as he's read the memo. Juice is for winners. And Pedro trying to make his final call here. And you talk about the ability to maintain focus, Josh. The maintaining focus, and I don't know if the adrenaline dump is there the same way as it may have used to be now that Pedro's an old hat at playing a grand final after having already secured his golden ticket against Muhammad Light. But you still have to wonder about where's your focus at as you're in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking forward? Are you looking too far ahead?
Yeah. It's easy to tell yourself, no, I'm not. But then it's easy to just be looking ahead. It's definitely up to him to figure this out. And right here, going with Mortar, not super shocking. And I love this deck choice from Pedro.
And a Battle Ram connection to open. So both guys giving up big hits early on. So Pedro kind of going with what he's been all about. Muhammad flexing a different look with the bridge spam. And this time Mortar will get the defense. And does it get a shot off? And it does. Very important shot.
Yeah, and right here, Pedro will need to respond. Going to be using the Goblins inside. Only one swing from the barb, so I believe Mo has to respond. Otherwise, he gets another shot, and there we go. Just every card responding because of just one or two swings on the tower, and both of these players know it's going to be close, and you can't afford anything.
Muhammad using the Hero Dark Prince in our opening game as he played that graveyard deck. And now that we're in the BO5s, we're starting to see the Hero Wizard, the Mother Witch made some other appearances, but the Hero Wizard kind of being one of the mainstays, it seems, of the 4th and 5th games.
Yeah, and right there, kind of an interesting ability usage for the Dark Prince. I don't think it's able to get as much value as it was looking for.
That's a ton of damage, and Muhammad knows it. Great fireball out of Pedro to get the Mother Witch out of the way. Evo Wizard not able to stop the bleeding. And again, though, this is what this game is right now. Both these guys just swinging for the fences, blow for blow. No Mortar to stop the Evo Battle Ram that time.
Wow. And also not going to play that in time in the right piece. Evo Mortar putting in work. Oh, misses
And
the fireball.
misses the Wizard.
That is absolutely massive.
And just what it does to the cycle of Pedro. You don't know what he had planned cycle-wise there. Barb Barrel to get on the Mother Witch. Fireball to clear. Good sequence for Pedro. Takes the lead 8:54 to 10:08. And looks like Mohammed's camera lost power again.
And so
And late in the game, Giant Skeleton finally makes it out.
yeah, I figured with the mini P.E.K.K.A. he was just running like a quicker cycle version. Definitely not the case though. Right here, gets the Goblin Surround. Needs a little something extra. I mean, this is just so much pressure coming in from Olay.
The Mother Witch, huge problem for Pedro. Pigs in again. Muhammad Light, very close to ending this one, 230. Only direct damage is the vines. That time the fireball doesn't miss. You have to wonder how much that fireball being missed on the Wizard earlier impacted this game, though.
Yep. It's definitely a very good chance it was the instigator for all of this.
And here we go, folks. Reset it.
You know the drill.
A best of 5 again, yeah. Refresh, go get a new juice box. Call your loved ones, tell them you'll be late. We are running this one back.
Started off 1-0, and I thought there was a chance.
Yeah, play the MK in the right spot. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And here we go. So again, folks, if you don't know what we're talking about, this is a double elimination tournament. You get 2 match losses to be knocked out. Muhammad Light has lost a match already, his very first one yesterday in his opening for this tournament. Pedro, though, has now just experienced his first loss. So now we reset and go for our super grand final. The best of 5 to decide our May champion and the winner of $14,000. Josh, if you're Pedro right now, what's going through your mind?
Well, I'm taking a look at the deck I won with. I'm just taking a long look at the decks that I've been doing well with either today or yesterday. And then I'm taking a look at the list of decks that I struggled against. I'm kind of comparing those two, seeing how many decks I struggled against. Are those the ones that Muhammad Light keeps running? Or is he just beating me off skill? I'm just trying to do my research to make sure that I'm prepared. For the most part, I think a lot of these players, even though they know it's that their opponent would have to win the best of 5 and then play another one, they still know that it's Muhammad Light, and they still know that it's a very good chance. So I'm sure he already has a bunch of decks prepared. And I think it's more about just what you're comfortable with, what you've been winning with, and making sure that none of the decks are really, really bad against the ones that you've been losing against.
Well, we'll find out if Pedro can make that adjustment as he comes back for a chance at the $14,000 grand prize for this event. $8,000 to second place, $14K to first place. So here we go, a best of 5, essentially for $6,000 between these two. And, you talk about all the different stresses that happen here. The amount they have to go through, the amount of game time you're playing at full focus for these tournaments is a completely different level, right? Now you're in my job, Josh. We're up here, we're flapping our gums for 6 hours plus. We're exhausted on our own talking consistently through this. But these guys, they had the Swiss bracket, which is basically an all-day thing for that Swiss bracket. The group stage, another one that's multiple hours of staying focused on that high-level gameplay. And then these two days, Saturday and Sunday, where you have these moments of you have to come up, get ready, be really fine on all cylinders, and then go back and I guess most of these guys just keep playing during their downtime from game to game. but then reset mentally and come back and do it again. And they're on the hook for hours on end to get ready for this one. The mental focus from bell to bell for this is maybe one of the things that people don't realize is so challenging to be able to come away with a win like this championship.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at time zones just in general. You know,
Yes.
for me with commentary, I'm getting up at 6 a.m. And while it's possible, it's feasible, and you know, it's not the most difficult thing in the world. You take a look at the other end of the world, and if they're making it to the finals, they're going to bed at 3 a.m. And so it's like, it's never easy for any of these players, whether it's our West Coast or our players playing in Japan. There's just all the big things and all the little things, once you combine them, as just a lot on their plates.
Yeah, it's 10:30 in the evening in Egypt right now, where you'll find Mohammed Light, so not too bad on his side. 4:25 in the afternoon for Pedro, which you would think isn't too bad, but with some of these gamers' schedules, that might actually be mean that they woke up early today. But then if we go over to our time in Tokyo, right now it's 4:30 in the morning. So the Japanese or Far East players, whether you're in Japan or in Korea or anywhere in some of those Eastern countries, CRL can be pretty brutal from a time difference standpoint.
Do we have any Australian players?
I mean, if you count that one really tall guy, but not any professionals that I know of.
Who's the really tall
SB? Who's the tall guy? Ken.
Yeah.
But
That's
don't
right,
count
that's
Ken.
right.
Yeah, don't count Ken. SB, I don't remember if he was living in Australia for any of the time he was playing. I know that he has lived in Australia. I don't know if he was ever living in Australia when he was playing, although SB did play in CRL East, so he was playing in some of those productions in Asia. So maybe he was playing, maybe he was playing some of solos. I actually don't remember how much SB played in solos in the early years of the competition.
Yeah, I can't really remember either. I know
Here
he
we
tried to
go.
get back in.
Yeah, it's not easy. A lot of guys are trying to sort of make their way back in. I know that we've seen Belican kind of making some moves, trying to get in the mix again once more. Surgical Goblin is currently on the leaderboard. Let me see where Surge is now after all these points have been tallied. Surgical Goblin currently 140 points in the competition, in 32nd place. So Surge certainly could have a good month or two. Oh, Belly right there. St. Belican is behind him in 35th place, tied for 35th right now. So both of those guys making their kind of attempt at pushing back into CRL, and lots left to go. Cody Go currently in 4th place. Talk about some of these old school players. And, of course, Ruben currently in the top 20. 19th, right behind your former teammate in Samuel Basoto.
And for this list, is this like after this month is over?
I think this is updated, yeah.
Okay.
I think this is updated. We'll confirm, but I believe it is. OP Sam currently in 14th. So, yeah, a lot of teams OGs in the mix this year. Of course, Sam made a World Finals appearance last year.
And right here, just minor wall breakers. He just cannot be stopped with it. I feel like Pedro was definitely looking for something with this deck setup. It's a little bit different than what we're used to seeing. And that is a lot of elixir to spend. I'm surprised he's able to do so, and the bowler gets one more shot. So really solid offense on Pedro's side. Mohamed Light just trying to get comfortable with one of his best decks.
We've seen a fair amount of spears today, Josh. You know, you were commenting on it being the damage that it does, but not being as popular these days. But as the day has gone on, they've been making more and more appearances.
Yeah, and I wonder why that is. You know, you got to assume a lot of it's, I mean, I'm guessing a lot of it is just a collection of bats and even cards like Berserker, where it will be able to defend that. But man, this is a little bit scary. Pedro doesn't really seem to have a lot of answers right now.
In trouble early is Pedro. And Mohamed Light, despite giving up a bowler basketball shot earlier on, has mostly been controlling it well. And, you know, Josh, there was a time when minor bats was something you saw a ton of. And minor bats, you know, as a solo push, again, one of those things that fell out of favor for a while, but we're seeing it used a lot today, but especially specifically, we're seeing Mohamed Light use minor bats a lot today.
Yeah, absolutely. And minor bats are always, it's such a classic. And I don't know, I think it's one of the easier decks to run, where it still takes a ton of skill involved, making sure that this card is out of a cycle, and this card is an Evo, this card isn't. It's always fun when minor bats are in the meta.
Mohamed Light doing a great job of consistently forcing out a high response to the wall breakers and then backing it up with the Magic Archer for a lineup. And the damage on the right-hand tower telling the story. 895 as Mohamed has forced the Berserker in particular up high over and over again.
Really nice prediction right there with the Fire Spirit, and getting a little bit of potential. Not gonna be the case. Defensive bowler on the left side, and the bowler does not want to go bowling. And now you have to worry about this. I mean, he's just dominating so far.
Having to use your Evo Fireball or your Evo Snowball to break up a Magic Archer at the bridge is definitely not ideal. And Magic Archer's line up there, and Pedro just has to raise his eyebrows and go, okay, I guess that's the game we're playing, as Mohamed makes short work of him in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just too easy for Mohamed Light. I think every deck that should have been potentially created for game number 1 should have been countering this, or at least have potential against it. He's just so solid with it. It feels like your delay is 2 seconds and his delay is half a second when he plays that matchup.
Yeah, Mohamed ran this game number 2 in the first round of this matchup against Pedro for our championship. And let me go see if I can find, there's all of his battles. There we go. And then against Morton, did Mohamed run this deck against Morton? And no, one of the rare times when he ran something different, he ran that Loon deck against Morton instead. And yeah, this has been a mainstay of Mohamed's. Of course, a lot of these games, and he ran it against Mugi and got the win with it against Mugi as well. Did he run it against Ian? No, not against Ian. Not against Airbache. That was a quick 2-0. And then his early loss to Assaf did not run it. So it has been one that has been pretty strong for him consistently, as you might expect. And how much these two guys end up running the same styles, it does make a question of how you cover consistently, right? Because they're ended up running a lot of the same things over and over again. And does that change when you're thinking about knowing that you are going to be kind of in lockstep with your opponent versus being stylistically different? Does that change how you prepare to cover certain decks when you know that you're going to be probably playing 3 or 4 of the same cards almost every game?
It can, but it doesn't need to. If we take a look at somebody like Mo in this matchup, that's one where you don't need to. It's okay if my opponent still plays the exact same thing as me, then I don't really have to worry about matchups. My name is Mo, I'm going to win. But then we take a look at Pedro, and it's like, you want to make sure that you have the Tesla version and your opponent has the bomb tower version. Or you want to make sure that they play the first card in the game and you play the second. It's all those little things that you need to be doing once you're playing against somebody that is just supposed to be the best.
And Mohamed Light's camera back up and running one more time. as we get ready for game number 2. Game number 1, Mohamed Light running the Minor Wall Breakers bat stack with the Hero Magic Archer. Pedro going Drill, Hero Bowler, Evo Tesla, Evo Snowball, plus Rocket. And in the previous round, they had a kind of very similar. It was Evo Snowball Rocket for Pedro in the matchup against this same deck. That was the Goblin Barrel Monk version, as opposed to the Drill deck he just ran. But again, we're seeing a lot of the same general ideas, same support cards. We'll see if Pedro goes to this Minor Wall Breakers deck or a variation that's similar. Of course, he doesn't have Berserker, doesn't have Fire Spirit, as he just used those in this Drill deck. Here we go, game 2. Early Tesla set up high.
I would already be nervous if I saw Mo Light put down the Tesla. Pedro could be running an interesting version of RG. I don't mind the synergy between Xe and Demolisher, and I think it's pretty clear at this point that he's probably going to be running Drill. So that's the answer that I would lean on.
And big connection. MK out for Pedro, so pretty hefty deck with the MK-Xe combo. And Ram Rider comes out behind. Stymied at the bridge a little bit. Ice Spirit slows it down. But that Ram Rider threatening an escape and will force Mohamed Light to respond. About an elixir and a quarter advantage for Mohamed, plus damage dealt as we inch closer to double elixir time. And Mohamed, has some thick pieces in here. When you take a look at the Hero Dark Prince, take a look at the Furnace. But with just how big Pedro's deck is, with the Xe, with the MK, with the Ram Rider, do you envision him having the advantage as we get deeper into double and then triple?
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of it depends on the final card for Pedro, but these Golden Knights, these Ram Riders, they should be getting value. I don't know. Everything is so hard to predict, where it's like, well, everything I've ever seen before would tell me this, and then Mo Light tells me another thing. So I would assume that Pedro has the matchup just based off the expense of all these cards, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Xe going to work on the Furnace. Mohamed switching lanes back and forth pretty early. Now Graveyard in. And Golden Knight is dashing everywhere.
Yeah. Going up, going down, all around. And man, these Teslas just provide so much value every time. Every single time.
Thinking about these graveyard counters, right, or the graveyard defenses for Pedro, right? Zap and arrows can clear as graveyard builds up, but they can't really help you early. Ram Rider can do a little bit of work. Golden Knight. It feels like, though, there's going to be at least a little bit of damage every time here for Mohamed.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. And wow!
Big jump. And Mohamed Light with the bar barrel able to prevent the connection, maintain his lead 21-63 to 18-15.
Just so unfortunate for the Dark Prince to be crossing the bridge, allowing the Mega Knight to jump onto the Tesla. I mean, everything went wrong, and then he still defended for 0 damage taken.
And Ram Rider fighting her way to the middle, getting completely shredded as it happens. Tesla stays up and untouched through all of it. Ice Spirit jumps, a little more chip damage, 33 seconds left. Pedro needs one good push. Has not found it yet.
Only zap, only arrows. Muhammad Light just needs to defend, blocking at the bridge, not trying to allow the Golden Knight to get value. I wouldn't mind seeing a defensive poison.
And a second Tesla comes down to protect the Evo Tesla. Poison comes out to try to widen the gap. Dark Prince high to prevent a Golden Knight dash. And 2 up, 2 down. Muhammad Light 1 win away from being yet again a back-to-back monthly champion.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. What else can be said? I mean, you try and mirror match, he's gonna win. You try and hard counter, he's going to adjust and then have his own counters to the counter. I mean, this is unreal. This is year in, year out, and we say, somebody's gonna take the throne, and the only person that took the throne was his mom, and that's why he has a new chair. Like,
You know,
it's tough.
here's the challenge with esports, right? And we've talked about in the past how it's so hard to maintain level year over year. But with most sports that you play, eventually your body can't do it, right? You get injured, you get tired, father time catches up to you, whatever it is. But, you know, unless you cut your finger you cut your thumb in a bad cheese grating accident, there's not really an injury that can disrupt your ability to be dominant in esports, right? The only problem with father time, with age, could be eyesight, maybe, but he's already wearing glasses. So what is it? It's distractions. You gain other priorities. If you don't develop if there's not another priority, there's the rigors of life can't stop you. The only thing that can stop you is you. And we're at a point where Mo's not stopping himself, so what do you do? What do you do anymore? It's just, it's bonkers. We're out of superlatives. And, you know, I maybe someone pay Mo to take a vacation in June. You know what I mean? Because it is just bonkers.
Yeah. I will say, I did lose a tournament for CCGS because I actually did break my finger. So it's possible. We could see.
Yeah, that's what it takes.
Could see injuries.
Yeah, do you get a sunburn and your hands don't work right?
It's just crazy. 2-0, Mo.
2-0. No overlap in win conditions so far. No overlap in spells so far. But a lot of the support cards, both guys have Fire Spirits out, Skeletons out, Berserker out. And so a little different in this one, as Pedro, you see, switching up the story maybe a little bit, going with the bridge spam in game number 2, trying to find some kind of way. Still has Fireball, Log, Bar Barrel Delivery, Lightning. Possibly Hog Lightning here. Minor Wall Breakers and Hog Lightning both open for Pedro as some of the stronger options. We could see Royal Giant. Evo Tesla being out does open it a bit, but still lots of single target DPS from Mohamed that could be a serious problem for a Royal Giant. And not sure what Mohamed's doing at this point. Maybe just he's been sitting so long, he's got to get some energy out, get something going. And Pedro just looks resigned to his fate, Josh.
Yeah. He looks more resigned than I am. That's, wow. This is a new image. It feels like people have been resigned before, but they'd at least fake it.
Yeah, I mean, that's... You gotta find some way, and that's what I was talking about. Was this matchup felt so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things because of the World Finals berths already being secured, because the money is not insignificant, obviously, but the future of your season is not on the line here at all. But the psychological difference, that feeling of like, can I get it done, and will I be able to get it done come October, November, whenever we have World Finals this year. And this does not do wonders for anyone's psyche as they look towards our 2026 World Finals.
Yeah, not whatsoever. And the thing about Pedro, though, which is, one of the... there's several shining lights for Pedro at this moment. Yes, he just made 8,000. Yes, he made Worlds. But the other thing is, knowing Pedro and knowing how consistent he is, we're going to see him finish top 4 and top 8 and top 6 in the future for these monthly finals. And because of that, he's going to be on the opposite side of bracket, and somebody else can deal with it. If there's one thing you get to think about, that's what you get to think about if you're Pedro.
That's huge, right? Finding yourself not in the firing line as time goes on. And the Monk just protects that Musketeer at the last second. And bumps the Hog away. What else can go wrong for Pedro in this match?
I mean, you know for a fact that he knew for a fact that would work. It wasn't luck. It wasn't just, how did this happen? There was no reaction from him. It's just, that's what happened.
A lot on the tower. And look at the placement that Mohamed went for with the Musketeer, making sure that it would not target that Monk. Knew he had to eat damage to prevent damage. So very smart Musketeer play to avoid that reflection and limit the damage here. Now a little less than 300 HP separating them in the same lane. Pedro has put himself back in to legitimate side-by-side contention. They're pretty even on Elixir and not far off on damage.
So we definitely have to look out for the spells and see what's going to be happening with that. It's a good ability. Wow.
And, you talk about things that really change the conventional wisdom. Snowball missing the Monk in a rare little misstep there from Mohamed. You talk about things that change the conventional wisdom. How many people really play Hog Rider behind Princess Tower? Play it in the back like that. And you saw Mo playing Hog Rider almost like the way you play a Royal Giant, right? Play the first one in the back, play the second one at the bridge.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty insane to think about.
675. That's all that separates Mohamed Light from winning our May monthly final. Lightning. Hog gets a hit. What do you want? What are you looking for? Who can do it? The answer is very limited.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
And Mohamed already cheering for it. Absolutely pumped. And it never ends. He's never stops being pumped about it. Yeah. Right? And that right there, that's what you're talking about. You want to talk about how are you still doing this? How many monthly finals? I actually don't off the top of my head know how many monthly finals he's won. It's an absurd number. And he's still that pumped about securing a victory that we've all been sitting here knowing was coming. Yeah. You want to talk about the things that keep him great? That's one of them right there.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Mohamed Light, on once again winning a Clash Royale League monthly final.
I mean, just incredible gameplay. The thing is, I get more and more impressed every single month. It's not even just like, he had matchups and all this. Like, the Monk in game number 3 to push your Hog to the Crown Tower because you're trying to get that timing down. I mean, he's so clever and he's so creative. That's the reason why he's the GOAT.
because he's so creative with every little thing that he does.
Reinventing a game that already has changed so much. Here's your podium. Morton coming in third place with $6,000. Pedro second place and getting the golden ticket for his $8,000. Mohamed Light, while the golden ticket goes there, he can't have two. We can't have a Mohamed against himself World Finals. So there you go. Congrats, Pedro, on your 4th World Finals in a row. There are levels to this, boys. And Pedro is near the top. But can he reach the ultimate, the true precipice? We'll find out in November. A lot of time between now and then. Josh, you know, it's so fascinating, and I one of the things that I do love about this game, and that is also really so hard about this game in some ways, right? Is that this last World Finals, how many people did we have who'd never been to World Finals before? 2, and one of them was Ian, right?
Yeah.
Like there's no longer a barrier to entry. If you can make it into the top 1,500 or last year top 1,000 on ranked, you are now you're in CRL, right? The only barrier to entry is your skill, yet still we see it's the same people. I remember that scene from Rounders, the poker movie with Matt Damon and Ed Norton, right? Like, why do you see the same 8 people at the World Series Poker final table every year? Because there's skill, because that's the name of the game. And same thing here. Here's my over/under, not counting the Chinese entrance, which I am really hoping Frontier Guard comes back, because anybody who met him knows that dude is awesome. Frontier Guard absolutely rips. If anyone's a fan of Frontier Guard, I am for sure. But putting the Chinese players aside, do you think we're going to see any people making a CRL World Finals debut now remember, we have 14 slots for the rest of the world. Any people make their debut in 2026 at World Finals, and if so, how many?
Yeah, I still think we see new people. I think at the end of the day, there is enough variance in Clash Royale where there will be a time where Mo doesn't make the final weekend. And it's going to be this crazy thing, and everybody's going to get hyped about that one specific weekend. I would not be shocked if somebody just completely fresh, completely new was able to come up, be a storm to everybody's day, and make it to Worlds. I think we have 2 newcomers going to Worlds. That's going to be my guess.
Well, right now we have 2 returners, and then the current 6 top players on the leaderboard all have been to World Finals before. You have to get to, on the points leaderboard, number 9, and on the who qualifies leaderboard, down to number 7 to find someone who has not already been a World Finals participant. And then after you get behind a few people, right, we have 2 or 3 people there, Kimchi, Assaf, Nuzi, EGW in the mix. But then right behind them you have Ian, you have Sam, right? You have Sub out there, you have Ruben out there, Samwell, Mugi. Like, you have a lot of sharks nipping at your heels if you're trying to make your World Finals debut this year.
Yeah, I mean, the competition just gets more and more difficult every single year we do this. All of these players are still playing. I want to see Mohamed Light do this for another 6 years. Why not, right? Like, let's see what he can do. And at the same time, we need players to push him and make him improve, so that way he wants to do it as well. I expect good things for this year.
Well, speaking of Mohamed Light, we have him here right now. Once again, folks, your monthly finals champion, Mohamed Light. Mo, how are you? I feel like we should pre-schedule these interviews, make sure that they're ready to go. Did you know we were talking to you? I see you look surprised right now. I think maybe Mohamed's in-game. Mohamed, can you hear us? I guess he was in the middle of a game. He just won. Are you in a game again already? Hold on, I'm gonna open my phone. Dude's absolutely insatiable.
Yeah.
Okay, Josh, is he in a game right now or not? What do you think?
Okay, I feel like the answer is yes. He is in a game.
All right,
I really hope that's the answer.
I'm opening my phone right now because that would be the funniest thing if he just like, no, yeah, I won, but I'm still playing. No, he is not currently in a game. Hold on, Mohammed, are you in a game of Clash Royale right now?
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I could not hear you guys, but I'm here now.
Are you currently in a game right now?
No. I was setting up my stuff to do the interview.
Ah.
We were sitting there thinking that maybe you had just been like, oh, yeah, I'm not done. I need to go and keep playing more.
No, I'm done for today. I played too many games today. I'm actually fed up with this game. I'm gonna take a good rest.
Well, that might be some solace to some of your opponents. We were talking about this, Mohammed. You know, it's so hard to maintain a high level in this game for a long time, and we were mentioning how in this game you don't injure your way out of the game. Father Time doesn't come and take away your knees, right? It's just as long as you're committed. And you were talking earlier about how now that you're done with school, now that you're graduating, you're going to continue focusing on this. How do you maintain the level of commitment to this game that you've had for so long?
This is a very good question. I'm glad you asked me this because for me, my biggest motivation to keep going and practicing and trying to do my best is to see my mom happy about my performance. Every time I win, she's always very happy, and it makes me over the moon that she is happy and proud of me.
We certainly know that your mom is your biggest fan.
So
I'll
would you
actually
say
even
the joy that you receive is more joy? Can you hear me?
Can you hear Josh right now, Mohammed? Mohammed, can you hear us?
Oh, I can hear you guys now.
Yeah, can you hear
Okay.
Josh?
Yes, I can hear you both.
Okay, perfect. Would you say, because we see you react and we see you celebrate, are you celebrating more for your mom than yourself at this point? Is that what's going on?
Oh, to be honest, the passion that I showed this month is probably because I lost in the first round. So after that, I mean, I had to win 5 BO3s and 3 BO5s. So every win counts, and I played against very solid players. And to be honest, the bracket is very difficult too. There were a lot of great players that qualified this month. So winning the monthly with all the talent, it feels like a world finals bracket. So I'm very
Yeah.
happy.
Yep.
Of the matchups, of the matches that you had today or over this weekend, which one did you feel like was the most challenging?
Hmm. The most challenging. It will probably be the second game against Assaf in the very first set. Unfortunately, we had a bit unlucky changing the deck around, and we ended up having a bad variant. I felt like the matchup was hard, and it was my fault. So I think that was the toughest game, probably the toughest loss of the whole tournament.
Josh, there was a moment from the last game that you called out with the Hog Rider, and I'm going to set up Josh for this one because he was fascinated by a gameplay moment.
Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously, the hog block with the monk is that my assumption was you did that on purpose. Was it on purpose?
I did do it on purpose. Yes, I've done this
I
many
knew it.
times against Teslas, against Goblin Huts, even with pigs. I always do this to get one pig to the tower. It's actually a very nice
Yep.
trick that not many people are aware of, but it's very niche. But it can actually matter a lot in a match.
Well,
Absolutely.
Mohammed, I know you've had a long day, so we're going to let you get going. But final question here: we're starting to see the picture start to develop, right? You and Pedro both have golden tickets. Points are starting to fall into place here. We see what some of the competitors might be for World Finals. If you could pick 2 or 3 players that you think present the biggest challenge as you look towards World Finals already, is there anyone who really stands out in your mind as people that you're both either looking forward to the matchup with them on the big stage or that you think present the greatest challenge?
3 players. If I had to pick 3, I would pick Riley, Vitor, and I think Lucas. I'm sure he's going to do very well in the upcoming months. And I would very much like to play against them at World Finals. That would be a lot of fun because we're good friends, and it's cool to play against your friends on the biggest stage.
Well, we're all looking forward to seeing it, and I'm sure a lot of people who are getting ready to play next month are looking forward to maybe you taking a break at some point. On behalf of all of them, go on vacation, Mohammed. Just who knows, whatever it might be. But congrats again on your win, and I'm sure this will not be our last interview between now and World Finals. And that's it for our champion, Josh. We've all been here for a long time. Everyone watching been here for a long time. Final thoughts before we sign off.
Yeah, I mean, just every single month, more and more impressed by Muhammad Light. Absolutely wonderful. The way he dominates, the way he creates, it's just incredible. And then I love the level of talent overall. As good as Mo Light is, the only reason is that he's that good is because everybody else is pushing him and making him grind. And, you know, we saw it last month where Sandbox and Mo Light played, and then there was a picture 5 minutes later on Twitter where Sandbox was in a group chat, and it's anybody practice, just not Muhammad Light. And it's like these are the guys that are really making him work for it, and it's just awesome to watch.
It's been a whole lot of fun to watch, and I've appreciated all of you being here with us throughout this, or if you're watching elsewhere, if you're watching on one of the many content creator streams throughout the Clash Royale universe, we're so excited to have each and every one of you here. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel, put on notifications, make sure you do not miss a moment of Clash Royale action. For everybody here at CRL, my friend Joshua AC Sharon, I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you back here next month for June's Monthly Finals.